Kingdom of Wit, Dovetown. In the damp and gloomy underground passage, draped in a white priest's robe and leaning on my magic staff, I followed the short and fat slaver. Priest Raylo, what kind of orc slave are you looking to buy? One who can assist me. The church is sacred ground, and it mustn't be defiled. They need to be pure. Ah, that makes sense. The slaver nodded in agreement. My name is Raylo Simmons, 21 years old, a novice priest at the Dovetown Church. Yesterday, I unlocked a cheat system, the ultimate support system, which rewards me for completing tasks. My first task? To sign a contract with an orc slave. As we reached the deepest part of the dungeon, the air reeked of sweat and waste. This miser of a slaver wouldn't even spend a penny to have the place cleaned. The slaver stopped in front of a metal door and opened a small window. How about this one? In the corner crouched a frail girl with squinty eyes, a broad face, and a pair of gray fox ears atop her head. Good news, she's a fox girl. Bad news, she's a Corsac fox. Too skinny, no strength to work. Show me another. We moved on to another door. Inside, against the wall, sat a black-haired girl, disheveled and filthy, her black hair hiding a pair of furry cat ears, her long tail curled around her waist. How old is she? I asked. 19, he replied. Let me see her. The slaver opened the door. As soon as the cat girl saw someone enter, her hair bristled, and she bared her teeth, her eyes filled with hostility. Still daring to bare your teeth? The slaver whipped out a leather lash, cracking it in the air with a sharp snap. The cat girl instinctively shrank her neck. It was clear she'd been beaten often on the road. She hugged her knees, curling into a ball, trembling as she looked on pitifully. Just as the slaver was about to strike, I raised my hand to stop him. Don't hit her. The slaver glared at her for a moment before putting the whip away. You, stand up and let me take a look. The cat girl didn't dare resist. Barefoot, she stood up. Her legs were long and slender. She was tall and elegant. Even under all the dirt, her beauty shone through. Clean her up, and she'd undoubtedly be stunning. I'll take her. How much? Young and beautiful, and still pure, 100 gold coins. In Dovetown, a remote border town, the average yearly income was just 3 gold coins. 100 gold coins was a fortune for ordinary people. I didn't bother to haggle. Church funds were footing the bill, and saving money wouldn't benefit me. Deal. I'll take her. How generous of you. The slaver's face wrinkled into a smile, revealing 2 buck teeth that resembled a groundhog's. I'll leave an IOU and settle the payment after I've claimed reimbursement. I didn't have that much cash on me. No problem. The slaver readily agreed. Everyone in Dovetown knew I was a novice priest. In the Kingdom of Wit, the clergy held a status as high as nobility, and lending money to a priest was risk-free. What's your name, little cat? I gently leaned in. The cat girl bowed her head and remained silent. Her name's Mia, the slaver answered for her. Sign the contract, I said. Orcs were stronger than humans, and if you didn't bind them, you wouldn't have anyone to blame if they killed their master in the dead of night. The 3 of us went up to the 2nd floor, where an elderly man with white hair sat at a table reading a book. He was a mage employed by the slaver, responsible for officiating master-servant contracts. He pulled out a piece of golden parchment, scribbled down runes, then handed us 2 knives. Cut your fingers and press your blood marks. I pricked my index finger and pressed it into the master section. Mia hesitated with the knife in her hand. Once signed, she'd lose her freedom forever. Hurry and sign, or you'll taste the whip, the slaver threatened harshly. Mia bit her lip, closed her eyes, and pricked her finger, pressing it into the slave section. The old mage began chanting incantations. The golden parchment dissolved into glowing particles that fused into both of us. A crimson contractual mark appeared on the back of Mia's hand. Task complete. Rewarded skill, shield. I opened the system panel. Host, Raylo/max HP, 100. Skills, heal, LV, 1, shield, LV, 1. Heal, heals an amount equal to 100% of the caster's max HP. Shield, creates a shield that blocks any attack, with strength equal to 100% of the caster's max HP. Another support skill. This system, the ultimate support system, seemed exclusively centered around auxiliary skills. But that was fine. An indomitable support could carry even the worst team. A truly powerful support could win with just a dog as the carry. New task. Raise Mia's favorability to 100 points. Reward. Max HP plus 10,000. Current favorability, 0. 10,000 HP? I was bewildered. This wasn't a game. Whether your head was chopped off with 100 HP or 10,000 HP, you'd be just as dead. But the fact that the skills were marked as LV 1 indicated they could be leveled up. How do I level up? Earn skill points by completing tasks. Alright then. After the contract was signed, I left an IOU, and the slaver gave me a receipt for reimbursement purposes at the main cathedral in Sand City. With the filthy Mia in tow, we left the dungeon. The street was lined with medieval wooden houses, and sunlight streamed down. Mia had been kept in the dark dungeon for over a month. She shielded her eyes with her hand, breathing deeply the fresh air. After a moment, she glanced at me, fear flickering in her eyes. I couldn't bother worrying about that. The next task required raising her favorability, and nothing endeared a starving slave more than food. "Follow me," I said, heading toward the market. I bought 2 sea fish and added salt, garlic, chili, and scallions. Then I passed by a bakery and picked up 6 loaves of bread. Mia stared longingly, swallowing her saliva. Dungeon food was dry and hard, but she knew her place. She was just a slave and believed none of it was for her. Back at the residence, a 2-story house belonging to the church, where I lived as I pleased. I placed the groceries on the table and pulled out a pouch of ashen powder from the system storage, handing it to her. "This is wood ash. Go wash up and apply this. It'll cut through grease." I also fetched a black and white maid outfit. "After you're clean, toss your rags and put this on." Mia went upstairs, and I headed to the kitchen to prepare fish stew. She was of the catfolk race, and cats loved fish. Over half an hour later, I brought out a massive bowl of steaming fish stew, the aroma filling the room. Mia, having washed and changed, descended the stairs. She looked completely transformed. The black and white maid outfit accentuated her slender waist. Her long black hair cascaded down her back. Her cat ears twitched gently atop her head, and her long legs peeked tantalizingly from beneath her skirt. Goodness gracious, a cat girl in a maid outfit. Who could resist? Ravenous, Mia's eyes stayed fixed on the fish stew, salivating uncontrollably. Yet, she instinctively walked to the corner, crouching down to face the wall. "What are you doing in the corner? The fish smells too good. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist lunging at it." It turned out she had once fought for food when she was starving, narrowly escaping death by beating. Since then, she dared not act out again. I laughed. This cat girl was quite straightforward. "This was made for you. Come and eat." "For me? But I'm just a slave." Mia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. A master inviting their slave to the table? This was as surreal as the sun rising in the west. I crossed my legs and said, "A slave is still a person. I spent 100 gold coins to buy you. Can't have you starving to death now, can I?" The moment I said that, Mia sprang to the table like a starving beast, grabbing 2 loaves of bread and devouring them with both hands, her cheeks stuffed like a squirrel. "Meow, it's so good. 100 times better than that hard bread from the dungeon. Eat as much as you like, don't hold back." Mia's favorability with the host plus 10. As expected, feeding her was the most effective way. "That fish stew is for you too." Mia polished off the bread in just a few bites and reached straight into the bowl for the fish, ignoring the heat. The fish melted in her mouth, and the taste sent chills of delight through her body. Mia's favorability with the host plus 10. 20 favorability points from 1 meal. Wonderful. Mia even licked the bowl clean, then collapsed into a chair, completely satisfied. "Stick with me. Work hard, and you'll eat like this every day." "Work? What kind of work?" She sat up abruptly, her cat ears perking up in alertness. "Mainly hunting magical creatures. As for side jobs, we'll talk about that later." To say I didn't have any thoughts about such a beautiful cat girl would be a lie, but building up her favorability came first. Understood, Lord Raylo. Earning her meals through hard work was far better than bearing children for a deranged slave master. Mia suddenly felt hopeful for her future. I had owned a cat before, so I knew how curious they were. On a whim, I grabbed a feather duster and waved it in front of her. Mia squinted at me, speechless. "I'm 19, a fully grown cat girl. Feather dusters don't interest me." "Really?" I didn't stop and kept waving it. The colorful duster swayed back and forth, teasingly. Mia's curiosity started to get the better of her. "No," she thought, "I'm an adult now. This shouldn't affect me." But the duster was so vibrant and intriguing. After a few minutes of resistance, she finally couldn't hold back and pounced on it. Heh, feather dusters truly were a cat's nemesis. Meow, meow, meow. Mia's eyes sparkled with joy, and she let out delighted mews. Mia's favorability with the host plus 5. After playing for a while, I put the duster away. Her favorability had reached 25 points. This cat girl was much easier to win over than I'd expected. Mia gave me a resentful glance, as if mentally cursing me for having her wrapped around my finger. The next day, I brought Mia to the church. The church was built of black stone, its spire towering high in the sky, the architecture purely Gothic. In front of the entrance stood a statue of the goddess of life, graceful elven ears, clad in light robes, her beauty unparalleled. The Holy Church worshipped her, and believers stood before her statue with clasped hands, praying with their eyes closed. A young man greeted me. "Good morning, Priest Raylo. I'm so envious that you're part of the clergy. Guided by destiny," I replied humbly. In truth, one needed to know healing magic to become a priest. My healing skill happened to match their requirements perfectly, so the clergy assumed I was capable and placed me here as a novice priest. It was sheer luck. "Where's Father Grain?" someone asked. "I'll check the rear hall," I replied. That old man had probably overslept again. The entire church was staffed by just the two of us. Father Grain was my superior, a laid-back man who wasn't particularly diligent in his duties. However, he was very lenient with signing expense approvals, which made him an excellent boss. I had already discussed the matter of purchasing a slave with him beforehand, and he'd agreed without hesitation. Knock, knock, knock. I rapped on the door. "Who is it?" "It's Raylo. The congregation is waiting for you to lead the prayers." All right, give me a moment." The door opened, and out stepped Grain, dressed in his white robes and a small rounded hat, with a gold emblem on his chest. He looked every bit the part of a respectable priest, holding a holy book in one hand, while his other hand, however, was holding onto a young boy wearing black stockings. The boy's eyes were full of terror, one hand clutching Grain's, the other covering his bottom, his tear-streaked face betraying his distress. I recognized him. He was one of the choir boys. Grain noticed the confusion in my eyes and chuckled. "Robin here was possessed by a devil. I performed an exorcism for him last night. It was quite draining, which is why I overslept." "An exorcism?" I glanced at the boy covering his backside and fought the urge to twitch. "Was your exorcism legitimate?" Grain coughed tactically and avoided the topic entirely. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Mia, obviously trying to change the subject. "This must be the orc slave you bought." The cunning old fox had perfected the art of pretending. "That's right. Her name is Mia." "How much did she cost?" 100 gold coins. Grain had always turned a blind eye to my liberal use of church funds. "Just fill out the reimbursement form. I'll sign it. Then take it to the main cathedral in Sand City for processing." "Thank you, Father." Church expenses such as maintenance, spreading the faith, and hosting festivals required funding. As a priest of Grain's rank, he had the authority to approve reimbursement requests of up to 100 gold coins per instance. With his signature, the paperwork would pass without issue. Unlike most upright priests who would decline unreasonable claims, Grain approved everything, reasonable or not. Ever since I became a novice priest, I'd found several creative ways to skim church funds, enabling me to save up a little nest egg. I cast a glance at the boy's black stockings. "Father Grain, one more question. What is it? Where did Robin's black stockings come from?" "Sand City, 226, Tuku Street." "Got it." I made a mental note to pick up 2 pairs for Mia when I went to Sand City for reimbursement. No hidden motives. Black stockings helped prevent varicose veins. Grain walked off hand in hand with Robin. I headed to the library section in the rear hall to retrieve the reimbursement forms and began filling one out, noting the purchase of an orc slave, the reasons, the amount spent, and attaching the receipt. "Mia, we'll head to Sand City tomorrow for reimbursement. For now, let's get you a suitable weapon." Encounters with magical creatures along the way weren't uncommon. She needs something for self-defense. "Thank you, Lord Raylo," Mia said happily. Having someone feed her and even buy her a weapon was worlds better than being whipped by slavers. Mia's favorability with the host +5, favorability hit 30. New task: hunt and kill 10 slimes. Reward: Ultimate Strike. Ultimate Strike? That sounded like an offensive skill, which seemed odd for a system claiming to be the ultimate support system. I couldn't figure it out, but I'd know once I finished the task. Slimes were low-tier magical creatures. Killing 10 would be easy. After having Grain sign the form, Mia and I made our way to the blacksmith. "Ah, Priest Raylo, what can I do for you?" The muscular, bare-chested blacksmith looked like a gym coach and greeted us warmly. "Mia, what kind of weapon do you want?" Catfolk were agile and quick by nature, making short swords an ideal choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Mia replied, "A short sword." The blacksmith took down a half-meter-long black short sword with a patterned hilt. I added black magic iron, or during forging. It's tougher than regular iron swords, good for both slaying enemies and slicing vegetables. Mia grasped it in a reverse grip, swinging it twice effortlessly. This one, I casually picked a silver-white long sword, more than a meter long, from the rack, testing its sharpness with the edge. Even a support cleric needs a weapon for self-defense. "How much for the short sword and this long sword?" 50 silver coins. "Do you provide receipts?" "Of course." After paying and securing the receipt, We marked it as an expense for reimbursement from public funds. The next morning, the early light was a touch chilly. The two of us set off for San City, stopping by the bakery to buy 10 loaves of bread for rations. San City was just over 10 kilometers from White Dove Town, a trek that would take most of the day on foot. I stowed my magic staff and long sword into the system's inventory, wearing my white cleric robes as I walked ahead. Mia followed with the black short sword hanging from her waist. She had cut a hole in the back of her maid outfit last night to let her black cat tail out, which now swayed with every step. Dappled spots of sunlight filtered through the forest canopy. Lord Rello, there are 3 water element slimes over there, Mia said, keeping an eye on the slimes for me. I followed her pointing finger to see 3 basketball-sized blue slimes hopping around a water pond. They were round, bouncy, and incredibly elastic. You deal with the 2 on the left. I'll handle the one on the right, I said. I wasn't entirely useless in battle, and besides, I was curious about how the slimes felt under attack. Prepare to meet your end, wicked slimes. I charged forward. The slime lunged at me, but I sidestepped, clenching my fist to land a frenzy of punches on its squishy body. Yura, yura, yura. Punches landed one after another, and the slime quivered under the assault. Hee hee, feels pretty good, I said with a grin, my eyes forming crescent moons, a face of sheer amusement, resembling a certain meme. Meanwhile, Mia made quick work of her 2 targets with swift, precise slashes. Turning back to see me still fist-fighting a single slime, she looked bewildered. Lord Rello bought a sword yesterday, didn't he? Why isn't he using it? Could he possibly be ill? After all, I was just an ordinary person. My wild flurry of attacks was flashy, but dealt only superficial damage. I couldn't finish it off. Furious, the slime's eyes turned into symbols. It secreted a corrosive slime from its surface, and as my fist made contact with it, a sharp, burning pain stung me. My skin and flesh were dissolving. Whoa, this little guy's got some bite. I quickly withdrew, shaking my injured hand. Mia, I'll leave this to you. Understood, she responded, splitting the slime in 2 with one decisive slash. I went to the water pond to wash my hand and cast a healing spell on myself. The melted flesh and skin regrew in mere seconds. Mission progress, 3 out of 10. We continued forward. Up ahead, beneath a scorched tree struck by lightning, for purple lightning element slimes hopped around energetically. I retrieved an old piece of clothing from my inventory and tore it into strips to wrap around my fists. Mia, I'll go in to draw aggro first. You can follow up afterward. Lightning slimes pulsed with electricity, and since their iron swords could conduct electricity, Mia also wrapped cloth around the hilt of her sword. I punched one of the lightning slimes, and as the 4 of them emitted a burst of static electricity, the electric field around them ignited. The golden strands of my hair stood up on end, making me look like a super scion. Shield. A faint red protective barrier enveloped me. The 4 slimes leapt up to ram against it. My health was only at 100 points. The shield lacked much durability and started cracking after a few hits. Mia, finish off these little cuties. On it. As they focused their attacks on me, Mia struck decisively and took them all down with ease. Lightning slimes didn't yield magic crystals. They merely left behind puddles of purple goo upon death. Mission progress, 7 out of 10. By midday, we came across a small stream, where 4 water slimes were bouncing downstream. Following our usual strategy, I charged to draw their attention and tank damage while Mia eliminated them from behind. Mission complete. Reward unlocked. New skill, Devastating Blow. I excitedly opened my skill panel. Devastating Blow, LV1 adds a buff to a selected ally, increasing the damage of their next normal attack by 100% of your max HP. Cooldown, 10 minutes. As expected, it was another support skill. System, can I apply Devastating Blow to myself? No, it cannot be self-applied, came the reply. I chuckled. My role was crystal clear as a support. The buff could only be cast on teammates. With it, their next attack could deal 2 stages of damage. Their own attack damage, plus bonus damage equal to 100% of my max health. Currently, my maximum health was 100 points, which meant a single hit could effectively knock out a regular person. If I built enough rapport with teammates and raised my health to 10,000 points, this buff could destroy 100 ordinary people in one blow. Talk about broken mechanics. After taking care of the slimes, we rested by the stream. Sitting on a rock, I washed my feet as cool water flowed through my toes. It was refreshing. Mia's eyes lit up when she spotted fish in the stream. She crouched on the grassy bank with her rear in the air, cat ears perked, intensely focusing on the movement. When the moment was right, she pounced and grabbed a 2-kilogram fish. Lord Rello, I caught a fish, she exclaimed, happily waving it at me. Catch a few more, and we'll have grilled fish for lunch. Got it. While she caught the fish, I started the fire. As the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, I sprinkled some coarse salt and handed it to her. Here you go, kitty. Mia, feeling an unexplainable flutter, looked down shyly, nervously fiddling with her fingers. Lord Rello, you eat first. The fish is your catch. You should eat first. Then, I won't hold back, she said, sitting beside me to eat her share, her eyes occasionally sneaking glances in my direction. Not only is Lord Rello kind, but his side profile is quite good-looking too. Mia's favorability toward the host increased by 10 points. After our meal, we resumed our journey. Emerging from the forest, we reached a village where a windmill stood towering over 10 meters high, its blades turning slowly. Farmland stretched out beyond the village, where farmers under straw hats toiled in the fields. This was Quinn Village, a necessary stop on the way to San City. Dressed in my white cleric robes with the church's emblem on my chest, villagers occasionally greeted me as I passed. Father, I am a sinner, cried a middle-aged man as he fell to his knees before me. Followers regularly sought forgiveness from clergy. I dealt with such instances countless times and was slightly impatient. Casually, I said, state your sins in under 800 words. Any format is acceptable, except poetry. A few days ago, my neighbor, Marcus, went on a trip. His wife, Olinda, called me over to repair their door. She's beautiful and I had impure thoughts about her. I have sinned. Placing my hand on his head, I declared, lust is but a weakness of the flesh. May the goddess of life forgive your transgressions. Really, really, thank the goddess. The man stood up, ecstatic, and ran off joyfully. The church's ability to absolve guilt in the name of the divine? That's why so many people believed. Just as I was about to leave the village, a plump woman in white blocked my way. Oh, priest, please save my father. What happened to your father? I asked. Last night, he was possessed by a demon. Please, perform an exorcism. Exorcism is a priest's duty. In this land of endings, demons often take over human bodies as vessels. Official priests are blessed by the goddess, and their magic imbued with divine attributes can suppress demons effectively. I'm merely an apprentice priest. I haven't received the goddess's blessing and can't perform an exorcism, I explained. Truthfully, I didn't know magic at all. The church was simply deceived by my healing skills into believing that I could perform sacred magic. Please, I beg you. There must be something you can do. Tears welled in the woman's eyes. Quest: exorcise the demon for the villager. Reward: 1 skill point. All right then, let me give it a try. I actually had holy water in storage, which is highly effective against demons. The woman led the two of us to a farmhouse at the southern end of the village. The moment we stepped inside, beastly growls echoed from the cellar. My father is tied up in the cellar. Take me to have a look, I said. The cellar was about 20 square meters. A middle-aged man was tied to a pillar, his blood-red eyes glaring wildly. His mouth was full of fangs, and 2 demonic horns had grown out of his forehead. He struggled furiously, while 2 burly men stood guard at his sides. Uncle, second uncle, the priest is here to exorcise the demon from father, the woman said. The 2 stepped aside to make way. I assessed the man. With horns and such maddened behavior, he was clearly possessed. That said, since 2 villagers could manage to restrain him, he must be possessed by a lower-tier demon, not particularly strong. The possessed man growled violently upon seeing me, the priest, and the chains rattled loudly. A nauseating stench nearly knocked me out. This demon is awfully ferocious. You 3, turn around. I'm going to cast a tranquility spell to calm him down. Trusting me completely, the 3 obediently turned away. I retrieved my staff from inventory, an evil smirk plastered on my face. Silence. Thwack. The staff's end slammed down on the demon's head. Roar. The demon cried out in pain and growled even louder. Damn priest, you're dead. Such a tough demon, I exclaimed. 1 tranquility spell isn't enough. I'll have to cast it several times. Thwack. 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 I swung the staff repeatedly, hitting him until his head was bloody and even one of his horns broke off. The demon went completely speechless. Who was the real demon here, anyway? After dozens of blows, the demon was knocked unconscious. Putting my staff away, I wiped the sweat off my brow. All right, he's calm now. You can turn around. The 3 turned back, seeing that the once raging man was now peacefully quiet. The priest's magic is so powerful, as expected from a church priest. Tranquility spell is terrifying. Feigning modesty, I pressed my hands down. Keep it low-key, low-key. Next, I pulled out a porcelain vial of specially made church holy water. Holy water is the bane of demons. I pinched the unconscious man's jaw open and poured the holy water in. The holy water burned the demon continuously from within, the pain far surpassing my tranquility spell by 100-fold. White smoke rose from the man's body. Arg! The demon screamed as it was forced out of the man's body. With a flash of red light, a terrifying humanoid entity materialized. Its dark red skin appeared soaked in blood, its massive wings like charred leather, devilish horns adorned its head, and its tail ended with a barb. Damn priest! The demon's blood-red eyes fixed on me. It was brimming with the hatred accumulated from the dozens of staff strikes I had delivered earlier. Finally came out, huh? I cast the empowered strike skill on Mia. White rings of light appeared around her wrist. Aim for its vital points and try to finish it in one blow. Understood. Die, priest. The demon roared and charged at me with its claws swiping down. Shield. A faint red shield appeared, but it was instantly shattered with one smack. I was sent flying into the wall, though the shield absorbed most of the impact, leaving me only lightly injured. Even so, this lower-tier demon, even as burned as it was by holy water, still had this much strength. As it prepared for another attack on me, Mia rushed to its side and slashed at its head with her sword. The demon reacted quickly, raising its right arm to block. But the short sword was enhanced far beyond its usual power. It severed the demon's arm and continued slicing through half of its head with unstoppable momentum, leaving blood gushing everywhere. Am I this strong? Mia widened her eyes in disbelief. How could she possibly defeat a demon in a single blow? The demon collapsed with its head split in two. Its body fell heavily to the ground. Lord Raylo, are you all right? Mia's favorability toward me had already reached 40 points. Seeing me injured, she looked worried and ran over. I sat up from the ground, my right shoulder's clothing torn from the claws, with 3 bleeding gashes visible. Mia leaned down and gently licked my wounds. A sensation of warmth spread over me, sparking a touch of ambiguous feelings. Mia, what are you doing? Her cheeks flushed as she shyly explained. Among us beastkin, licking wounds accelerates healing. I wanted you to recover quickly, Lord Raylo. There's no need. I can heal myself. I patted her head and healed my injuries using my own healing skill. The wounds closed quickly. Having her head patted made Mia feel warm inside. She lightly nuzzled her head against my palm. Quest complete. Reward, 1 skill point. Select which skill to upgrade. Currently, I have 3 level 1 support skills. The upgrade paths are either boosting their effects or adding new mechanisms. Following the logic that survival comes first, I chose a defensive option, upgrade shield. Shield upgraded to level 2. Shield, level 2 shield absorbs damage equal to 100% of maximum health. Includes a damage reflection effect. The new reflection feature was interesting but vague. System, how does the damage reflection work? When the shield absorbs damage, the attacker receives 100% equivalent reflected damage until the shield is broken. What if the shield is shattered in one hit? The attacker will take reflected damage equivalent to the shield's maximum strength. Nice. Basically, it reflects the shield's full strength as damage. Now all 3 of my skills, shield strength, healing amount, and bonus damage, are tied to my maximum health. I'm too weak on health right now, so I'd better raise Mia's favorability to 100 points as quickly as possible to unlock that extra 10,000 HP. Priest, thank you for saving my father. Don't thank me. Thank the goddess of life. I downplayed her gratitude. After all, helping exorcise the demon was entirely for completing the quest, and I'd even thrashed her dad in the process. Before leaving, the woman gave me a few large potatoes as thanks. Exiting the village, we entered dense woods where sunlight barely reached the ground. Mia, wearing her maid outfit, seemed much more at ease here. She often skipped ahead, sniffing wildflowers or chasing butterflies. Lord Raylo, for you, she said with a smile, offering me a bundle of wildflowers. What a cute little kitten, I said, taking the flowers and smelling their fragrance before patting her head again. As a connoisseur of beastkin girls, I absolutely love cat girls. The soft fur on her cat ears brushed against my hand, warm and fluffy. It felt amazing. The now familiar Mia grew less reserved, standing with her hands on her hips, revealing a sharp little fawn. She raised her delicate eyebrows and pretended to be angry. I'm not some little kitty. I'm 19, already an adult. In front of your master, it doesn't matter if you're an adult or not. You'll always be a little kitty, I said with a smile. I'll bite you. Meow, Mia threatened. Try and bite me. If you can, I'll admit defeat, I teased, confidently sticking out a finger. Humph, I'll bite. Mia stretched out her neck, attempting to sink her fangs into me. Haha, missed me. Quick as lightning, I pulled my finger back just before her fangs could close around it, leaving her biting at air. Ugh, Mia's black cat-like eyes glowered at me with an aggrieved expression. This bad guy. Taking care of your own cat girl means spoiling her yourself. I rolled up my sleeves and stuck out my arm. Here, bite it again. This time, wary from her previous experience, Mia shot me a distrustful glance. She grabbed my elbow to prevent me from pulling away before gently biting down. Her fangs lightly grazed my skin without leaving a scratch. Successfully landing her bite, Mia puffed out her chest in triumph, her cat tail standing tall as she proudly walked ahead with quicker steps. In high spirits, she spotted a small purple flower on the trunk of a tree. Lord Raylo, that flower is pretty. Do you want it? I can pick it for you. I want it. Being from the feline kin, Mia was adept at climbing trees. In a flash, she had darted up the tree and plucked the flower to bring it back. Little kitty, you're amazing. I praised as I took the flower, patting her gently on the head. In return, she nuzzled her head against my palm affectionately. Mia's affection for the host plus 10 progress, 5100ths. My eyes fell on her swishing tail. Mia, can I touch your tail? I asked. Fine, but gently, she warned. I was the first man she'd ever allowed to touch her tail. As soon as I held her tail, Mia visibly reacted, her cheeks flushing a deep red, her eyes darting around nervously like a startled fawn. Delayed by an exorcism along the way, we reached San Town, which was originally a half-day's journey, just as the sun was setting. Situated near the western border, San Town was a bustling hub for trade, encircled by high walls. Soldiers stood guard at the city gates, and Mia and I slipped into the town amidst a merchant caravan. Having been here a few times before, I navigated the city with ease. Hopefully, the cathedral wouldn't have closed for the day. Like the White Dove Town, the cathedral in San Town had a Gothic style, complete with stained glass windows, mythical reliefs, and a white jade statue of the goddess of life standing at the square's center. Luck was on our side. The cathedral was still open. I headed straight to the financial office on the right side, a place dedicated to reimbursements. The door was open, and inside sat a young blonde woman working diligently. Knock, knock, knock. I rapped gently on the door before stepping in. Miss Elsa, long time no see. Raylo? It has been a while, she replied, immediately recognizing me. I've come to file for reimbursement, I said with a bright smile, pulling out receipts and a reimbursement form. Elsa frowned, propping her chin with her hand. This month, other churches have filed requests ranging from several to a dozen or so gold coins. Meanwhile, White Dove Town has submitted expenses exceeding 200. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? I followed church procedures to AT. Everything's legal and above board. What exactly is unreasonable about it? I argued, still smiling. Elsa, unwilling to argue further, pulled out my previous receipt. Take this one, for example, bricks purchased for exterior repairs at 1 silver coin each. Market price runs 2 copper coins apiece, 50 times cheaper. I wasn't buying ordinary bricks. These were handcrafted by master sculptors using natural gemstones. They add an artistic touch and make the church more beautiful, I explained. The reality? They were just ordinary bricks. I'd colluded with the supplier to inflate the invoice price and embezzle church funds. Fine, whatever, Elsa sighed. As the financial clerk, she wasn't the one signing off on expenses. The forms bore both my and Grian's signatures. If any blame arose, it wouldn't fall on her. Let's see what you're submitting this time. I handed her the purchase receipts for slaves and weapons. Elsa skimmed through them, then glanced at Mia standing behind me without commenting. She lowered her head and began processing the paperwork. While waiting, an elderly man with white hair entered the room, supported by a staff. His face was wrinkled, and he wore a gem-encrusted bishop's mitre. A single monocle perched on his left eye. I recognized him instantly as Roderick, the bishop of San Town Cathedral. Good afternoon, Bishop. I greeted him with a respectful bow. And who might you be? He asked. It seemed this was his first time meeting me. Raylo, from White Dove Town, a trainee priest. So, you're the infamous Raylo? Roderick said with some surprise. You've heard of me? I asked, equally surprised that a bishop knew of a mere trainee priest like myself. I've heard about the abnormal reimbursement requests from White Dove Town. You're the one behind them, aren't you? It seemed bad news traveled fast. Feigning helplessness, I shrugged. I can't help it. We really do need that much money. Before I could elaborate, Elsa swiftly handed the receipts over to the bishop. Roderick adjusted his monocle and closely examined them. The justification for purchasing a slave was written in an extensive paragraph, but boiled down to a simple statement. White Dove Town only had me and Grian. With manpower severely lacking, we had to buy a beastman slave for chores. If manpower is scarce, you could just hire temporary workers. 3 gold coins a year. There's no need to spend 100 to buy a beastman slave, Roderick remarked. Ah, Bishop, you must consider the long-term perspective. Hiring human workers costs 3 gold coins annually. Over 50 years, that's 150 gold coins, far more expensive. Plus, beastmen are stronger and can accomplish more. Doesn't that make purchasing a slave more cost-effective in the long run? I argued confidently. As the saying goes, to fool others, you must first fool yourself. As long as you speak with enough conviction, you can turn black into white. Rendered speechless, Roderick begrudgingly accepted the logic. It was barely acceptable. His eyes then fell on the weapon receipts. If she's just a slave meant for chores, why provide her with weapons? Beastmen are physically strong, and with weapons, they can also assist in exorcisms. On the way here to San Town, I helped exorcise a demon in Quinn Village. I couldn't have killed it without her assistance. Look, I said, showing him my torn priest robe still stained with blood. You're a trainee priest, yet you dare to exorcise demons alone? Roderick exclaimed in shock. After all, trainee priests didn't receive blessings from the goddess, and holy water alone often wasn't enough to kill demons. They might even get killed in the process. Clenching my fist, I let my eyes burn with the fervor of faith. Exorcising demons is every priest's duty. My dream is to become a full-fledged priest and make the Holy Church great again. Good, good, Roderick said, nodding slightly as he warmed to me, impressed by my courage and aspirations. The Holy Church was backed by royal and noble families, overflowing with wealth. A few hundred gold coins were a trivial matter. It seemed Roderick wasn't planning to pursue my shady reimbursements. I'll send someone to verify what happened in Quinn Village. If it turns out you really exorcised a demon, I'll arrange for you to undergo the goddess's trial. If you pass, you'll receive her blessing and become officially ordained. Thank you, Bishop, I said joyfully. Once officially ordained, my reimbursements would only get easier. However, Roderick continued, immediately damping my enthusiasm. Let's consider today and past instances settled. Going forward, your reimbursements will be subject to stricter scrutiny. Any unreasonable claims will be rejected. All right. Losing my source of income, my tone was laced with disappointment. After finishing her task, Aisha handed me 100 gold coins and 50 silver coins. As night fell, Mia and I found an inn to stay in the city. By the faint light of the candles, it was just Mia and me in the room. Meow, 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 so tasty. Mia sat on a stool gnawing on some bread, her feline tail swaying cheerfully. In this otherworldly night where entertainment was scarce, after she finished eating, I took out a feather duster to tease her. When the duster moved left, she grabbed left. When I swiftly shifted it right, her claws missed. Meow, Lord Raylo, you're too mean. Missing repeatedly made Mia anxious, and with frustration, she leapt straight into my arms, her paws finally gripping the duster. I got it at last. As she lunged, I encircled her slender waist with my arms effortlessly. Ah! Mia cried out in surprise, instinctively trying to resist. My adorable little kitty, you can't escape now. Her body was soft and delicate, an embrace of pure comfort, like holding a bundle of warmth. Though Mia was much stronger than me, she struggled in vain after several attempts and eventually quieted down. Nestled in my arms, she sniffed gently at my scent. Grasping her tail, I whispered softly into her cat ear, "Stay with me, and I'll give you delicious food and keep you safe." Hearing those words, Mia's black pupils stared blankly forward, quietly feeling the security of being held. Mia's affection towards host plus 20 progress, 70 out of 100. The closer we grew, the faster her affection rose, 20 points in one go. I gently kissed her forehead, soft and fragrant. My unexpected act made Mia's blood pressure spike. Her face turned a deep red. She quickly broke free from my arms, stuttering, Lord Raylo, it's getting late. I'll head to bed now." "All right, sleep well." I was tired myself. The next day, we both visited a weapons shop in San City. After using my wooden staff to exorcise a demon yesterday, the top of the staff had cracked. Although I couldn't use magic, as a priest, I needed to carry a staff to look the part. "Good day, priest. What can I help you with?" "A magic staff," I replied. The shop assistant led me to the back, where rows of wooden magic staves were displayed. "Do you have any hammer or mallet-shaped staves?" I asked. While I didn't use magic, a hammer shape made it easier to perform calming rituals. "Such staves don't exist," the shop assistant declared, slightly suspicious that I was mocking him. "Do you have any made of metal at least?" "This we do." He pulled out a long box containing a metal staff lying on hay. Its top formed a circular ring, glossy and black. I picked it up. It was heavy, probably 3 to 4 dozen pounds. This weight would enhance the effectiveness of my calming rituals. Satisfied, I asked, how much? 9 gold coins. That's expensive. Can we negotiate? With reimbursements cut off indefinitely, even someone like me, who rarely haggled, had to try. That's the price. But we're having a promotion. Spend 10 gold coins or more and get a 20% discount. I'll look around for now, I said. Wandering about, I spotted some bows and arrows. If I bought Mia a bow and paired it with a high damage buff, her attacks would be deadly and long-ranged. How much for the bow? 5 silver coins for the bow, 10 copper coins per arrow. Let me see it. Testing the bowstring, I used all my strength but couldn't even pull it halfway. This is a high-tension bow, favored by adventurers because of its range and power. But as a priest, you surely lack the strength for it, the shop assistant said. Mia, you give it a try. Despite her slim arms and legs, Mia's strength equaled that of 2 or 3 grown men. She effortlessly pulled the bowstring taut with one hand. Whoa, impressive, I said with a thumbs up, turning back to the store clerk. I'll take this bow and 100 arrows. That'll be 15 silver coins for the bow and arrows. Still not enough to reach the 10 gold threshold. Would you also like some magically enhanced armor-piercing arrows? Engraved with runes, these arrows are much more penetrative. The store clerk handed me one, a finely crafted arrow much more elegant than the standard arrows. The shaft was made of a dark blue metal, etched with runes, and its head gleamed razor-sharp. How much for one? 1 gold coin each. Holy, that's pricey, I muttered. 100 times more expensive than normal arrows. It's worth it. These can pierce the shell of a tier 2 iron-armored turtle. All right, I'll take one. That will be 10.15 gold coins for the items. With the discount, it's 8.12 gold coins. Previously, I had embezzled public funds and saved over 50 gold coins, so I handed over 9 and received 88 silver coins in change. With everything stored in my inventory, I followed Grain's directions to buy some black stockings, picking up a few white ones along the way, and bought some treats and snacks for Mia. Then together, we left the city for White Dove Town. Under the bright sunshine, the forest was vibrant and alive with birdsong echoing through the trees. Mia hugged her snacks as we walked, eating along the way, crumbs of white powder decorating her lips. Lord Raylo, are you tired? I can carry you, she offered, blinking her large eyes when she noticed the sweat on my brow. No need. How could a man let a girl carry him? All right, she said quietly, sneaking glances at my face. She kept within arm's reach, her long black tail playfully brushing against my arm now and then. Some cats are aloof, while others are clingy. Mia was clearly the latter. Just then, her cat ears twitched, catching a peculiar sound. Lord Raylo, do you hear that? I perked up, listening closely, but heard only the wind and birdsong. No, what's wrong? With her superior feline hearing, she gestured eastward. Over there, I hear screaming. Wildlands often harbored monsters. It was likely someone was under attack. We'd help if we could, otherwise, we'd leave. I motioned for her to lead the way east. After walking 500 meters, the screams became audible. At 1,000 meters, they grew more vivid, along with the scent of blood. Emerging from the forest, we hid in the bushes and peeked ahead. What we saw was startling. Hundreds of green-skinned goblins besieging a human caravan. With swollen bellies and a height comparable to 7 or 8-year-old children, they wielded crude bone weapons. Individually weak, goblins thrived in numbers and pack tactics. The caravan was in shambles. Of its dozen guards, those still alive huddled by the wagons in a desperate defense. Though they felled several dozen goblins, their strength dwindled. One by one, their lives took a bloody end amidst the chaos. By the time the last guard fell, about 30 to 40 goblins remained alive. Mia and I lay low, unwilling to provoke such a large group of goblins. These creatures weren't intelligent. They looted food and corpses but left valuables on the wagons untouched. Gold and silver were meaningless to them. After waiting a while, I whispered, Mia, are they gone? Her cat ears twitched. Yes, they've moved on. Let's check the wagons for anything valuable. MMHM, she nodded eagerly. The caravan consisted of 6 wagons, its travelers all slain. The ground was soaked in blood, and both human and horse corpses had been dragged away, leaving only carnage behind. I jumped onto the first wagon, rummaging through a box filled with old clothes only to find nothing of value. The second wagon was loaded with crates of porcelain bowls and iron pots, just mundane goods. The third was full of handicrafts, which failed to pique my interest. After searching 3 wagons in a row without discovering anything valuable, I was beginning to suspect this caravan belonged to a group of paupers. Lord Rello, come quickly. Look at this. Mia called from the side. I walked over to her. She stood in front of a small wooden box adorned with red patterns. The lid was open, revealing a chest full of gleaming gold coins. Whoa, so much gold. We've hit the jackpot, I exclaimed, my eyes widening in surprise. I estimated there were between 1 to 2,000 coins. The two-story wooden house I currently lived in belonged to the church. It was old, with no garden. With that stash of gold coins, not only could I afford to buy a small estate, but I could even purchase more exotic young slave girls as companions. Omega. Mia, I'll make Sichuan boiled fish for you when we get back, I said as I stowed the entire chest of gold securely in our storage hold. Thank you, Lord Rello. Mia's cattail swished happily at the mention of my promise. She still remembered the last time I made that dish. After combing through all 6 wagons, apart from that treasure chest of gold coins, there was nothing else noteworthy. Without delay, we continued heading toward White Dove Town. By the time we arrived, night had already fallen. After a whole day's journey, I collapsed onto a chair, my legs nearly giving out as if I had just run a grueling kilometer during a university physical fitness test. Mia lit a candle and walked behind me. Her slender fingers rested gently on my shoulders and began to massage them. She leaned in close, her soft lips brushing against my ear. Lord Rello, does this feel better? I suddenly grabbed her slender wrist. Her skin was warm to the touch, and pulled her into my arms, circling my hands around her waist. This feels even better. Sensing my kindness, Mia quietly leaned into my embrace, feeling completely at peace. Mia's favorability towards host plus 10 progress, 80 out of 100. Just 10 more points before the system task reached completion, with 20 points remaining to fully secure it. The next morning, after breakfast, Mia and I headed to White Dove Town's church. As an apprentice priest, there wasn't usually much to do, but I still had to make rounds occasionally. In the multicolored front hall, Father Graham was teaching the young boys of the choir to sing hymns praising the goddess of life. Their tender voices echoed through the space. Good morning, Father Graham. I greeted him with a smile. This old man still cherished his time with young boys as much as ever. Good morning, Graham responded, his hair graying, his priestly garments voluminous, and his demeanor kindly under his round white priest's hat. Earlier, Bishop Roderick used teleportation magic to send a letter. It says you are a courageous apprentice priest, and that he plans to make an exception by inviting you to participate in the goddess trial in 2 weeks. Passing it will allow you to officially advance to a full priest. Typically, the apprenticeship for a priest lasted 3 years. I'd been in this role for less than half a year. In professional environments, there were occasionally interns who'd sell both body and soul to curry favor with their superiors for early advancement. But the peculiar way Graham looked at me suggested he was thinking, did you and the bishop strike some kind of unusual deal? Stop looking at me like that. Bishop Roderick appreciates my courage. That's all there is to it. People with dirty minds see everything through a filthy lens. I couldn't be bothered to explain further to this old man who enjoyed the company of young boys. By the way, what even is the goddess trial? Back in Sarn City, I was so preoccupied with paperwork that I didn't bother asking about the process. The goddess of life governs all living things. The trial tests the strength of your life force. The stronger it is, the more favor you gain from the goddess. Life force. I frowned. For the average person, it was likely around 100 points. Once I maxed out Mia's favorability and obtained that 10,000 point bonus, I wasn't sure if that would be enough to earn the goddess's favor. Where is this trial held in 2 weeks? In the Grand Cathedral of Sarn City. Got it. I mentally calculated the time. Oh, by the way, do you know where I can buy an estate? That small chest of gold coins from yesterday contained over 1,800 coins. Now that I had the money, I planned to improve my lifestyle by purchasing an estate. Something spacious, with a garden and a farm, far more comfortable than the row houses in town. An estate? You. Graham gave me a suspicious look, as though I didn't seem wealthy enough for such an endeavor. I held my hand over my heart. Thanks to my sincere faith, the goddess blessed me with good fortune, and I earned a bit of money. It's all a gift from the goddess. Praise be to her. Gratitude is a virtue fitting for an excellent priest. Graham nodded approvingly. Go to the Sunlit Tavern in the east of town. The owner, Myron, has a broad network and may have some information. Thank you, Father. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the tavern. A place frequented by mercenaries and adventurers. The air in the tavern reeked of alcohol and sweat. I waved my hand in front of my nose, trying to ward off the stench. Where's your boss? I'd like to speak with him. A waiter led us upstairs to Myron's office and knocked on the door before letting us in. Pastor Rello, what brings you here? Myron greeted me with a smile as he stood up. As one of the town's 2 clergymen, I was a familiar face. Myron often came to the church to pray. I'm looking to buy an estate. Do you happen to have any leads? Of course I do. Absolutely. Hearing my intentions, Myron immediately perked up. How's the location? It's by the lake. You can enjoy the view. It's a fantastic spot, but he hesitated for a moment. There is one minor issue. What issue? That estate isn't exactly peaceful. Strange noises come from it at night. As a devout believer, Myron set aside his usual shrewdness as a businessman to confess the truth. Forget it. I'm not interested in haunted houses. Aren't you a pastor? How can you be afraid of demons? I'm only an apprentice pastor. I haven't been ordained yet. Demons are terrifying. Rule number one of negotiating: never show too much interest. I shook my head, feigning fear. Seeing that I was genuinely uninterested, Myron began to panic. Large estates weren't affordable for just anyone. This one had been vacant for 5 years. Finally, he had a potential buyer, and he couldn't risk losing me. The original price was 1,400 gold coins, but I'll give you a 10% discount. Sorry, I'm still not interested. 30% off. Even at that price, dealing with demons is risky. It's just not worth it. Gritting his teeth, Myron made a reluctant offer. 50% off. That's my lowest offer. Well, now that you put it that way, I might be interested. I immediately did a 180. At half price, demons weren't terrifying monsters anymore. They were cute, harmless little creatures. What happened to money's nothing compared to life. Myron silently cursed me while feeling utterly speechless about my rapid change in demeanor. Task: eliminate the shadow demon in the estate. Reward: 1 skill point. It seemed system tasks activated randomly based on the scenario, without any discernible pattern. Since it mentioned a shadow demon in the estate, the so-called unrest was likely its doing. Shadow demons were small fiends, weaker than an average human. However, they excelled at hiding and often lurked in long-abandoned houses to ambush people. Taking it down wouldn't just get me the estate at half price, it would also earn me a skill point. A win-win deal. Let's go check it out this afternoon. If I'm satisfied, I'll buy it. All right, I'll send a private carriage to the church to pick you up. Back at the church, I prepared the holy water. In the afternoon, Myron's carriage arrived to pick me up, and Mia and I accompanied him out of town. The two of us sat side by side, opposite Myron. His old, scrutinizing eyes were fixed on Mia, the perfect combination of stunning beauty, a slender waist, and long legs. She truly was flawless. I glared at him menacingly. You old thief, what are you staring at my Mia for? And nothing. Myron quickly averted his gaze and sat up straight, fearful of being taken for an old pervert. Seeing how protective I was of her, Mia was delighted. Her feline tail reached over, wrapping snugly around my arm in a soft, warm embrace. Mia's favorability towards the host plus 10 progress, 90 out of 100. That tail of hers began to wander mischievously. Narrowing my eyes, I looked at her. Mia, you're acting strange. She shyly lowered her head, but didn't retract her tail. Noticing our closeness, Myron's expression suddenly shifted, his old face growing stern. Pastor Rello, as a believer, I must give you a piece of advice. What kind of advice? The young do not realize how precious restraint is. The old are left to sigh regretfully at their emptiness. Beast folk are particularly strong in that area. Young man, be mindful of moderation. Myron spoke with the wisdom of experience. As someone who had once purchased beast folk slaves and overindulged, leaving him impotent in his later days. This was a well-meaning piece of advice. I felt speechless. I thought he was going to impart some profound wisdom, but it turned out to be such a crude remark. Unperturbed, I replied. Life only gives you so many chances. If not now, when will we rise? We strive while we are young. Seeing my resolve, Myron didn't press the matter further. Mia's curiosity was evident. Her large eyes sparkled with a childlike inquisitiveness. Lord Rello, what were you talking about? Nothing important, little kitten. Don't ask random questions. The conversation was far too risque. I had no intention of explaining. Come on, tell me. Mia clung to my arm, coquettishly pleading, wildly endearing. I'll let you experience it firsthand in a few days. Having lived 2 lives, my worldview was far more open than the average person's. Myron's advice didn't faze me in the least. All right, Mia was content and rested her head on my shoulder. The carriage traveled westward, arriving at a large lake. The water was a brilliant azure hue. How large was this lake? To put it simply, it was like Xiahou Dun gazing at Louis XVI. One could not see its end in a single glance. Beside the lake lay a small estate surrounded by a blooming flower garden. Red roses blossomed extravagantly, a fountain gurgled in the garden's center, and water droplets sparkled like diamonds under the sunlight. Tall cypresses lined both sides of the stone-paved path. The estate itself was in the Baroque architectural style, with pale yellow walls softly reflecting light, massive columns, and intricate carvings. Beyond the arched doorway was a spacious hall with marble floors polished to mirror-like perfection, reflecting the gleam of the crystal chandelier above. Old oil paintings adorned the walls, overlooking the lake and adorned with opulent interiors. Had it not been that Myron urgently needed liquidity, he would never have put this estate on sale for half price. Shadow demons thrived in darkness. They wouldn't appear during the day. Pastorello, what do you think? Not bad. I'll take it. The original price was 1,400 gold coins. I'll give it to you for half, 700 gold coins. Deal. I'd done my research beforehand. Estates like this were valued anywhere between 1 to 2,000 gold coins. 700 was indeed a bargain. After signing the contract, the transaction was made without any haggling. Myron handed over the title deeds and keys, officially transferring ownership of the estate to me. After his carriage departed, I sat in the grand, luxurious hall, highly satisfied. Lord Rello, when are we moving here? Once we've dealt with the filth hiding in this place. My gaze turned cold as I scanned the dim corner of the hall. Shadow demons loved lingering there. We waited from afternoon until midnight. At midnight, the hall was so silent you could hear Mia's heartbeat. Wan white moonlight filtered through the ornately carved windows, casting sinister shapes across the floor. The carvings on the staircase railing now eerily resembled grotesque faces. Lord Rello, I will protect you, Mia said bravely, clutching my arm with one hand and gripping a short sword with the other. Her words were bold, but I could feel her trembling. She was clearly frightened. Suddenly, eerie laughter echoed through the surroundings. Cuckoo. They're here. My gaze snapped to the paintings on the walls around the hall. The figures in the artwork began to distort and writhe. Then, one after another, black-winged shadow demons emerged from the paintings, around the size of 7 or 8-year-old children. With pitch-black skin, wide grins full of fangs, and tails ending in barbed hooks, they were a terrifying sight. Cuckoo, delicious humans. They cackled as they lunged toward us. Mia slashed at the one leading the charge, her sword speeding toward it. Just before the blade made contact, the shadow demon vanished into darkness, rendering her attack harmless. In the next instant, it materialized and clawed at her, tearing her sleeve and leaving 3 bloody scratches. Furious, Mia leapt 3 meters into the air, slashing repeatedly, but every strike missed as the demon slipped back into the shadows to dodge with ease. I retrieved the holy water, pouring some into my hand and flinging it toward the surroundings. Hiss! The shadow demons caught off guard shrieked in agony as their skin sizzled and dissolved. Damn priest, tonight will be your death. Though the holy water was effective, it wasn't enough to kill them. The demons immediately retreated into the shadows to avoid further harm. Meanwhile, Mia was fending off several at once. Her strength and reflexes were far superior, but their ability to phase in and out of shadows made it impossible to land a hit. This was why priests preferred battling ordinary demons over shadow demons. They were just too troublesome. Mia, get over here to me. Okay, she dashed to my side. Barrier. Although a barrier spell could only shield me, in reality, with her standing next to me under its protection, it worked just as effectively. A shadow demon maneuvered to attack me from behind, its claws slamming into the barrier. Though the barrier cracked slightly, it didn't shatter. However, the second-tier barrier spell boasted a 100% retaliation effect. As the crack appeared, the shadow demon bore the repercussions. A deep wound mysteriously tore across its body, black blood gushing out. Huh, you shadow demons are nothing. Not even capable of breaking my shield. I mocked with a smirk. Angered by both the holy water and my taunts, the remaining shadow demons attacked the barrier with renewed ferocity, their claws slashing rapidly. Each strike met with an equal retaliation, resisting their attempts to hide in shadows. It was like fighting a tank equipped with Counter-Strike armor, hurting themselves more than damaging me. The relentless assault pushed my barrier to the brink, cracks spider-webbing through its structure. Simultaneously, the shadow demons were battered by their own attacks, black blood spilling everywhere. They couldn't understand it. How could they still take damage while hidden in the shadows? Under severe injuries, the Shadow Fiend lost its shadow stealth ability. Without hesitation, I drew my longsword and took them down one by one. Each strike ending a foe, piercing throats, annihilating over a dozen creatures in total. Mission accomplished. Reward, 1 skill point. Select a skill to upgrade. Upgrade healing. Healing upgraded to level 2. Healing, LV2 heals targets within a 5-meter radius. Healing amount equals 100% of their maximum health. It had evolved from single-target healing to an area effect. Mia had been ambushed earlier. 10 or so bloody claw marks marred her back. I placed my hand on her shoulder and activated the healing. The claw marks swiftly healed, leaving no trace, not even a scar. Does it hurt anymore? Mia widened her eyes, touched her back, and found the wounds gone. A look of amazement spread across her face. Clerics specialize in healing. I've completely healed you. Meow, 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 thank you, Master Raylo. Her cattail swished back and forth as she realized I wasn't ordinary. Not only was I proficient in healing, but I also managed to kill troublesome creatures like shadow fiends. Your clothing is torn. Tomorrow, we'll go to town and get you a few new outfits. Her outfit now resembled an open-back dress, with a large swath of snowy white skin exposed along her back. Mia waved her hands in an attempt to save me money, saying, I know how to sew. I can patch it myself. No need to waste money. A few maid outfits won't cost much. Toss that ragged thing. It's unsalvageable. After buying the estate, I still had over 1,400 gold coins. A couple of maid outfits wouldn't even cost a single gold coin. For now, I gave her a coarse linen robe to wear temporarily. Few slave masters were willing to purchase new clothing for their slaves. Hugging the coarse robe against her chest, Mia smiled slightly, her gaze at me carrying a newfound brightness. With the manor restored to peace, the two of us each chose a room to rest in for the night, planning to move supplies from town the next day. Early the next morning, I stuffed a shadow fiend's corpse into a burlap sack and carried it to the church. Grain was having breakfast in the back hall when he saw me walk and carrying the sack. He gave me a puzzled look. What's in the bag? I tossed the bag down with an expectant expression. I bought an estate yesterday. Turns out it was infested with several dozen shadow fiends, but I killed them all. Does the church offer rewards for slaying shadow fiends? A few days ago, I had received an early promotion for killing a demon, which gave me the impression that slaying demons and monsters would yield rewards. The more kills, the better the rewards. Grain glanced at the bloodstained sack. Exorcism is the duty of clerics. There's no reward. Oh, I see. His words extinguished my hopes like a bucket of cold water. Seeing my disappointed look, Grain's eyebrow twitched. After all, clerics were usually devout believers, who among them hunted demons for profit. Raylo, your faith in the church is less than pure. No, my faith is unwavering and rock solid. I replied, placing a hand over my chest and meeting his gaze with resolute determination. Not wanting to argue further, Grain's eyes fell on the shadow fiend corpse. This specimen isn't bad. Could you give it to me? What do you need it for? Shadow fiend corpses will pollute the soil if buried improperly. I'll handle proper disposal. All right. The corpse was of no use to me anyway, and considering he had signed off on numerous expense reports for me in the past, it only felt fair to return the favor. Weighing the corpse in his hands, Grain asked, Didn't you say there were a dozen of these? Where are the rest? They're still at the estate. Bring them over as well. I'll handle proper disposal. After I finish moving my things, I'll haul them to you. Heading out, I found Mia waiting for me at the entrance of the church. How'd it go? Did you get any rewards? Got nothing. I had only been trying my luck. I took her along to rent a carriage. In the open field south of the town, about a dozen cargo carriages were parked. The drivers lounged in the sun, waiting for work. Hey, how much to rent your carriage for half a day? Depends on the destination. Not taking jobs towards Sarn City, even for money, one driver replied lazily. Why not? Over the past few days, there have been over a dozen reported attacks on merchant caravans near Sarn City by goblins. Rumor has it there might be a goblin lair in the area, too dangerous. Preferring to keep their lives intact, most of the drivers refused to accept jobs heading towards Sarn City, even if they were lucrative. I recalled encountering goblins attempting a robbery on the road a few days ago. Turns out, it wasn't just a one-off incident. Small groups of goblins were manageable, but a lair was much more problematic. A small goblin lair would have at least 1,000 goblins, while a medium-sized one could house over 5,000, potentially including powerful goblin warriors. No doubt the Lord of Sarn City would soon have a massive headache over this. I'm not heading to Sarn City, just to the manor by the lakeside outside town. I only need the carriage for half a day. 3 silver coins. I paid the fee, and the driver drove the carriage to help me move. First, I moved my personal belongings to the lakeside estate. Then I carted the dozen or so shadow fiend corpses to the church and piled them in front of Grain's chamber door. The normally kind-looking Grain gazed at the sacks with excitement. You've gone to great trouble, Raylo. No trouble at all. He opened the chamber door to drag the sacks inside. I'd been here a few times before, but he'd always opened the door just wide enough for a single person to pass. I had never seen inside fully. But today, with the door flung wide open to move the sacks, I saw it all for the first time. A massive bed stood inside, its four corners supported by thick, black pillars. Twisting around the pillars were carvings of snake-like, yet unidentifiable creatures, serpentine bodies coiled tightly, with wings folded against their backs, their countless black scales glimmering faintly in the dim light. On the ceiling loomed a massive vertical slit eye, gazing down as if a serpent-like monster were observing the entire room. Grain the priest was hiding something. That thought surfaced suddenly in my mind. I'd always thought he was different from other priests. He never hesitated to approve questionable reimbursement requests. But now, this bizarre room decor seemed to confirm all my suspicions. Which one of you bastards dared to claim my faith wasn't pure? Anything else you need? Grain asked, noticing me lingering. Nope, I said, leaving with Mia. If Grain was part of some cult and intended to sacrifice these shadow fiend corpses, could that even qualify as an evil cult? Since when did proper cult sacrifices use monster corpses? Aren't human blood rituals targeting a full city or town supposed to be the standard? Of course, there was one other possibility. Grain might have a certain fondness for young boys. Those shadow fiend corpses were about the size of boys. Could he be planning something unspeakable with those corpses? Mia and I left the church. Mia, let's go to the tailor shop and buy you a few maid outfits. Okay. She wrapped her arm around mine affectionately. Her affection for me had reached 90 points. The tailor shop offered both custom-made and ready-to-wear garments. The owner, a plump, pear-shaped woman with a smiling face, asked, "What can I help you two with today?" "I need to buy some outfits for my catgirl maid," I said, pausing to emphasize, "and I want the best quality." The plump woman glanced at Mia's noodle-like slim figure and led us to the back room, where numerous dresses and maid outfits hung neatly on racks. "These are the best we have. Try on a few to check the fit." I sat to the side, watching Mia try it on. Not long after, she stepped out wearing a light cyan maid outfit, spinning around twice, her skirt fluttering as she turned. "Lord Raylo, how does it look? How much is it?" 6 silver coins. "Not bad. I'll take it." 6 silver coins were barely a drop in the bucket for me. Mia had a natural beauty that made her look stunning no matter what she wore. In one go, I bought her 10 maid outfits and 10 long dresses, all of top quality, for just 5 gold coins. "Lord Raylo, you've spent so much on me." Mia lowered her head, shy as we left the shop. I patted her cat ears gently. "It's fine. Just make sure to repay me well in the future." "Repay how? Did he mean that kind of thing?" Mia sneaked a glance at me, involuntarily picturing teasingly improper scenes in her head. What am I thinking? Flustered, she shook her head, her face turning bright red. A few minutes' walk west out of town brought us to a great lake, where a gentle breeze brushed past, and the water shimmered under the light. The two of us sat on the grassy lakeshore, gazing at the picturesque view. "Mia, where's your hometown?" "In the catfolk village of the Evernight Forest." The 3 great human kingdoms, Vite, Sylvania, and Akita, were arranged in a triangular formation, with the Evernight Forest nestled at their center. The forest was so dense at its core that sunlight couldn't penetrate through, making it as dark as night, hence the name. I thought to myself, there must be plenty of beast-eared girls there. I'll have to visit someday. Warm sunlight poured down gently. Mia leaned against me, her black cat tail brushing against my back again and again. "Such a cute little kitten," I murmured, pulling her into my arms. A faint fragrance wafted off her, filling my nose. She didn't resist, curling up obediently as she looked up at me with her big, glimmering eyes. As a veteran cat lover, I knew exactly how to pamper her. Supporting her waist, I gently caught the base of her tail, stroking it from base to tip. Mia let out a soft, trembling hum, her gaze becoming hazy. Mia's affection toward the host plus 10. Progress 100 out of 100. Mission accomplished. Max HP plus 10,000. Host Raylo. Max HP 10,100. Skills. Healing LV.2. Shield LV.2. Mighty Strike LV.1. From 100 HP to 10,100, every fiber of my being buzzed with energy. While my strength remained unchanged, my stamina and resilience had improved massively, making me far more enduring. To put it in perspective, if running 1,000 meters during my university days left me gasping like a dog, now I'd finish it without even breaking a sweat. So that's how it feels to have increased HP. A grin tugged at my lips as a bold idea began forming in my mind. After stroking my feline companion for a while longer, the two of us returned to the manor. It was vast, and it took us a good half day to tidy up the bedroom and living room, leaving the rest of the empty rooms for later. That evening, I prepared Mia's favorite dish, spicy boiled fish. The aroma filled the house as she cautiously forked a piece of tender, succulent fish, savoring it blissfully, devouring the entire dish in no time. While she was deeply engrossed in her meal, I quietly crept up behind her. Wrapping my arms around her waist from behind, I leaned down next to her cat ears and whispered softly, "Little kitten, how about visiting my room tonight?" "Huh? Your room?" Mia froze as I hugged her, her expression flustered, heartbeat pounding wildly. "Will you come?" My voice was gentle and soft, like a feather drifting into her heart. She seemed to guess my intent. As a slave, however, she hesitated. Her status weighed heavily on her mind. Lord Raylo is a cleric of the church, and I'm just a non-human slave. How could someone like me be worthy of someone as great as you? There was a hint of self-doubt in her tone, a result of beast folk being so frequently looked down upon by humans. I held onto her wrist and continued whispering, "No, I've never seen you as a slave. You're my friend, my family. This." Mia lightly bit her red lips, staying silent with her head lowered. Thinking about the last few days, how I'd cooked her meals, bought her new clothes, and given her a large home to live in, she couldn't deny that I didn't treat her like a slave at all. The slavers in the kingdom of Vite were known for their cruelty, but no one treated a slave like this. Her face blushed as red as an apple. Twisting her fingers nervously, she mumbled, "But I don't have any experience. I'm afraid I might not serve you well, Lord Raylo." Though her words brought up her lack of experience, they masked her implicit agreement. Knowing what she meant, I lifted her into a princess carry. "Experience doesn't matter. Your master won't blame you." "All right." Hiding her shy, beet red face in my chest, her delicate frame trembled slightly, with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The details of that night are omitted. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed onto the bed through the balcony. Mia lay beside me as she woke, her soft arms wrapped around my waist, her head resting warmly against my chest. "Good morning, Lord Raylo." "My adorable kitten," I said, tracing my hands along her smooth back, all the way to her tail. "From now on, you're my cat." "I'll serve you well, Lord Raylo," she replied obediently, pressing her face into my chest sweetly. After getting out of bed, I stretched lazily on the balcony. The golden morning sun bathed the lakefront scenery in rich light, its beauty unspoiled. Mia, in a semi-transparent lace nightgown, padded over with silent cat-like steps, wrapping her arms around my waist. Some cats are aloof, caring little for wealth or poverty and never lowering themselves. Others are clingy, lovingly hanging around their owners for company. Mia was clearly the latter, always enjoying being close to me. 5 days later, in the afternoon at the White Dove Town marketplace, I picked up some carrots and beef, planning to make stew for Mia. "Priest Raylo, long time no see," came a middle-aged man's voice to my right. Turning, I saw the slave trader who'd sold me Mia last time. His name escaped me, but those rodent-like buck teeth sure left an impression. "Ah, groundhog, it's been a while." The trader likely thought groundhog was some unique regional idiom, as he didn't take offense. "How's that catfolk girl working out for you?" "Not bad," I replied with a smile. "Oh, by the way, a friend of mine is interested in purchasing a non-human slave. Got any high-quality stock left? Come now, we're both men here." "No need to mince words," the trader said shrewdly, seeing right through my real intentions. "Heh, since buying the manor, I had plenty of gold left over. In the past few days, Mia's gentleness had spoiled me, making life so comfortable that I began to crave even more. If one non-human beauty brought so much joy, then two would surely double the pleasure. Naturally, I wanted to buy another." "You aren't worried about being drained dry? Beast folk are much tougher, you know," the trader said doubtfully. "Life's full of risks. We're all going to die someday. Why fear it? Right now, my vitality was endless, my endurance unmatched." "Well said, Priest Raylo. I admire your fearless resolve." The trader suddenly looked at me with respect, as if I were a martyr prepared to brave certain death, for the sake of beast folk companionship, no less. "Here's a tip. The slave market in San City just received a rare high-class specimen. They're currently scouting for buyers." "What high-end goods?" "Secret. Go to the shop at 77 Slave Street in Sun City and ask." The merchant acted all mysterious, piquing my curiosity. My interest was sparked, so I decided to check it out tomorrow and see what was so special. When I returned to the manor, Mia had somehow found a wooden stick over 2 meters long. She sat by the dining table, focused on carving it with a small knife. The black cat's tail stood high, making it hard to resist the urge to grab it. "Mia, what are you doing?" I set the groceries down and walked over. "Lord Raylo, you're back." She set the stick aside, smiling as she came over to welcome me. Acting like a newlywed bride, She clung to my arm and nuzzled against my shoulder. I noticed the lake in front of the manor has fish, so I'm making a fishing rod to go catch some. If you want to eat fish, I can just buy some for you. No need to fish yourself. I grabbed her tail from the base and ran my hand to its tip. The texture was silky smooth. Fishing is so much fun. I've loved it since I was little. Suit yourself then. I shrugged, not being much of a fishing enthusiast myself. The appeal never made sense to me. Tomorrow we're heading to Sun City. All right, wherever you go, I'll follow. She leaned into me again, this time even more affectionately. The next morning, we set out early. After half a day's travel, we reached the forest outside Sun City. In the past, I would have been exhausted traveling this far, but now that my stamina had improved, I felt as energetic as ever. Lord Raylo, I smell meat. Mia lifted her head and sniffed. I caught the scent too. It was roasted meat, mixed with a slight charred smell. Someone having a barbecue in this desolate wilderness? Not far ahead, the ground was littered with goblin corpses. Their green skin had been roasted black, still smoking. They'd been cooked not long ago. Recently, goblin raiders had been causing trouble for merchant caravans near Sun City. The city lord had issued bounties for anyone who could locate their nest. Presumably, some adventurer had used fire-based magic to roast these ones. Boom. An explosion sounded not far ahead. Mia, let's check it out. Got it. In the forest clearing, more bodies lay scattered, several dead humans, and over 10 dead goblins. 2 female mages stood back to back, gripping their wands as they were surrounded by 30 or 40 goblins. Their exhaustion was evident. Their heavy breathing and pale faces told a clear story of overusing their magic. The goblins seized this advantage and surged forward. Desperately, the mages began chanting incantations, hurling fireballs the size of fists into the goblins. The spells managed to injure them, but weren't nearly strong enough to kill. Quest: rescue the adventurers surrounded by goblins. Reward: purification. Another support skill, huh? I grabbed my bow and arrows, handing them to Mia. You provide ranged support from here. I'll go save those 2 adventurers. Be careful, Lord Raylo. She seemed to have genuinely accepted me as her master by now. I moved forward swiftly while Mia climbed a tree, taking a vantage point for her arrows to rain down on the goblins. Here, eat this rock attack. I picked up a stone and hurled it, watching it arc through the air and land squarely in a goblin's crotch. A critical hit. The result was nothing short of spectacular. Yawa? Uh-huh. The goblin screeched, clutching at its legs while jumping up and down furiously. I couldn't understand its words, but I'm certain the goblin had just launched into a string of very colorful profanity. A horde of goblins immediately turned toward me, roaring and brandishing their weapons as they charged. The 2 surrounded mages let out a sigh of relief, though they now looked confused. Who was this priest from the church that suddenly appeared out here? Barrier. A faint red shield enveloped me. My health was now at 10,100, and so was the shield's strength, 100 times stronger than before. One goblin swung its club down on the barrier, only for it to backfire spectacularly. Its strike bounced off without leaving even a scratch, and it suffered 100% damage reflection. The goblin doubled over in pain as though struck by an invisible hammer, letting out pitiful cries. Another goblin went at it with a bone knife, slashing down with all its might. This time, the shield showed a hairline crack, but the reflected damage sent the goblin flying. Blood sprayed from a deep slash across its chest. The rest of the goblins simultaneously attacked, but their weapons either rebounded or ricocheted, often wounding or killing themselves in the process. Some were gravely injured, others lightly wounded, but the low-intelligence goblins couldn't comprehend what was happening. The lightly injured ones stubbornly got back up and charged again. I stood there without moving, my expression blank as I watched them crash into the damage-reflective barrier like headless flies. Over and over, they battered themselves to the brink of death. By the end, none of the goblins were left standing. The 2 mages stared at me dumbfounded, utterly stunned. This guy didn't even lift a finger. How were the goblins sent flying as if struck by ghosts? The battle concluded, and my clothes were pristine. I checked the status of my barrier. Even under heavy assault, it only bore minor cracks. A shield strength of 10,100 was ridiculously durable. I unsheathed my iron sword, dismissing the barrier, and walked up to a dying goblin. With one swift motion, I slashed its throat. Moving on to the next one, I stopped in front of a female goblin. She was small, with long green hair and an ugly face. Her chest sported 2 tiny buns that, while bigger than nothing, were still much smaller than Mia's. Just as I was about to kill her, the 2 mages came running over. Priest, please don't kill it. Why? I paused mid-swing, narrowing my eyes. One of them pulled out a rope and quickly bound the female goblin, tying her up tightly. You plan to use this goblin to locate their nest? I recalled the city's bounty, 300 gold coins for finding the nest and 80 coins for providing leads. Many adventurers had ventured out chasing after it. One mage shook her head. No, it's not about the city lord's bounty. It's for Lord Joy's commission. He's offering 20 gold coins for a live female goblin to be delivered to his estate. Huh, my mind filled with question marks. What could this wealthy merchant named Joy possibly want with a goblin? And why specifically a female? Priest, thank you for saving us. We'll give you 1/10 of the reward as thanks. The other mage bowed politely in gratitude. I scoffed, clearly unimpressed. I saved your lives, and all I get is 1/10. What do you want then? She frowned. I moved closer, towering over her by a full head's height, and raised my hand, curling it into a grasping motion. I want it all. Her pupils shrank in shock at my audacity. The mage tying up the goblin grew visibly angry. Even though you saved us, setting that aside, we're women, and as a man, shouldn't you show some chivalry? Isn't it proper to share at least a portion with us? Not a chance. Not even a single coin. Without worrying about morals, I had no reason to be bound by them either. My response was firm. Had I not intervened, these two women would have already been reduced to tools for goblin reproduction. They were left speechless, frustrated with my utter lack of gentlemanly conduct. Ignoring them, I moved methodically from goblin to goblin, dispatching the seriously injured ones. Before long, all 40-odd goblins lay dead, every last one except for the tied-up female. Quest complete. Reward, skill, purification. Purification, LV.1 removes all negative effects from a single target. The description was brief. I'd have to test its actual effects firsthand. At this moment, Mia walked over holding her bow and arrow, looking frustrated. Master Leluo, I'm sorry, I couldn't hit a single goblin. Earlier, she had missed every shot while perched in a tree, earning herself the unflattering achievement of human outline master. It's okay, just treat it as practice. I patted her shoulder and said, take that female goblin with you. We're heading to Sand City. Yes. Mia picked up the female goblin, about the size of a child and not very heavy, and followed me into the city. The two female mages sighed deeply, turning away to retrieve the bodies of their fallen comrades. Joey, a famous salt merchant in Sand City, was one of the wealthiest people around, so his address was easy to inquire about. After asking the locals, Mia and I arrived at Joey's mansion. At the gate, a butler standing behind the iron fence asked, "This is Master Joey's residence. What business do you have here? Your master posted a reward for capturing a female goblin. We've brought one." I gestured toward the goblin in Mia's hands. The butler gave it a glance, then opened a side door and bowed slightly. "Please, come in." He led us to a reception room on the 3rd floor. Shortly after, the door opened, and a rotund merchant waddled in. He was short and wide with fat rolls at his waist that undulated like waves. I estimated this man weighed at least 300 pounds, easily a naturally sanctified body of epic proportions. Joey's fluffy golden curls framed his bloated face, and when his eyes caught sight of the unconscious female goblin, his mouth stretched into a grin, revealing sparse, yellowed teeth. "Ha ha, wonderful, just wonderful. Master Joey, what do you need a female goblin for?" I asked curiously. The monotony of life needs a little novelty. I've had my fun with humans, orcs, and dwarves. I'm bored of them. I've always wanted to try a goblin, but none are sold on the slave market. Recently, I heard that goblins are overrunning Sin City, so I figured it was the perfect chance to catch a female and experience something new. Joey's wicked eyes fixated on the goblin, his tongue flicking across his lips. I'd heard of goblins capturing human women to propagate their kind, but this was my first time seeing a human using a female goblin for such purposes. My worldview felt shaken. With a cupped fist salute, I said, "Sir, your level of abstraction surpasses my imagination. I admit defeat." Joey looked pleased with my comment. Glancing at Mia, he added, "Seeing as we are kindred spirits, I'll give you an extra 2 gold coins." Kindred spirits? My asterisk at hashtag. You've mistaken me for a fellow degenerate. I'm a noble enthusiast of beast-eared girls, whereas you're the scum who doesn't even spare goblins. I silently cursed in my heart. Joey raised his hand. "Butler, fetch 22 gold coins for this priest." Shortly after, the butler returned with a pouch of coins and handed it to me. By the time we exited Joey's mansion, the sun had dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows from the buildings. "Master Leluo, where to now?" Mia inquired. "Let's find a place to stay. Tomorrow, we'll head to the slave market," I replied. My main purpose in coming to Sand City was to investigate the rare, high-quality merchandise mentioned by a merchant yesterday. We found an inn and booked the finest, most expensive room. Tonight there would be more training for Mia. After staying the night, we headed to the slave market the next morning. The wide street was lined with slave shops on both sides, their entrances adorned with metal cages draped in dusty canvas, each holding slaves. In the Vit Kingdom, debtors who couldn't repay, felons, and war prisoners could all become slaves, so the market was predominantly filled with humans. The air was thick with the pungent stench of sweat. I muttered to myself, these greedy merchants won't even let their slaves take a bath. May the goddess bless them with utter bankruptcy. After counting the door numbers, we stopped in front of 77. Outside the shop, there were a few scantily clad young women in cages. They were moderately attractive, but I glanced at them briefly, uninterested. Truly rare and valuable goods wouldn't be on display out front. Entering the shop, a fair-looking woman in a white dress greeted me from behind the counter. "Good day, sir. How may I help you? I heard your shop has rare, high-quality merchandise. I'd like to take a look," I said. "Of course, right this way." The woman in white eagerly led us deeper into the shop, stopping at a staircase that descended into the basement. The basement was divided into small, dimly lit rooms. Inside were enslaved members of wolf clans and snake folk, their eyes glowing faintly green in the darkness, creating an eerie atmosphere. The stench here was even worse. Mia and I covered our noses as we followed. We hadn't gone far when I suddenly detected a faint floral fragrance amidst the stench, a sweetness that was refreshing and captivating. "Does your boss actually bathe the slaves and spray them with perfume?" "You'll find out soon enough," the woman teased cryptically. After walking another dozen meters, we stopped at an iron door. "Here we are." She opened the door and ushered us in. Behind the door was a clean room with straw laid on the floor. The floral fragrance was much stronger here. In the corner, a girl wearing rough cloth huddled against the wall. Her skin was pale, and her thick, pink hair draped over her body like a blanket. Her long, delicate ears marked her as non-human. "Is this an elf?" I speculated. Elves on the continent typically had black, white, or red hair. Pink was extremely rare. The woman in white shook her head. "Not an elf." "Then what species is she?" "Flower sprite." I had never heard of that before. The flower sprite is one of the species created by the goddess of life long ago. They dwell in the great northern flower fields to the north, she explained. The great northern flower fields were larger than the 3 major human kingdoms combined. Forever in springtime, yet rife with dangerous plants. The land was forbidden territory for mankind. The goddess of life commanded the power of life itself, so it made sense she could create her own race. "How much?" I asked, intrigued by the exotic beauty and considering a purchase. A standard flower sprite could sell for 5,000 gold coins, but this one is priced at 1,000. "Why is she so cheap?" "Because she's dying," the woman in white confessed with a sigh. Several wealthy merchants had come to see her before me, but left disinterested the moment they learned of her condition. "She looks perfectly healthy. Why is she dying?" "Look at her right arm," the woman pointed out. I noticed for the first time a large, blackened lesion on her right elbow, part of which was exposed, suggesting it had spread to most of her arm. "She has rot disease, which is fatal for flower sprites," the woman explained. "Plants suffer disease and decay. Flower sprites are no different." I hesitated. I only had a little over 1,400 gold coins. Spending 1,000 on a dying girl would be a massive loss. "System, can my purification skill cure rot disease?" "The purification skill can cure rot disease." Ah, the system never disappoints. Purification is supreme. I was thrilled, but purposely feigned reluctance. "She's nearly dead. Could you go lower?" "If the price is right, I'll take her. We can offer another 20% discount." "Deal. I'll take her." I spent 800 gold coins to purchase her. Walking over, I gently pushed aside the pink hair covering her forehead, revealing a face of exquisite purity. 3 faint red petal marks adorned her brow, exuding a unique charm, but her pallor and frail appearance betrayed a sickly condition. "What's your name?" I asked. She lifted her head slightly, her pink irises vacant, her voice weak. "Flora. Flora, come with me. I'm taking you away from here." She stood shakily, noticeably shorter than Mia, around 165 centimeters. Her limbs were slender, and her pink hair trailed all the way to the ground. To make walking easier, she coiled her hair around her waist like a makeshift rope. The 4 of us went to the 3rd floor to finalize the slave contract. "Pleasure doing business, priest," said the woman in the white robe, smiling as she extended her hand. Clearly, thanks to my purchase, I spared her shop a considerable loss. I shook her hand briefly, then led Flora out of the store. "Mission, Achieve 100 affection points with Flora. Reward, 10,000 maximum HP. I froze for a moment. Another affection task, and a reward of 10,000 HP? Does signing a slave contract always trigger affection missions? Plants thrive under the sun, and golden sunlight spilled over Flora, bringing a slight hint of color to her pale face. Yet she didn't look happy. Her gaze flickered to the dark spot on her right arm, her eyes brimming with worry. It was evident she had been afflicted with an incurable disease and knew her days were numbered. "My lord, I'm dying. Why did you still choose to buy me?" I almost replied that I could heal her with Purify, but recalling the system's affection-related mission, I swallowed my words. Looking up at a 45-degree angle, I feigned a thoughtful demeanor. "Perhaps it's fate. The moment I saw you, I felt a sense of kinship. The dark, sunless dungeons are no place for a flower fairy. Before you die, I want you to experience the warmth of sunlight and a moment of freedom. Spending 800 gold coins is worth it for that." Flora stared at me, bewildered. This man, who barely knew her, had spent a fortune to buy her, someone on the brink of death, just to let her bask in sunlight one last time. He was different from the lecherous merchants who lusted after her. Flora's affection for the host increased by 20 points. Progress, 20 out of 100. A glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. "My lord, what is your name?" "Rayler Simmons. And there's no need for formalities. Treat me like a friend." "Thank you, Lord Rayler," she said softly, managing a faint smile despite her melancholy expression. To experience sunlight and meet such a kind person at the very end, it was enough to satisfy her. "Flora, is there anything you'd like to eat?" I asked, hopeful to learn her preferences and further increase her affection. She shook her head. "We flower fairies survive on water and sunlight. So easy to take care of." I cracked a grin. "When there's no sunlight or water, we still need food," she added. Flower fairies, creations of the goddess of life, were advanced intelligent beings capable of gaining energy through both conventional sustenance and photosynthesis. "This is Mia, a cat person. From now on, both of you are mine." "Big sister Mia," Flora greeted. Noticing that Mia was taller, she naturally called her sister. Mia's cat ears twitched, puzzled why I had bought someone on the verge of death, a clear financial loss. But since it was my decision, she kept her thoughts to herself. Observing how fragile Flora seemed, Mia asked, "Need me to carry you?" "No need. I can walk on my own." The sunlight had restored a small measure of Flora's strength, and she politely declined. "Let's head back to White Dove Town." Another beautiful, exotic slave acquired. I was satisfied. Once I max out the affection points, it'll be double the joy with Mia and Flora. As we walked, I asked, "Flora, do you have any family?" "No. Our flower fairy race is born from plants. We have no parents." This was a first. I'd never heard of creatures being born from plants. "Then the plant that gave birth to you must count as your parent, right?" You could say that," Flora answered hesitantly. The idea of parents was foreign to her, and the plants that birthed them were merely tools by her understanding. "Next time we visit the northern flower field, let's bring your parents some fertilizer," I said teasingly. Flora didn't know how to respond. Besides the uncertainty of whether she'd even live that long, how was a human supposed to enter the forbidden territory of the northern flower field? The three of us left the city and headed back towards the village. Along the way, we passed several adventurer parties hunting for goblin dens. Near noon, we stopped to rest by a creek. Flora sat on a rock, dipping her feet into the cool water. Unbinding the long hair at her waist, she turned to me and asked, "Lord Rayler, do you have scissors?" "No scissors, only a small knife," I replied. "That'll do." Handing her the knife, she snipped off the excess length of her hair and cast it into the flowing creek, leaving it cut to her waist. Then she leaned over to wash her face. Her complexion was flawless, her pink eyes shimmering with vitality, and the 3 petals on her brow resembled a celestial mark, as though a flower fairy had descended from the heavens. She was, undeniably, even more beautiful than Mia. Lifting her right sleeve, she revealed that the dark blotches had spread over nearly her entire arm. Her skin was riddled with pustules oozing black liquid. "Is there any way to cure this? Like, perhaps cutting the arm off before it spreads further?" "It's no use," Flora said, shaking her head in despair. "Even severing the arm wouldn't eradicate it. This is the curse of the god of corruption upon the flower fairy race." Disheartened, she sighed. Although she longed to see more of the world, no flower fairy afflicted with this disease had ever survived. The cool creek water flowed over her delicate feet, bringing a rare sense of comfort and relaxation. I sat next to her on her right. "Flora, I'm a cleric in training with the church. I've learned a unique spell that might help cure your decay sickness." It was Purify, a basic spell. It's useless. That slave merchant tried hiring church clerics before. Holy magic can't dispel the god of corruption's curse, she said, hopelessness tinting her voice. No, my magic is different from regular holy spells. It might just work. Then, let's try, she murmured cautiously, resigned to accept any chance, however slim. Grasping her wrist, her delicate skin was warm to the touch. For the first time, a man held her wrist, and she instinctively tensed, lowering her head in shy disbelief, avoiding my gaze. Here we go, Purify. A faint blue glow radiated from the contact point between my hand and her wrist. The purifying energy flowed into her body, slowly unraveling the curse of the god of corruption. The dark blotches on her arm visibly began to fade. The black spots, they're disappearing? Flora gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. The curse that had plagued her race for millennia, was it truly being healed? How was this man achieving the impossible? At merely the first level, Purify strength was limited. Coupled with the decay sickness's potency, my spell only managed to cleanse a thumb-sized portion. My technique is still rudimentary. I can only purify a small area at a time, I admitted. Lord Rayler, that's already amazing. Her pink eyes sparkled, glimmering with the hope of survival. For the first time in ages, she felt exhilarated. Continue. I grabbed her wrist and unleashed another round, causing another patch of the black spots to vanish. Thank you, Lord Rello. Thank you, Lord Rello. She was overjoyed, expressing her gratitude fervently. Purify, purify, purify. I gripped her wrist tightly and poured out energy desperately, rapidly erasing the black spots. At the same time, I used healing skills to make new skin and flesh grow over the rotten areas. After such an intense output, I was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Half of Flora's arm had been restored to its original state, white and smooth as jade. Seeing how tired I was after treating her, Flora was deeply touched. Flora's affection toward the host plus 20 progress, 41 hundredths. Her progress was faster than Mia's, just half a day and already at 40 points. Lord Rello, please take a rest, Flora said, her voice full of concern, as she gently wiped the sweat from my face with her sleeve. I'm fine, I can manage, I replied, taking a deep breath and continuing with purification and healing. Although these skills had no cool-down time, using them too frequently was exhausting. After half an hour, all the black spots had disappeared. My eyelids grew heavy, and I found myself nodding off. Lord Rello, are you all right? Flora asked anxiously, worried about whether my remarkable abilities had any adverse effects. Mia ran over as well, her voice full of concern. Lord Rello, are you okay? I'm just so sleepy. I need to rest a bit, I murmured, unable to hold on any longer, collapsing into Mia's arms. Mia gently laid my upper body on her lap, cradling my head tenderly. Flora, not to be outdone, placed my lower half on her knees, ensuring I could sleep comfortably. Flora was in high spirits. Smiling, she asked Mia, Mia, what kind of person is Lord Rello? Lord Rello is wonderful. With him, there's delicious food every day, Mia responded. During our time together, Mia had been completely won over by the meals during the day and the private training sessions with me at night. Needless to say, she was utterly devoted to me and only spoke well of me. Yes, I can see that too, Flora said warmly, her gratitude apparent after how hard I had worked to heal her. How about we share the honor of warming Lord Rello's bed together? Mia teased playfully, trying to draw Flora into her scheme. That wouldn't be proper, Flora replied, her face flushing slightly. After all, we'd only just met. It was way too soon for something like that. The two women continued chatting casually, their conversation passing the time. I slept soundly from noon until dusk, the setting sun dyeing half the sky in radiant hues. Upon waking, I could only see half the sky. My view of the other half was blocked by Mia's rather overwhelming attributes. Everything has two sides. Being overly endowed also has its disadvantages. Lying in Mia's embrace meant I could only see half the sky. Reflecting on this, I sat up. Lord Rello, you're awake. How do you feel now? Completely refreshed, I replied energetically after sleeping through the afternoon. It's getting dark. Let's camp by the stream for the night and head back to town tomorrow. All right, Mia said, smiling gently. As the last light faded, Flora went off to gather firewood while Mia went fishing in the stream. I started a campfire. When night fell, the three of us sat around the glowing fire, with Flora sitting across from me. Mia reclined comfortably in my arms, letting me scratch her chin and stroke her cat ears while her black tail swished in delight. A cat resting in its master's arms truly is the happiest cat. The flower fairy race looked a lot like elves, and Flora carried a rose-like fragrance. Does your entire race smell this fragrant? I asked. It depends on the plant we're born from. Some don't have any scent, while others do, she explained. Fascinating. This meant I'd never have to buy perfume again. If I wanted a pleasant fragrance, I'd just need to stick close to Flora for a while. Flora, stay here and don't wander off. I'm taking Mia over there to the woods to look at the stars, I directed, pointing to a nearby grove. Oh, Flora responded, though she furrowed her brows, feeling a pang of jealousy over being left out. The next morning, Flora's rot disease had been completely cured. The shadows that once marred her radiance were now gone. Barefoot, she skipped along cheerfully ahead of me, humming a tune I didn't recognize. I leaned on my staff, following behind her. Flora, how old are you this year? She twirled around with a bright smile, walking backward with her hands clasped behind her. By human reckoning, I should be over 200 years old. Wow, talk about a generational gap, I muttered. Being in my early 20s, she could easily consider me her great-great-great-grandchild. Flora dashed back to grab my arm affectionately. Lord Rello, would you like to see the sky? How would we get there? I asked. She moved behind me, wrapping her slender arms tightly around my waist. I'll take you there. Closing her pink eyes briefly, the floral mark on her forehead began to glow faintly. In the next moment, two pairs of radiant pink energy wings unfurled from her back. They were semi-transparent, patterned like rose petals, and as thin as a cicada's wings. The high-frequency vibrations from the wings stirred up strong upward currents. In one swift motion, Flora held me and flew us dozens of meters into the sky. The breeze ruffled my golden hair as I turned to study her wings in amazement. The fact that the flower fairy race could actually fly left me in awe. Suspended in midair, Flora's delicate pink hair cascaded over my face, enveloping me in the unique floral fragrance of her kind. Lord Rello, thank you for curing my incurable disease. Flora vows to follow you forever. The flower fairy race, born among the blooms of the northern plains, had no taste for human deceit and schemes. Having saved her life, it seemed only natural to her to offer her unyielding loyalty in return. I brushed aside my golden bangs with a sly expression reminiscent of a certain infamous yellow-haired character from certain non-family-friendly genres. As long as you follow me, I will protect you for eternity. Really, Lord Rello? She asked, her previous discontent about being left out last night vanishing in the wake of this heartfelt promise. Flora's affection toward the host plus 10 progress, 5100ths. Innocent girls are always easier to win over. Flora's affection for me grew even faster than Mia's. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the eastern woods, a column of smoke and dust soaring into the sky. Flora, put me down. Let's go take a look, I said. All right, she responded, lowering us to the ground. Mia, ever alert, pressed her feline ears to the earth. Her sharper hearing picked up not just an explosion, but the sound of combat as well. Lord Rello, there are people fighting over there. Let's check it out. The three of us rushed eastward. Amidst the trees, a group of adventurers, 3 in total, was locked in battle with goblins. Leading the pack was a goblin warrior towering over 2 meters tall, carrying a giant stone axe and clad in leather armor. Its protruding fangs and bulging muscles marked it as far more formidable than the smaller, weaker goblins trailing behind it. Ordinary mobs compared to this elite one. The goblin warrior swung its massive stone axe down with brutal momentum. A young frontline fighter from the adventurers group raised his beast-patterned shield to block the incoming blow. But with a thunderous crash, the overwhelming force shattered the shield, sending him flying several meters back. Blood spurting from his mouth, his body collided against a tree with a sickening thud. Meanwhile, behind me, the 2 female magicians had completed their chants, one casting the spell, the other enhancing its power. Whoosh! A towering cyan whirlwind over 20 meters high burst forth from the ground ahead, like a giant vacuum from a washing machine, sucking in a dozen ordinary goblins along with the goblin warrior. The wind blade slashed flesh and crushed bones. After 30 seconds, the whirlwind dissipated, leaving behind nothing but a mess of minced meat where the goblins had been. We did it. The 2 female magicians jumped with joy, but their celebration was short-lived. A thick green arm suddenly stretched out from the pile of shredded flesh. The goblin warrior crawled out, bearing only a few minor scratches on its body. The 2 magicians were horrified. Its physical defense was so strong that even an enhanced first-tier whirlwind couldn't kill it. Task: assist the adventurer party in defeating the goblin warrior. Reward: magic enhancement. Lord Rello, should I eliminate that goblin warrior? Flora raised her hand, gathering a swirl of pink magic in her palm. No need, I said, glancing at the magic in her hand. This girl seemed to have some strength. But the current task was to assist the adventurers in killing. No need for her to intervene. All right, Flora said as she dissipated her magic. I walked over to the young man lying on the ground, intending to heal him and then buff him with a powerful strike so he could finish off the warrior and complete the task. I crouched down and cast a healing spell, but the wound didn't heal in the slightest. Huh? Why isn't it working? I was stunned. This was the first time I'd encountered someone I couldn't heal. Lord Rello, I think he's already dead, Flora reminded me gently. I touched the man's chest where his heart was supposed to be. It had stopped beating. He had kicked the bucket. My healing magic couldn't bring the dead back to life. At that moment, the two magicians ran over in a panic. Run! That big guy is coming. I turned my head to see the goblin warrior charging at us with a giant axe in hand. With no other choice, I grabbed the wrist of the flat-chested female magician and cast a super strong strike buff on her, causing a glowing white ring to appear around her wrist. Hey, woman, you go kill the goblin warrior. Me? The flat-chested magician pointed to herself, her eyes wide. Was this guy serious? She was just a support magician, no strength, no offensive magic, and now he wanted her to take on the goblin warrior? That's right, you. You're enhanced now. Off you go. Go fight. I'm not going, she refused flat out. This guy had to be crazy, telling her to go against a warrior head-on with a magic staff. Go. I shoved her forward. The goblin warrior was an elite creature of the nest, with strength comparable to a second-tier human warrior. The flat-chested magician found herself less than 5 meters away from the monster, its foul stench hitting her face. She could even see the sweat hairs on its gray skin. Escape was impossible now. She had no choice but to fight. She swung her magic staff to block. Crack! Her wooden staff was smashed to pieces by the stone axe. It's over. She stared wide-eyed as the giant stone axe, bigger than her own head, came down toward her with despair in her gaze. If it struck her, her skull would surely burst open, spraying brain matter everywhere. A grotesque yet oddly beautiful end. Not a bad way to die, now that she thought about it. Caught in her wild thoughts, she was startled when the second stage of the enhanced strike triggered. An invisible force collided with the stone axe. Boom! Shattering it into fragments before hurtling into the warrior itself. In an instant, its strong body was obliterated into a mist of blood. So this was the additional damage power of the super strong strike? I was a bit impressed. Even with 10,100 HP, this was the first time I'd seen it in action. Huh? Am I really this powerful? Holding the broken half of her staff, the flat-chested magician was dumbfounded. A mere support magician had just one-shot the goblin warrior. Could it be that she'd awakened some kind of hidden power in the face of imminent death? Like in those novels where the protagonist, cornered and recalling their tragic past or bonds with comrades, screams, "I have a reason I can't lose," and unleashes a bloodline awakening to annihilate the enemy? Ha! I'm done with being a magician. I want to wield great swords. I want to smash things with giant hammers. Task complete. Reward acquired. Magic enhancement skill. Another new skill. I pulled up my panel. Magic enhancement. LV1 boosts target's magic power by 100%, lasts 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. This skill doubled the magic power of magicians. With its cooldown being identical to its duration, it was practically permanent. As expected, the system always delivered quality. I was secretly reveling in this when Mia tugged at my sleeve and pointed toward the forest. Lord Rello, look over there. In the forest to the right, a swarm of green-skinned goblins was closing in. The earlier commotion had drawn them in. Wow! I exclaimed as I counted them. Over 100 goblins were surrounding us, including 3 goblin warriors, each over 2 meters tall, standing out prominently among the smaller goblins. Why are there so many goblins? I was startled. The goblin nest near San City couldn't just be a small one. It had to be medium or even large-sized. Flora, protect Mia. I'll handle the goblins. I patted Flora's shoulder and used my newly acquired magic enhancement on her. What's this? Flora asked as she felt her magic power surge within her. It's my ability to temporarily enhance your magic power. Thank you, Lord Rello. Flora replied as she unfurled her 4 light wings. She carried Mia up to a safe height of over 10 meters in the air, avoiding all attacks. Pinching her fingers together, she conjured thorned rose vines that rose from the ground to form a protective barrier around the 2 adventurers. As for myself, I activated a shield and walked straight toward the goblins. The horde of 100 goblins clawed and beat at the shield. Each strike caused fine cracks to appear, but the shield retaliated, sending damage back at them. Wham! Wham! Many goblins were flung away by the recoil. One goblin warrior grabbed a 3-meter-long stone pillar and spun rapidly in place, using centrifugal force to slam it against the shield. But the shield remained steadfast, only splintered by a few centimeters, while the recoil crushed the warrior's chest, sending it flying. Another warrior unsheathed a massive sword and slashed with all its might. This time, the shield cracked over 20 centimeters, indicating how strong this warrior was. Yet, the harder it attacked, the more self-inflicted damage it suffered, the counterstrike splitting its head clean in two. I stood inside the shield lazily, without lifting a finger, as goblins were flung left and right. Cracks spiderwebbed across the shield with each attack. The two adventurers stood bewildered, staring at the scene with blank faces. Living beings inherently have the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. Even goblins, as foolish as they are, instinctively understood that I was someone not to be trifled with. Not daring to challenge me further, they turned their attention toward the adventurer group. Yet, having just suffered counterattacks from me, leaving them severely weakened, the goblins charged toward the rose vines nearby. Dozens of flower-covered vines coiled around them like serpents, their sharp thorns piercing through skin to draw blood. The pale roses, after feeding on the blood, transformed into a vivid crimson and began to grow and spread wildly as though they had been fertilized, ensnaring even more goblins. "Little flower fairy, I didn't know you were this strong," I remarked as I glanced at Flora hovering midair. Her combat capabilities seemed far from weak. "It's mainly because Lord Raylo enhanced my magic power. Besides, these goblins were already injured, making it easier for the flower vines to bind them. In an instant, over 100 goblins had all become fertilizer for the flowers." Flora descended gracefully with Mia by her side. Mia's eyes shimmered with affection as she looped her arm through mine, resting her head on my shoulder. Her black tail rubbed affectionately against my back. "Mia, you're so adorable," I said as I planted a kiss on her cheek. "Mew mew." Mia let out a soft, trembling sound from her throat, a sound resembling a kitten's plea for food to please its owner. Catfolk only make such sounds toward those they are closest to. "Lord Raylo, are you hurt?" Flora asked with a face full of concern. "I'm fine." I patted her head. Her pink hair, smoothly soft like silk, carried a faint floral fragrance. As she enjoyed the head pat, Flora tilted her head back, her snow-white long ears folding back slightly, as if savoring the moment. Flora's affection rating for the host +10. Progress 60 out of 100. We continued our journey toward Dovetown. By afternoon, we reached its outskirts where a squad of silver-armored, spear-wielding soldiers patrolled outside the town. Dovetown didn't normally have a station military. "What was going on today?" I approached and asked. "Officer, has Dovetown been placed under lockdown?" The soldier, recognizing me as a cleric from the church, spoke respectfully. "There's been a goblin outbreak recently, and several villages near Sin City have been plundered. If it's not urgent, try not to leave the town." "Understood. Thank you." I hadn't expected the goblin crisis in Sin City to have repercussions reaching Dovetown, some 20 kilometers away. Upon entering the town, I noticed the streets were more crowded than usual. Residents were frantically stockpiling supplies. Whether it's Earth or another world, people's first instinct during a disaster is to hoard food. Lines stretched outside grain stores, while prices on wooden signs had skyrocketed 3 to 4-fold. 10 copper coins per pound for wheat, a 3-fold increase, 12 for rice, a 4-fold increase, and 5 for corn, a 3-fold increase. Despite this, food supplies couldn't keep up with the demand. I remembered that the estate didn't have much grain stored and worried it might be impossible to buy any later. So I joined a line. After half an hour, I managed to purchase 10 sacks of overpriced rice, enough to last 2 or 3 months. Passing by a tailor shop, I noticed Flora was still wearing her tattered, coarse clothing. Since Mia's clothes wouldn't fit her, I stepped into the shop and picked out several new dresses for her. Once the shopping was done, we returned to the lakeside estate. "Wow, is this Lord Raylo's home?" Flora exclaimed, eyes sparkling as she admired the surrounding flower beds, where blossoms were in full bloom and bees and butterflies flitted about. "You're mine now. This is also your home from now on." Hom," she nodded, stepping into the floral garden. With her eyes closed, she took in the fragrance and the sound of chirping bugs, feeling as if she had returned to her homeland, the sea of flowers in the northern plains. Taking out a pink long dress, I handed it to her. "Take a bath and change into this." "Where do I bathe?" She wasn't familiar with the estate. "Mia, can you take her to the bath?" Of course. I carried the rice to the storeroom and then headed to the kitchen to start cooking. There was no such thing as a rice cooker on the continent, so I had to first par-cook the rice, drain it, and then steam it in a small steamer until fully cooked. While the rice steamed, I prepared stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers. After finishing the stir-fry, I cracked 5 eggs and made a pot of vegetable egg drop soup. Lord Raylo, what's for dinner today? Mia poked her head in, drawn by the mouth-watering aroma. It wasn't poached fish today, but the smell was equally tantalizing. Stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers. I replied, gesturing at the dish. Mia leaned closer, staring at the dish as her mouth started to water. Being with Lord Raylo was truly a blessing. Every day was filled with delicious food. Don't let your drool drip into the dish, I warned, tugging lightly at her tail to stop her from getting too close. It's fine. You're going to eat it anyway, aren't you? Mia gave a nonchalant shrug. Having lived with me and, well, having shared very close moments together, she didn't see it as a big deal. I was at a loss for words. She wasn't wrong, technically. Still, seeing her cheeky demeanor, I feigned anger. You cheeky little cat, daring to talk back to your master. Prepare to be punished. I moved behind her, wrapping an arm around her waist, ready to proceed. Lord Raylo, I'm done with my bath. Flora's voice suddenly came from the doorway. Releasing Mia, I turned to look. Flora stood shyly at the kitchen entrance, now in the new pink dress I'd bought her. Her pink hair, wet and loosely cascading to her waist, shimmered softly. With the dirt washed away, her flawless face was tinged with a delicate peachy hue. Her skin was as fair and tender as tofu, her pink crystal-like eyes brimming with innocence. The floral markings on her forehead made her look like a flower spirit incarnate. As expected of the flower fairy race, she was as stunning as the flowers themselves. Lord Raylo, seeing me dazed, Flora approached and tugged lightly at my sleeve. Let's eat, I replied, snapping out of it. At this short distance, her floral fragrance was even more pronounced, purer after the bath. Finally, food. Mia cheered as she carried the stir-fried dish out. I handed the steamed rice to Flora. Take this and place it on the table. Oh, okay. After lunch, Mia gathered the dishes to wash, while Flora happily skipped into the courtyard. Unfurling a pair of delicate wings, she lightly flew atop the 3-meter-high wall to bask in the sunlight. The flower fairy race thrives in sunlight. As she bathed in the sun's golden rays, her pink hair glowed faintly, enhancing her beauty even further. I approached the base of the wall, wanting to join her under the sun. I tried jumping up, but the wall was over 3 meters high, and as an ordinary person, no matter how many times I tried, I couldn't get up. Covering my face, I felt the embarrassment sink in. Clearly, just having supportive abilities wasn't enough. I'd need to learn some magic when I had the time. Lord Raylo, shall I bring you up? Flora, noticing my difficulty, fluttered down behind me, wrapping her delicate arms around my waist. She lifted me effortlessly onto the wall. Now seated securely beside her, I grinned brightly and said, Thank you, Flora. Lord Raylo is my master. There's no need to thank me. Flora smiled warmly, her affection score now at 60, signaling her full recognition of me as her master. By the way, does your hair glow at night too? Noticing its faintly luminous quality, I was already picturing scenarios where I'd use her as a flashlight during night journeys, just slinging her over my shoulder. It only glows in sunlight, not at night. Oh, I see. My devious plan to use Flora as a portable flashlight was nipped in the bud. I fixed my gaze on her long, snow-white ears again. After touching Mia's soft, fluffy cat ears, I couldn't help but wonder what the long ears of the Flower Fairy clan might feel like. Thick-skinned, I asked. Flora, may I touch your ears? Well, Flora hesitated. The ears were sensitive areas for the Flower Fairy clan, not something casually touched, especially by a man. Seeing her hesitate, I didn't want to push her. Ha ha ha, if it's not okay, just forget it. It's okay, Lord Raylo, feel free to touch them. While others weren't allowed, it seemed I was an exception. Flora willingly leaned her head closer to me. Giggling, I stroked her long ears. They felt warm and smooth. As my palm brushed against her delicate skin, a peculiar emotion stirred within Flora, turning her cheeks crimson. There she was, shy and bashful, looking so irresistible. I seized the moment and wrapped my arms around her. Lord Raylo, why are you holding me? Flora's face became even redder. In human society, we practice fairness. Earlier, you carried me over the wall, so now it's my turn to carry you. Fair trade. I explained with a serious expression. Is that so? Flora, who had grown up in the blooming fields of the north, knew little about human customs. If he wished to hold her, she wouldn't resist. Seeing no objection from her, I took it a step further and gently pulled her whole slender figure into my embrace, our eyes meeting. Her frame was petite compared to my height of 6 feet. She was only about 5'3", just small enough to fit perfectly in my arms. I slipped one arm around her waist and another beneath her legs, resting her on my lap. Through her thin gauzy dress, I could feel the warmth of her soft skin and the fragrant aroma of flowers. Ah, the flower fairy clan, delightfully fragrant and wonderfully soft. Flora, newly aware of budding feelings, lowered her head, avoiding my gaze. Once, sunbathing alone brought her tranquility. Today, being held in my arms, basking in the sun, brought her a newfound sense of peaceful happiness. Without realizing it, she rested her head against my chest and wrapped her arms around my waist. Affection towards the host increased. Flora plus 10 current progress, 7100ths. Hearing the system notification, I knew she didn't mind at all. I placed a light kiss on her forehead, my senses filled with the sweet scent of roses. Whoosh! My moment of secret joy was interrupted by the sound of wind cutting outside the estate. An arrow shot through the air from afar, striking me squarely in the back and piercing straight through my chest. Blood seeped through my priest's robes, staining them crimson. Looking down at the arrowhead protruding from my chest, I was utterly dumbfounded. What the? For anyone else, a chest-piercing wound would be either fatal or gravely disabling, and no healing spell would suffice to save them. But my insane health stats rendered even this a trivial issue. No pain, no panic, just a slight inconvenience. A bit like a centipede that refuses to die completely. Lord Raylo. Flora's face turned pale with shock as she covered her face with trembling hands. It was as if her entire world had come crashing down. A mere mortal injury, nothing serious. I nonchalantly grasped the arrow and pulled it out, discarding it to the side. Blood gushed out like water from a faucet the moment the arrow was removed. Quickly, Flora pressed her hands against the wound to staunch the flow. With a healing spell cast on myself, I restored my health to its full maximum. In an instant, the gaping wound in my chest and back closed completely, leaving no scar behind. All done. Flora stared at me in astonishment, utterly shocked by my self-healing abilities. Now, let's see which fool had the audacity to ambush me. I turned to gaze toward the forest. About 100 meters away, a goblin armed with a bow stood in plain sight. It must have mistaken me for some prey and fired. The patrol soldiers in White Dove Town weren't wrong. Goblins had indeed begun appearing in the outskirts. How dare a damned goblin attack, Lord Raylo? Flora, bursting with rage, spread her delicate wings and flew into action. With a flick of her fingers, a thorned rosevine burst from the earth, instantly ensnaring and shredding the goblin archer. To think the goblin menace had spread so close to White Dove Town, it was distressing. Though the town had stationed troops and was unlikely to suffer invasions, my lakeside estate was outside the town and lacked such protection. I'd have to rely on my own methods. I recalled Flora's rosevine, capable of draining goblins to create fertilizer. Flora, do you think your vines could encircle the estate as a defensive barrier? Flora glanced around, her face showing reservation. My current strength can manage the estate itself and the surrounding flower garden, but the farmland nearby, it's too vast to cover. The estate had a nearby plot of farmland spanning over a dozen acres. Encircling the estate and the garden will do. Forget about the farmland for now, I said, knowing there weren't any crops planted at the moment. All right. Flora followed my request, her wings vibrating rapidly as she ascended dozens of meters above the estate. With her arms raised, she summoned a concentrated surge of magic, unleashing it in full force. In no time, a dense mass of thorned rosevines erupted from the ground around the perimeter of the estate, intertwining and weaving into a 2-meter-tall wall of flowers, shielding the estate on all sides, while leaving an opening for entry and exit. These vines grew lush green leaves and pink-white roses and could be controlled by Flora to attack goblins specifically. Having finished, she flew back into my arms. Wonderful job, I praised, delighted not only by the newly secured barrier, but also by her initiative to seek my embrace. She gazed up at me, concern evident in her eyes. This will stop regular goblins, but those goblin warriors like the last one, it might not be enough to hold them back. That's all right. Stopping regular goblins is already great progress, I reassured her, not wanting to push too hard. 5 days passed, and the goblin troubles near White Dove Town worsened. News of villages being attacked, villagers killed or captured, became more frequent. Every morning, I'd patrol around the flower wall, and each day, 10 or so goblin corpses, drained dry, would be found entangled in the vines. If not for this barrier, they surely would have breached the estate's defenses by now. There seemed to be no end in sight to this disaster. On the 6th morning, I awoke from a restful slumber, feeling refreshed and full of energy. Sleeping beside Mia, her soft, warm, feline form nestled close, had drastically improved my sleep quality. Mia poked her head out from the blankets, her cat ears tilting forward, and rested her chin on my chest. She nuzzled my chin with the tip of her ears, purring, "Good morning, Lord Raylo." Over time, her affections grew deeper, as did her habit of cuddling close. "My adorable little kitty," I said, stroking her smooth back and down to her tail before giving it a playful tug. Mia's sensitive tail twitched under my grasp, her eyes becoming hazy, her breathing uneven. A good morning starts with some lighthearted fun, so we indulged for a while longer. Half an hour later, we dressed and headed to the dining hall for breakfast. Flora had already prepared a pot of porridge, the air fragrant with the aroma of rice. "Lord Raylo, breakfast is ready." Flora sat at the dining table, wearing a delicate pink dress embroidered with roses. At 5'3", she lacked Mia's tall, sultry allure, but had a charmingly dainty and warm presence. Seeing us arrive, she greeted us with a pure, innocent smile. "Time for breakfast." I sat between her and Mia, wrapped an arm around Flora's waist, and kissed her on the cheek. Over the past few days, her affection for me had risen to 90 points. Just 10 more and it would max out. She didn't resist, only blushed faintly. After breakfast, the three of us headed to the church in White Dove Town. As an apprentice priest, my only responsibility was to spread the faith. It was a leisurely role, and all I had to do each morning was show my face and let Father Grain know I was still alive and hadn't been snatched by monsters. At the small square outside the church, 2 carriages were parked, and soldiers were unloading goblin corpses one by one, carrying them into the church. "What are you doing bringing goblin corpses into the church?" I asked. "Good morning, Priest Raylo," one soldier greeted, saluting. "Father Grain said leaving goblin corpses out in the open would pollute the land, so they're being brought here for safe disposal." Safe disposal again. I raised an eyebrow, recalling the shadow demon corpse from last time. Grain had said the same thing, instructing me to place it outside his bedroom. But there were 2 carriages this time, far more than before. That old rascal. Could it be that Grain was making hot pot out of goblin and shadow demon corpses? Given that this world even had people who would pursue female goblins romantically, the idea of goblin hot pot didn't seem entirely far-fetched. "By the way, Priest Raylo, the adventurers have found the goblin nest. The city lord is gathering people and preparing to send the army to wipe them out. If you're interested, go take a look," the soldier added. "Oh, they found the nest." My eyes lit up. This meant the goblin disaster would soon be over. Quest: participate in the assault on the goblin nest. Reward: taunt. Taunt was an ability that forced enemies to attack you. It was a common skill in games. I already had 5 support skills. This would be my 6th. Shall we join the assault? I intended to go but decided to ask the other 2 for their thoughts. Flora's long ears twitched slightly, and a resolute glimmer flashed in her pink eyes. "Wherever Master Raylo goes, I will follow to protect you." "Me too," Mia added, biting her lip and clenching her fist with a stubborn yet adorable expression. "Excellent, my little sweethearts." I wrapped an arm around Mia on one side and Flora on the other. Nothing in this world could be cuter than non-human girls. "Friend, where do we go to join the assault?" I asked the soldier. "The Lord's residence in Sarn City." "Thank you." Once inside the church's rear hall, I found Grain ordering soldiers to pile goblin corpses outside his bedroom door. The green-skinned bodies were stacked 7 to 8 meters high, with blood pooling across the floor and a stench of iron saturating the entire hall. To the uninformed, it might look like a slaughterhouse instead of a holy church. "Good morning, Father Grain," I greeted. "Raylo, I'm busy processing these corpses. You'll preside over today's prayers," he said, not even glancing at me as he tallied the bodies. "Actually, I came to ask for a leave of absence." "Leave? Are you traveling far?" At this, he finally stopped and turned to look at me. "They've located the goblin nest in Sarn City and are organizing a campaign to exterminate it. I plan to join them." Grain's expression froze briefly, but then he seemed to recall something and went into his bedroom. A moment later, he returned with a palm-sized black cloth bag marked with purple runes. "This tool can store monster corpses. When you join the city lord in the assault, there'll surely be plenty of goblin corpses on the battlefield. Bring some back for me." "What do you need so many monster corpses for?" I asked. "Leaving them scattered would pollute the environment. I'll handle their safe disposal." "Safe disposal? Really?" I had no idea how he handled them, but collecting a few goblin corpses wasn't a big deal. I accepted the cloth bag, observing the unfamiliar symbols scrawled across its surface. "How does this thing work?" "Recite the incantation while approaching the corpse you wish to store." "That's convenient." It functioned similarly to my system's inventory. Grain leaned in and whispered the activation spell to me. Did you remember it? I scratched my head as I tried to recall. No, the incantation's too long. I didn't catch it. He repeated it again. Got it now. But the obscure chant went in one ear and out the other. I shook my head helplessly. Still didn't catch it. He repeated it a third time, visibly restraining his frustration. Well, did you remember it now? Not really, I said with a blank expression. Grain was on the verge of blowing a fuse. You? How are you this hopeless? Hey, what can I say? It's not my fault I lack a photographic memory. I replied innocently. The chant was like an 800-word essay in some ancient magical language. Memorizing it in 3 tries would have been a miracle. Argue useless thing. Grain sighed, exasperated, and went back into his bedroom. He returned with a small black bottle. This one works as well. It's much simpler. Just unstopper the bottle and point it at the corpse. Huh. If it's that convenient, why didn't you bring it out earlier? I smiled as I took it. The bottle was sealed with a wooden stopper, its surface engraved with the image of a winged serpent and covered in runes at the base. This is a more precious item than the bag. Don't lose it. Grain had initially intended to give me a cheaper tool, but due to my poor memory, he was forced to hand over something better. Got it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the high-grade magical item, Devourer Bottle. Devourer Bottle, huh? Curious, I opened my status panel. Devourer Bottle, a high-grade magical item originating from the Serpent God cult. Can trap monsters of up to 3rd tier and below. Serpent God cult? That was news to me. Recalling the giant serpents I'd seen on the ceiling of Grain's bedroom, and now this item connected to the Serpent God cult, I had a theory. Grain might outwardly worship the goddess of life, but secretly be an operative of the Serpent God cult. Should I report him to the Holy Church? But then again, he was always quick to approve my expense claims. Reporting him felt a bit unethical. Besides, even if he was performing sacrifices, he seemed to be using shadow demons and goblins, not humans. Father Grain, I'm heading out. All right, be safe out there. He waved me off with a smile and resumed sorting through the corpses. I headed to the outskirts of the town to rent a carriage for the journey to Sarn City. On foot, it would take most of the day, but with a carriage, only half. However, due to the goblin threat, the coachman initially refused. Ultimately, the golden persuasion of my wallet won him over. Sarn City was as lively as always. In front of the city lord's estate, a public notice was posted on the bulletin board. The city lord is assembling troops to raid the goblin nest. Priests are sought to treat the wounded. Each priest will be rewarded 5 gold coins afterward. Hello, I'd like to join the city lord in the assault on the goblin nest, I told the guard. Upon seeing my priestly robes, he greeted me respectfully. Please enter. Register in the 3rd room on the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor in the 3rd room sat a middle-aged man, dressed in luxurious clothes with a gaunt face. I am a trainee priest in White Dove Town. I wish to join the Lord in the campaign to eradicate the goblin nest. A trainee priest? Are you up to it? The thin man questioned, his tone doubtful. Priests were recruited to reduce casualties through healing, and naturally, a trainee priest's healing abilities wouldn't compare to those of an ordained one. Of course I can. Do you want me to demonstrate? Then show me, he said, placing both hands on the table, his face calm as he awaited my performance. I pulled out a short dagger, presenting it like a magician showing off a prop, holding the hilt with one hand and the tip with the other for him to see. He speculated that I was about to cut my finger and heal myself, just as 2 other trainee priests had done before. I'll only perform this once. Watch closely. As my words fell, I suddenly grabbed his hand resting on the table and slashed down with the blade. A gash 5 centimeters long opened, blood instantly pouring out. He roared in pain. He had assumed I would cut my own finger. He did not expect me to slice his palm, let alone at such a length. Unperturbed, I gestured for him to calm down. You wanted to see my healing magic, not me. So naturally, you're the guinea pig. The thin man. Oh, you cunning trickster. Heal. I cast, restoring 100% of his maximum health. In moments, the wound on his palm was completely healed. Your healing works, I'll give you that, he said, his anger slightly subdued. A 5-centimeter gash had been healed so quickly. This was the kind of skill the army desperately needed. In a cold voice, he asked, your name? Raylo Simmons. He jotted it down in his registry. 3 days from now, gather at the eastern gate of San City at dawn, he instructed. By the way, where is the nest this time? 20 miles east of San City is an abandoned underground labyrinth. The goblin nest is inside. We've only recently discovered it after adventurers searched for a long time. His tone was tinged with irritation. Clearly, he didn't want to deal with me any longer. The continent was dotted with countless ancient ruins and labyrinths. Once their treasures were taken, they became desolate. Goblins typically nestled in caves, so finding them in an abandoned labyrinth was unusual this time. He added an ominous note. This is likely a medium-sized nest. Prepare yourself. Goblins reproduced at an alarming rate. A small nest could quickly multiply into a medium-sized one, housing over 5,000 goblins, including elite monsters, making it much more perilous. For all I cared, it simply didn't matter. I was just a priest who followed the army, healing the wounded from behind. No need to fight on the front lines. Leaving the estate, the three of us strolled through the streets of Sand City. When we came across a three-way intersection, Flora tugged on my sleeve. Lord Raylo, let's go see the flowers. I glanced towards the street. It was the city's famous flower market, lined with shops filled with blossoms. With nothing pressing to do, I said, sure, let's take a look. Flora wandered into the market, her eyes sparkling like a curious child's, marveling at every stall. While the variety of flowers wasn't vast, there were species here she hadn't seen before in the northern flower fields. She stopped in front of a pot of light blue orchids, 3 white stamens extending from blue petals. Her eyes lit up with joy. Wow, such beautiful orchids. You have excellent taste, elf lady, the shop owner chuckled. This is the most prized flower in my shop, the fragrant white sepal orchid. Flower sprites resembled elves in appearance, and without unfurling their wings, they could easily be mistaken for them. How much? Seeing her admiration, I thought to buy it for her. 10 gold coins. That expensive? Can't it be cheaper? It's always been 10, no less. The owner replied firmly. Lord Raylo, it's fine. You don't have to spend so much, Flora said, hesitant. It's all right. If you like it, I'll buy it for you, no matter the price. I was never stingy when it came to my woman. I handed over 10 gold coins and purchased the orchid. Thank you, Lord Raylo, Flora said, her smile a blend of affection and happiness. Flora's affection towards the host increased by plus 10 gauge 100/100's task complete. Maximum HP increased by plus 10,000. Host Raylo. Maximum HP 20,100. Skills: Healing, LV2, Shield, LV2, Powerful Strike, LV1, Purification, LV1, Magic Enhancement, LV1. Equipment: Mana-Absorbing Flask. With my health now exceeding 20,000, my vigor surged, both in stamina and endurance. As evening fell, the three of us found an inn for the night. How many rooms? The innkeeper asked. 2, I replied. 1 for Mia and me, and the other for Flora. 3 silver coins per room, totaling 6, he clarified. On the 3rd floor, the 2 rooms assigned to us were adjacent, separated by a thin wooden wall no more than 3 centimeters thick, far inferior to the quality of the lakeside manor. I knocked on the wall, which reverberated hollowly. Damn it, such a ripoff. It was clearly just one room divided into 2 with a flimsy partition, yet they dared charge 3 silver coins per room. Should we switch to another place, Lord Raylo? Flora asked, clutching the orchid. I glanced out the window at the moon rising in the night sky. Forget it. Let's make do for tonight and find somewhere else tomorrow. I handed Flora a key and sent her to the adjacent room, while Mia and I shared the other. The large space had just a single bed. After a day of traveling, it was finally time to enjoy a good rest. Mia was brimming with excitement. Her black tail swayed back and forth as she shed her maid outfit and casually tossed it aside. On her tiptoes, she gracefully made her way to the bed and lay down. Standing over 5'7", her figure was like that of a model, though her beauty far surpassed any mortal counterpart. With her playful feline nature, she curled her long legs, arched her back into an alluring S shape, and rolled sensuously on the mattress. Kitty, do you have hyperactivity? Why are you squirming so much? I teased, grabbing her slender waist to keep her still. I love Lord Raylo the most, she purred, affectionately nuzzling her face into mine. In the neighboring room, Flora placed the orchid on the windowsill and settled in for the night. Yet in the middle of the night, she was awakened by the sounds coming from next door. Listening to the intimate noises, an unfamiliar emotion rose in her heart. Her gaze drifted to the orchid on the windowsill. The 3 white stamens danced in the night breeze, and its blue petals exuded a serene beauty under moonlight. The orchid looked so beautiful in the moonlight. How could she not share it with Lord Raylo? She got up, picked up the flower pot, and walked to my door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, and I stood there in just shorts, looking at Flora holding the flower pot, puzzled. At this moment, she looked very different from earlier in the day. For some inexplicable reason, her snow-white skin had turned into a delicate, peachy pink, and her stunningly beautiful face resembled a blooming rose. Something wrong? I asked. Flora's gaze swept past me into the room, catching a glimpse of a scene that instantly turned her expression flustered. Hastily, she apologized. I'm sorry, Lord Raylo. I might have come at a bad time. No, you've come just in time, I replied with a smirk. The last battle just ended. She placed the orchid in front of me. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. This orchid looks stunning under the moon. I wish to enjoy the flowers together with Lord Leiluo. Admire the flowers? Sure, I love flower viewing the most. Looking at Flora, who was as delicate and radiant as a rose in front of me, I grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the room. In the morning, sunlight flooded the room with brightness. Flora's skin, which had been rosy pink the night before, had returned to a snowy white. A faint smile lingered on her lips, and her disheveled hair gave her a kind of fragile beauty, like a flower battered by a storm. Once we both awoke, the three of us headed out to the street. Lord Leiluo, where are we going now? Flora asked, holding the orchid in her hands and swaying her long ears slightly. To buy something to eat. Though I had eaten a bit of rose nectar, I was still a little hungry. The moment something to eat was mentioned, Mia sniffed the air like an eager dog. Spotting a bakery not far away, her eyes lit up as she excitedly grabbed my arm. That bread smells so delicious. Let's buy some bread there. All right, I said. But before I even finished, she had already rushed off ahead. Is she really an adult feline girl? Watching her disappearing figure, I couldn't help but think she sometimes acted like a child, especially when teased with a feather duster. Even though she claimed disinterest, she'd always take the bait. Flora, do you want some bread? I asked. Just basking in the sun is enough for me. I don't need food. She replied cheerfully, pleased to save me money. You flower sprites really are easy to take care of, I said, resting my chin in thought. Horses and oxen at least need to be fed when they work, but flower sprites can simply survive on sunlight, saving even the cost of food. Thanks to the great goddess of life for creating us flower sprites so perfectly. Flora expressed her gratitude earnestly. I suspected that the goddess of life created flower sprites mainly to be used like beasts of burden, though I had no evidence. 3 days passed in a blur. Outside the eastern gate of San City, more than 1,000 city defense troops stood in a neatly arranged formation. Their silver armor gleamed brightly under the sunlight. The forces were divided into spearmen, archers, shield-bearers, and swordsmen. At the front of the formation was the city lord, Bert Hercules, riding a steed. Clad entirely in silver armor, only his face was visible. He was flanked by 2 mounted adjutants. Under the shade of a tree stood several mages and priests. Since raiding the Goblin Den was equivalent to a small-scale war, mages were needed for range and priests for logistics. By the time we arrived, the troops were already assembled. Mia, it's all because of your reluctance to get out of bed that we're nearly late. Flora and I had risen early, but this lazy cat stayed wrapped in the blanket, rolling around until late morning before we could leave. Mia stuck out her tongue playfully. She had become more uninhibited the longer we spent together. Hey, over here. A friendly-looking middle-aged priest waved us over. You're the last ones we're waiting for. Under the shade of the tree, apart from me, there were 6 other priests, all men over 30. Everyone is here. I am Edwin Genk, priest of Quinn Village Church, in charge of coordinating the priests. The middle-aged priest introduced himself. This time, our primary job as priests is to treat the wounded at the rear. Those proficient in offensive magic or with excess mana can also support the front line alongside the mages. Understood. Got it. Move out, the city lord shouted, unsheathing his sword. Leading from the front on horseback, he guided over 1,000 soldiers on foot toward the abandoned labyrinth to the east, with the 7 of us priests at the rear. Friend, why do you have 2 non-human slaves? A slightly pudgy priest sidled up to me. All the others had come alone, while I was the only one accompanied by 2 beautiful non-human girls, which naturally piqued curiosity. Exorcisms are too dangerous, so I bought them as bodyguards. Any problems with that? I replied without looking at him. Priests do earn a lot, but how could anyone afford 2 non-human beauties? He cast a sideways glance at Mia and Flora, one a feline girl, the other a flower elf, both stunningly attractive and certainly costly. I'm a noble second-generation rich kid. What can I say? I'm extravagant. Startled, he immediately put on a flattering smile. Wow, young master, if you're so wealthy, could you spare me a little? Since we're both priests, after all. Eat shit, you scoundrel. I shot back without hesitation, unleashing a national treasure of an expletive for this freeloader. Over 1,000 soldiers advanced through the forest, their heavy armor causing thundering footsteps that scared off birds and beasts alike. By midday, we neared the labyrinth. Suddenly, dozens of goblins charged out of the woods, launching an attack on the troops. The city defense forces, well-trained and clad in heavy armor, reacted swiftly. Before the goblins could even approach, shield bearers and spearmen moved into formation. 5 shield bearers formed a 360-degree fortress, while spearmen within jabbed outward, much like China's Mandarin duck formation. In less than 10 minutes, the goblins were completely annihilated with only a few soldiers sustaining minor injuries. The wounded were sent to the rear for priestly treatment. I eyed the goblin corpses lying on the ground, pierced like honeycombs, and recalled Grain's commission. With the swallowing magic bottle in hand, I uncorked it and aimed it at the corpses. A powerful suction force instantly sucked the bodies inside. I managed to collect over 20 of them. The closer we got to the goblin den, the more goblins we encountered. The army of 1,000 continued eliminating smaller groups of goblins along the way. These ordinary goblins, roughly the size of 7 or 8-year-old children, sported round bellies, short arms, and short legs. Against the fully armed city defense forces, they were as vulnerable as chickens and dogs. Along the way, hundreds were slain, leaving the roadsides littered with corpses. Yet the troops didn't relax. These were merely scattered fighters, not the main force. Meanwhile, I diligently followed behind, using the swallowing magic bottle to voraciously collect corpses. Within a short time, I had gathered 200 to 300, a number that would surely have Grain grinning ear to ear. Meanwhile, some goblins had already fled back to their den to report. Ordinary goblins might be dim-witted, but their den was home to high-intelligence individuals capable of commanding them. A massive horde of goblins poured out of the labyrinth to intercept us, including numerous goblin warriors towering over 2 meters tall. A kilometer from the den, the city lord Bert raised his hand, halting the army. In the shadow of the forest ahead, the outlines of numerous goblins charging forward became visible. Archers, prepare. Mages, prepare. Bert ordered, intending to use long-range attacks to weaken the first wave of goblins. Over 100 archers unleashed a dense rain of arrows. With so many goblins, it wasn't even necessary to aim carefully to strike them. Protected by shield bearers, the mages began their incantations. Massive fireballs descended from the sky, exploding on impact and incinerating numerous ordinary goblins. However, long-range attacks barely affected the thick-skinned goblin warriors, who resembled heavy tanks as they charged at the forefront, brandishing stone hammers and massive swords. After a round of ranged bombardments, Bert spurred his horse forward with a shout, "Charge! Kill!" The main commander leading the charge stirred morale, and over 1,000 soldiers, formed in tight formations, surged toward the goblins. Bert was a Tier 3 warrior, unable to wield magic, but his strength, defense, and speed were overwhelmingly superior to ordinary people, a hexagonal warrior. He leapt off his horse and swung his sword at the leading goblin warrior. The enemy raised his shield to block, but the shield cracked, and the warrior was sent flying dozens of meters. Another goblin swung a heavy hammer at him, but Bert raised his elbow to block it. The force traveled down to the ground, causing fractures to spread beneath his feet. "Die, monster!" With a powerful shove from his elbow, Bert overturned the warrior, then swiftly advanced like lightning and beheaded him with a single strike. So this is what a Tier 3 warrior is like. It was my first time seeing one. The physical limits of people on this continent were far higher than those of Earthlings. Through rigorous training, one's body could be refined to reach terrifying limits. But the process was torturous, something the average person couldn't endure, like the difference between manual labor and intellectual work. Most people would rather be mages than warriors. Leading the charge, Bert and over 1,000 city guards clashed in chaotic combat against an innumerable horde of goblins. We, a group of priests, stood behind and observed the battle. Such a waste, I remarked, watching the goblins fall in swathes, shaking my head as I sighed. "What's a waste?" Edwin asked, confused. "It's such a waste to kill all these goblins," I explained. "Goblins have slaughtered civilians and raided trade caravans. How could killing them be wasteful?" Even the usually mild-mannered Edwin was a bit angry. He couldn't fathom what kind of saintly fool would sympathize with goblins. "You misunderstood me," I clarified. "What I meant was, instead of killing them, it would be better to capture them as laborers to cultivate farmland. When they grow old and can no longer work, they could be turned into goblin jerky to feed the younger goblins. The young goblins would then grow up and work, and when they grow old, they'd be turned into jerky for the next batch, and so on, ensuring the maximum utilization of goblin resources." Edwin's eye twitched. Old goblins being processed into jerky for the young in endless cycles? "My friend, do you even hear yourself? Not even demons are this diabolical. Are you truly a good person?" he weakly asked. "Man's nature at birth is essentially good. I was a good person once, but spending too much time on Earth corrupted me. There's an old joke from Huaxia. When spiritual energy resurges, Out of China's 1.4 billion people, 1.3 billion of them would pursue demonic cultivation. Cultivators have only three ranks: ant level, fellow Taoist level, and senior level. Well, all right then, Edwin relented, though he had no idea what earthlings were. They must be a race more evil than demons, he reasoned. The battle grew even fiercer, with injured soldiers being sent to the rear more frequently. "Priest, please heal him," one soldier requested as he carried a severely wounded comrade over to us. "Heal." Within a 5-meter radius, every injured person recovered their full health in an instant. Their wounds vanished instantly. That fast. The two soldiers were astonished. Ordinary priests required several minutes to treat even minor wounds. Yet this young priest had healed them in a mere moment. Of course, I scoffed. Anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be top-notch. My healing capabilities far surpass standard healing magic. The two soldiers saluted and quickly returned to the battlefield. Over 2 meters tall, a goblin warrior gripped a greatsword with both hands and began spinning on the spot. Using centrifugal force, he brought his sword down onto a shield, instantly scattering a group of 5 walking fortresses, sending soldiers flying through the air. A deafening howl erupted from the horde of ordinary goblins, their excitement akin to lecherous old men spotting a gorgeous beauty. Clutching bone knives and stone axes, they surged forward, engulfing the soldiers in their frenzy. Over 1,000 city guards were facing an overwhelming enemy force. Blood sprayed, and severed limbs flew across the battlefield, turning it into a macabre meat grinder. We priests worked tirelessly a few hundred meters away, beneath a reverse slope, treating the wounded. "Dear priest, can't you go faster? I need to get back to the fight," a blood-soaked soldier grumbled, impatient with Edwin's slow pace. "Healing magic simply takes this long. What can I do about it?" Edwin replied, channeling magical energy with both hands. Green light enveloped the soldier's wounds, which slowly began to close. Healing a single fighter took him 3 full minutes, far too slow to keep up with the influx of injuries. After treating his 8th patient, he was already panting and drenched in sweat. Healing magic consumed mana, and Edwin was on the brink of exhaustion. He looked up toward the reverse slope, noticing a steady stream of injured soldiers. Their bodies, caked in blood and mud, had merged with the soil in a dark crimson sludge, leaving just their eyes visible. Puzzled by the lack of crowding or chaos among the patients, Edwin scanned the area and found the answer near me. Within a 5-meter radius around me, more than 20 injured soldiers sat on the ground. With a single wave of healing magic, all their wounds healed instantaneously. Ordinary humans had around 100 hit points, while these soldiers had slightly more, roughly 200 to 300. But with my ability to heal up to 20,100 points in one go, coupled with its area-wide nature, my efficiency was unmatched. "Thank you, priest. You're incredible." Instant recovery. I've never seen a cleric this powerful. With Priest Raylo at the rear, we can't die. There's no way we can die, the soldiers exclaimed, expressing their gratitude before returning to the battlefield, their injuries fully healed. "Next batch," I called. Another 20 or so injured soldiers sat down in formation, with Mia and Flora assisting in maintaining order. Snap. With a crisp snap of my fingers, my healing magic radiated outward in a 5-meter radius, instantly healing every wound. Next batch. The mixed stench of blood and mud was unbearable, but I endured it to annihilate the goblins and heal the soldiers. Of course, I wasn't just. Edwin smiled wryly. 99% of the injured were being healed by me. No wonder there was no congestion or disorder near his position. It turned out that we other priests were essentially here for decoration. "Priest Raylo, why is it that, although we're all priests, you're so exceptional?" he asked. The memory of the price I paid to increase my healing power surfaced, endlessly grinding favorability points with 2 beautiful young girls of different races. It had been exhausting and yet rewarding. I sighed and offered an inspirational response. "The gods do not forsake those who strive. I worked harder and sacrificed more than you." "Ah, I see." Edwin nodded in sudden enlightenment, resolving to use me as a role model for future efforts. I was like a resurrection fountain in games, constantly healing injured soldiers as they arrived. On the battlefield, Lord Bert decapitated yet another goblin warrior. His silver armor had suffered cracks, and he bore several light injuries. Scanning his surroundings, he frowned. "Winnick, I remember many soldiers being injured earlier. Why hasn't our fighting strength decreased significantly?" "The adjutant, Winnick," answered. "Lord Bert, there's a priest at the rear named Raylo. His healing capabilities are astonishing, able to treat over 20 soldiers at once." Many soldiers returned to battle immediately after being healed by him. That capable? Bert was taken aback. Having a healer with sustained, large-scale recovery in a group battle was an overwhelming advantage. After the battle ends, I must meet him. At the base of the slope, the other priests were exhausted, out of mana, and panting heavily. Meanwhile, my healing didn't require mana. With my energy completely unaffected, I casually lounged while stroking a cat's tail. Some goblins chased the injured soldiers to the reverse slope on this side. Seeing humans at the bottom of the slope, they brandished their clubs and charged at us. Mia, go and take care of them. Understood. Mia drew her sword and dashed forward. The feline races are the fastest among all, and she easily evaded their attacks. With precise, lethal throat slashes from her short sword, she leapt and weaved among the goblins, making her movements look like an art. In less than a minute, she killed 7 or 8 of them. However, there were simply too many goblins, and a few still managed to rush to the foot of the slope. I placed a hand on Flora's shoulder and used magic to enhance her. The rest is up to you. No problem. Flora, brimming with magic, extended her fingers. Instantly, countless rose vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the goblins. The vines drained their blood as nutrients, growing vigorously and killing even more. After half an hour of fierce battle, over 3,000 goblin main forces were wiped out. The city defense army only lost a little over 100 men and achieved a decisive victory. This was thanks to 2 things: their well-equipped and well-trained forces and my constant healing from the rear. Bert wiped the blood off his long sword and nodded in satisfaction. He had initially estimated losses of 300 to 400 soldiers, but the actual losses were far fewer than expected. Sheathing his sword, he suddenly recalled something. Raylo. Where's that priest named Raylo? With such minimal casualties for such a massive goblin kill count, my contribution could not be overlooked. Over there, under the slope, his deputy pointed. Bert strode towards me. Who's Raylo? That would be me. I was collecting corpses with a soul-absorbing flask and raised my hand slightly. Bert removed his helmet, revealing a stern, thin, sallow face, but his smile was as bright as the sun. Dear Priest Raylo, thank you for your help. You're like the fertile earth in a spring garden, endlessly providing vitality to my soldiers. I put away the soul flask and waved nonchalantly. City Lord, that's quite the metaphor. No more metaphors next time, please. You deserve recognition. This City Lord offers you 2 rewards. His principle of rewarding and punishing fairly had always been one of his strong suits in command. Oh, my eyes sparkled with interest. What kind of rewards? First, 1,000 gold coins. I was stunned. As expected of the city's lord, he was surprisingly generous with gold coins. Thank you, City Lord. But there is one condition. What condition? We've only cleaned up the goblins outside. There's still a nest of them hiding inside the labyrinth. We need to enter and completely eradicate them. I'll need your assistance for this. Bert planned to use 1,000 gold coins to ensure I gave my best effort. It would be my honor to serve the City Lord. After all, I hadn't completed my system quest yet. Bert seemed satisfied. The second reward. If you do well, this City Lord will personally approve your joining the Honorable City Defense Army, allowing you to achieve your life goals and find meaning in life. Isn't that exciting? Such a strong priest like me would be a dream addition to any army, and he was obviously trying to rope me in. Exciting my foot. I pulled a face of disdain. This old guy's scheming thoughts practically hit me straight in the face. It was no wonder he managed to climb to the position of City Lord. I pointed to my own face. City Lord, do you see what's on my face? What's there? Your abacus beads. Rejected. Bert appeared somewhat regretful. Many people would dream of joining the City Defense Army. Are you sure you're not interested? I'm a priest of the Holy Church, and you're asking me to join your City Defense Army? Switching from the priesthood to join a defense army was akin to giving up a prestigious government job to work a grueling factory line. With a resigned sigh, Bert let it go. Priesthood did carry a higher societal status. He didn't press further and instructed his deputy, assemble the soldiers. We'll root out the rest of the goblins in the abandoned labyrinth. Understood. After advancing another kilometer, we arrived at the labyrinth entrance, built halfway up the mountain. From massive stone pillars supported the remains of an ancient palace, its weathered carvings telling tales of an era long past. A few goblin archers stood outside, shooting arrows down the slope. Shield carriers holding 2-meter-tall lion-engraved shields stood in front, their shields clinking from the falling arrows. After one volley, hundreds of goblins charged out. The City Defense Army met them head-on. These remaining stragglers were dealt with in less than 10 minutes. Stepping over the corpses, the soldiers pressed into the labyrinth. I followed behind, frantically gathering corpses into my soul flask. I'd already collected 500 to 600 bodies, and the flask still showed no signs of being full. I couldn't tell how much it could hold. The first hall inside the labyrinth was about the size of a soccer field. The weathered rock walls were etched with ancient murals. Just like outside, the place was filled with goblins and the sound of combat. I brought Mia and Flora to a corner to wait for the injured. Then I noticed piles of human corpses heaped carelessly not far away. Their faces were drained of color, their eyeballs bulging, their deaths horrifying. They looked like they'd been completely drained of blood. I frowned. I'd heard that the goblins this time hadn't just stolen food. They had also abducted many villagers. Could those lifeless corpses be the kidnapped villagers? Were the goblins bleeding them out to remove the smell before eating them, like preparing pork? These creatures had an alarming, albeit twisted, sense of culinary precision. Injured soldiers quickly came seeking treatment. Edwin and 6 other priests sat idly not far from me, chatting away. Though they weren't pleased about being sidelined, they seemed to enjoy the thought of receiving the city lord's rewards for doing absolutely nothing. Perhaps being useless wasn't so bad after all. As I healed, I asked one of the soldiers, "How many levels does this labyrinth have in total?" The Adventurers Guild records say 3. This labyrinth had apparently been explored in the past, and the guild had maps. The city defense army had obtained a copy before setting out. 3? That's not too many. I estimated the extermination could be finished in no time. Within 10 minutes, the first level was cleared of goblins, and the city defense army advanced to the second level. Mia, Flora, follow me. We passed through a corridor and came upon a massive water pool. Relying on their maps, the soldiers confidently dove in one by one, disappearing into the illusionary water without causing a single splash. I held hands with Mia and Flora and jumped in. The pool turned out to be a magic illusion. It wasn't cold at all. As we penetrated the illusion, the surroundings distorted and then transitioned into the second-level corridor. The corridor was 10 meters wide and 10 meters high, lit by torches on both sides, so it wasn't too dark. "Where's the city defense group?" I looked around. Apart from some wandering goblins, there wasn't a trace of the soldiers. The pool must have acted as a portal, scattering us from the main force. "I don't know," the 2 replied, shaking their heads. That was when I realized we'd been separated. Rah, rah. Goblins on the second level spotted the intruders, shouting wildly as they charged. Mia drew her sword and began engaging the scattered goblins. Shield. My shields only worked for myself, but Flora was standing close enough that she was shielded as well. I pulled her close as the faintly red shield enveloped the 2 of us. The dozen goblins swung their clubs furiously at us. Thump, thump, thump. They couldn't break the shield, and the rebound effect flung them in all directions. On the other side, Mia darted left and right amidst the goblin horde, her short sword either piercing through throats or hearts with quick, precise motions, cleanly taking down 7 to 8 of them. Suddenly, a goblin warrior carrying a massive axe charged at her, swinging it down in a terrifying arc. Mia leaned backward, executing a perfect stationary backflip, her body bending nearly to a full 360-degree curve to evade the strike. Boom! The massive axe smashed into the ground, splitting the stone slabs and leaving a 2-meter-wide crater. Mia then leapt forward gracefully, aiming to thrust her sword into the goblin warrior's heart. Yet, the warrior's thick skin and sturdy build only allowed the blade to sink half an inch deep. "It won't cut." Mia gasped in surprise. The goblin warrior roared in fury, discarding its axe and swinging a massive fist directly at her. Mia raised her short sword to block, but the sledgehammer-like fist bent the sword into a curve and sent her flying over 10 meters. I rushed forward to help her up. "Are you hurt?" "No." Hearing my concern, her heart warmed. She looked at her sword, now bent into a 90-degree angle, and frowned. "What a shame. This sword is done for." "No worries. Once we're out, I'll get you an even better one." The goblin warrior picked up its axe again and charged toward us. I patted Mia's shoulder and granted her an empowered strike. A circle of white light appeared around her wrist. "Bring it down." Understanding that this was my ability, which could amplify the power of her next attack exponentially, Mia rushed forward without fear. Using the long handle of the giant axe as leverage, she hopped twice before delivering a powerful punch to the warrior. My health pool stood at 20,100, 201 times that of a normal human. The additional damage from her strike was catastrophic. Boom. The warrior's body was blasted into pieces, obliterated in one punch. "So strong," Mia exclaimed in joy, leaping in excitement. The thrill of defeating an opponent of such a higher level was electrifying. The 3 of us cleared throngs of goblins from the corridor. The labyrinth was aptly named because of its complex, intricate layout. With no map, both ends of the hallway extended into unknown darkness. After thinking it over, I decided we should press forward. The passage led us to a three-way fork ahead. Mia, Flora, which way? Left. Right. The two of them answered in unison, but with opposite directions. I was stuck. Let's flip a coin, heads for left, tails for right. A simple cure for indecision. I flipped a gold coin. After spinning several times in the air, it landed in my hand, heads. We went left. After walking for over 300 meters, we hit a dead end. It's a dead end? Mia's cat ears drooped. Her earlier instinct had told her to take the left path, but clearly, she had been wrong. Lord Raylo, let's go back and take the right path, Flora suggested. Wait. Normally in games, people would backtrack upon hitting a dead end, but this wasn't a game. I walked up to the wall and knocked on it. No hollow sound, completely solid. Still, it wouldn't hurt to try something. After all, there was no cost to experimentation. Mia, come here. I pulled out an iron sword and granted it an empowered strike, the circle of white light appearing around her wrist again. Try cutting this wall with the sword. All right. Lord Raylo, you'd better step back a little. I retreated a few meters. Mia slashed down with the sword. Boom. The empowered strike blew a hole through the wall, dust and debris flying everywhere. Once the dust settled, a new corridor appeared beyond the breach. Wow, it's a new pathway, Flora exclaimed in amazement. Well, this really is like finding another world, I murmured. I had tried it on a whim, never expecting there to be an actual pathway hidden behind the solid wall. Let's go in and see. Though the labyrinth was thought to have been explored by previous adventurers, it was possible they had overlooked some hidden treasures. As we entered the new corridor, torches along the walls ignited automatically, their flames illuminating the space ahead. After a half hour of walking, we emerged into an expansive stone chamber layered with dust. The four corners of the hall held cracked and deformed stone columns, and in the center stood a disfigured statue, surrounded by fragments of crumbled stone on the floor. At the far end of the room was a massive stone door, over 10 meters tall, with an engraving resembling a sun at its center. Treasures might very well lie beyond this door. As we approached, the stone door began opening outward on its own. From within emerged an enormous creature, a massive goblin nearly 10 meters tall, its green skin reminiscent of the Hulk from movies, carrying a giant battle axe. Humans, trespassing on Lord Dylan's domain. You're doomed. The giant goblin growled, its voice hoarse and gruff. I felt perplexed. Goblins were generally unintelligent and couldn't speak. Even the elite goblin warriors didn't have this capability. Yet, this one could talk, suggesting it was most likely the boss of the lair. But who was this Lord Dylan it mentioned? You two step back. I'll handle this. While small fry could serve as practice for Mia, this boss was far too dangerous. I needed to gauge its strength first. Be careful, Lord Raylo. Shield up. I activated my shield ability and strode toward the goblin, saying mockingly, Come on, kill me. Hit me right here. I pointed provocatively at my temple. Insignificant human, die. The giant goblin roared in rage and swung its massive axe down at me. I stood still, not dodging or flinching. At 1.8 meters tall, I appeared minuscule in comparison to the 10-meter-tall monster. It swung its axe like it was playing golf, striking my shield with terrifying force. Cracks instantly spread across the shield's surface, and I was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall. I was startled. My health pool of 20,100 coupled with high durability had previously made me unshakable even against goblins and warriors. Yet, this creature had not only sent me flying, but had also left my shield on the brink of shattering. The power of that swing was beyond imagination. At the same time, an invisible force rebounded from me to the goblin. Splurt. A deep gash appeared across its chest, as if it had been struck by a blade. It was sent flying back toward the stone door, blood pouring from its wound. The giant goblin sat slumped on the ground, its face pale with shock. It had no idea how I had inflicted such devastating damage. Lord Raylo, are you all right? Mia and Flora rushed to my side, one supporting me from each side. I'm fine. Thanks to the shield, I hadn't suffered any injuries. The goblin, much more intelligent than its peers, realized I wasn't to be trifled with. It turned and tried to escape. I pulled out a bow and granted Mia an empowered strike. Don't let it get away. Shoot it down. The goblin glanced at Mia's ordinary bow and arrow, disdain flickering in its eyes. It assumed such a weapon couldn't harm it, and didn't bother dodging, rushing toward the stone door. Mia let loose an arrow, and at the exact moment the goblin was stepping through the doorway, the arrow struck its back. Boom. Unlike the warrior from earlier that had been torn apart, this goblin didn't shatter. Instead, a massive, meter-wide blood gash opened in its chest. It staggered forward, staring down at the wound in disbelief. It couldn't understand how a mere arrow could cause such destructive damage. A mouthful of blood sprayed out as its enormous body collapsed heavily to the ground. With one arrow, Mia had slain the giant goblin, feeling for a moment like an unrivaled powerhouse. However, she knew deep down that the ability was mine, not hers. Earlier, it had mentioned Lord Dylan. It seemed there was an even more formidable boss somewhere within the lair. Mia, Flora, you two stay behind me while I scout ahead. As their support, I moved to the front to secure a better view, stepping cautiously toward the stone door. As soon as I stepped through the door, a strong stench of blood hit me and almost made me pass out. A short distance ahead, a huge, bright red blood pool appeared, with thick blood continuously flowing into it from the stone channels around it. So much blood. I thought of the dried corpses on the first floor. Maybe they were related to this blood pool. The blood pool was 100 meters in diameter. A middle-aged man stood at the edge of the pool, wearing purple clothes. He had an average build, an ordinary face, short brown hair, and held a magic staff in his hand, with an adventurer's guild badge hanging from his chest. Who are you? The man in purple looked at me in surprise. This was a hidden chamber in the labyrinth, and there was also a third-tier goblin general guarding outside. Normally, no one should have been able to break in. Red, Chaos replied. I'm the successor of socialism. Who are you? And what are you doing here? A human appearing in a goblin nest. Something abnormal was definitely going on. Second-tier spell, Heart-Eating Curse. The man in purple didn't waste words. He raised his staff, condensed mana, and cast the spell without chanting. A faint black glow spread from the tip of the staff and shot across the entire space, falling on the three of us. My vitality was abundant. Even after being hit, I was still lively and felt nothing at all. But Mia and Flora were miserable. Mia looked pained and collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest with both hands and curling up as waves of heart pain struck her, unbearable to endure. Flora's condition was much the same as Mia's. She was also clutching her chest, cold sweat beading on her forehead from the pain. Heal. I grabbed their wrists and used healing. But healing had no effect at all, and the pain didn't ease in the slightest. Seeing that nothing had happened to me, the man in purple frowned. Strange. You were hit by my heart-eating curse, so why are you completely fine? Curse magic? I froze for a moment. So Mia and Flora had been cursed. I quickly grabbed both of their wrists and used purification one after another. Strong purification power poured in, instantly dispelling the curse, and the two women's pain eased as they sat up. I let out a long breath. Purification skill was damn impressive. My curse was broken. The man in purple was shocked. Curse magic is like locks and keys. Each curse has a corresponding dispel spell. He didn't know the dispel spell, so how had I broken it? Go die, bro. I smiled maliciously. Mia, capture him for me. Yes. Mia had just been attacked by the curse and was still seething with anger. She charged along the edge of the blood pool toward him at full speed. Lightning spell. The man in purple wasn't good at close combat. Seeing the beast woman rush at him, he hurriedly cast a spell to defend himself. He planted his staff on the ground, and a large number of thread-thin blue lightning arcs burst crackling outward, dealing continuous damage and paralysis within a 20-meter radius. Mia was within the range. Her cat fur stood on end, her whole body went numb, and she dropped to one knee, unable to move. Seeing Mia controlled, I also rushed into the lightning arc range. The blue arc struck me, but my resilience was extremely high, so I moved as freely as ever. The man in purple's heart lurched. This guy could dispel the heart-eating curse, and now he was even immune to the paralysis of lightning spell? That was ridiculous. While he was stunned, I rushed up, snatched his magic staff, and interrupted his casting, causing the lightning arcs to disappear. Meow, meow, meow. Mia regained mobility, exploded into action, grabbed both of his arms, and drove one knee into his back from behind, pressing him to the ground so hard he could barely breathe. Gently, gently, my arms are about to break. Mia, don't kill him. I still had questions to ask. Mia loosened her grip a little. I took out a small knife and slapped his face with it. Speak. Who are you? What are you doing here? Dylan Anders, a mage. I nodded. Then the Lord Dylan, that goblin general mentioned should be him. Why are you, a human, hanging around with a bunch of goblins? Goblins would only treat humans as food. How could they possibly be loyal to a human? Dylan, with his life in my hands, dared not hide it. I have a magic item that can control goblins. All the goblins in this dungeon are under my control. Huh? So the goblin disaster in Sand City this time was caused by you. I was stunned. Coming here, I had thought it was a natural disaster, but it turned out to be man-made. Why did you control the goblins to attack the villages? Dylan, unwillingly, pointed at the blood pool. To collect blood and release the high-ranking blood clan sealed here. High-ranking blood clan? What do you mean? I once got a treasure that came out of this dungeon at an auction. The information inside said that beneath this dungeon, a very powerful high-ranking blood clan is sealed. If the seal is broken, that treasure can be used to control it. So I first controlled the goblins to attack the villages, then disguised myself as an adventurer and revealed the lair's location to the city defense army, luring them here to wipe them out. The blood from the battle would all flow here. I turned to look at the blood pool. The city defense army was fighting the goblins, and blood was continuously flowing in from the stone troughs, nearly full. Where's that treasure that can control the high-ranking blood clan? Hand it over. That's my thing. It doesn't belong to you. Dylan revealed his fierce side. Mia saw he was being uncooperative, gave a hard tug, and nearly ripped his arm off. It's going to break. It's in my magic staff. I picked up the magic staff. Where? Pressed the top end into the ground 3 times. I flipped it over and pressed it into the ground 3 times. A small hidden compartment popped open. Inside was a finely crafted golden bracelet. Wear it, and you can control that blood clan. Dylan was utterly despairing. He had planned for this high-ranking blood clan for a full 3 years. It was like marrying a bride. He had painstakingly arranged the match, paid the betrothal gifts, held the wedding banquet, and when it came time to enter the bridal chamber, I entered the bridal chamber. You've killed so many people, a grave sin beyond measure. As a trainee priest, I now represent the goddess of life in judging you. I had Mia drag him to the edge of the blood pool, extending his neck over the rim so it would be easy to bleed him. Dylan panicked. Wait, friend, I've already given you the control item. Why are you still killing me? So what if you gave it to me? I never promised not to kill you. Huh? Dylan was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, when begging for mercy, he had thought handing over the treasure would save his life, but I was actually this shameless. Die. Without giving him a chance to argue, I drew my long sword and, like slaughtering a chicken, slit his throat to let the blood flow out. Blood surged into the blood pool. Dylan struggled twice and then died. I stood before the blood pool, waiting for the seal to break. Dylan had modified the dungeon so that blood from anywhere would flow into this pool. Once it filled, the seal could be lifted. As the battle continued, the water level in the pool rose rapidly and soon filled it. Then the blood merged into the magic array embedded in the surrounding walls. The water level dropped at high speed and was absorbed completely. At the bottom of the blood pool, a white sealing array appeared, with a cross-shaped demon sealing sword slanted into its center. The next moment, the demon sealing sword shattered, and the sealing array broke apart with it. Rumble. The entire dungeon trembled violently, accompanied by terrifying magical fluctuations. A blood-red pillar of light, 100 meters in diameter, shot skyward from the bottom of the pool. The 3 of us hurriedly retreated. Ha ha ha, finally out. A brazen, sharp young girl's voice rang out from within the red light. Hiss. This high-ranking blood clan seemed to be female. The pillar of light shrank, and a petite figure appeared, less than 1.6 meters tall, with snow-white hair tied into twin tails and decorated with bat ornaments, wearing a dark red gothic long dress. Her exquisite little face had skin so pale it was almost transparent, and a pair of evil blood-red eyes radiated noble coldness. Behind her, a pair of bat-like flesh wings slowly flapped. I looked at her, and 8 words floated into my mind. 3 years minimum, death penalty at worst. The Blood Clan girl was ecstatic with delight, her gaze falling on me. Human, did you save me? That's right. She licked her lips and smiled wickedly. Thank you for saving me. As repayment, I grant you the chance to become a Blood Clan, so you can have a long life. Without caring whether I agreed or not, she moved her wings and instantly appeared in front of me. Thanks a fucking lot. I had no desire to become a Blood Clan that couldn't stand in the sunlight. Hee hee. I'm a kind Blood Clan who repays kindness. No need to thank me. Huh. Before I could react, a pair of soft, pale hands pressed down on my shoulders and pinned me to the ground. She lay on top of me, and from her cherry-red little mouth emerged 4 icy white fangs as she bit into my neck. The fangs pierced my skin, and blood gushed out in a massive amount. Pinned beneath her small, soft body, I wore a comical smile. Actually, this didn't seem so bad. Her throat bobbed as she gulped down my blood, initiating the vampire's first embrace on me. To her surprise, my blood was extraordinarily high in quality, and she became so absorbed in it that she clung to me and refused to let go. Release Lord Ray Luo, you evil vampire. You bastard, let him go now. Mia and Flora rushed up in fury to rescue me. She was drinking so happily that she didn't want to be disturbed, but since we were the ones who had saved her, she also didn't want to kill them. With a surge of magic, she raised a layer of blood-red shield around us, blocking the two of them out. Mia and Flora hammered at the shield outside, but their strength wasn't enough to break it, so they could only watch helplessly. Lord Ray Luo. Flora lay against the shield, unable to reach me even though I was right in front of her, tears streaming down her face in panic. Mia said nothing, clenching her fist and smashing at the shield with all her might, pounding both her fists until they were bloodied. A mere fatal wound, nothing to worry about. I reassured them not to be concerned. But even as I said that, I could clearly feel my blood rapidly draining away inside my body. I raised the control bracelet on my wrist. Hey, vampire, I command you as your master to get off me. She gave no response and kept drinking. I frowned. Didn't Dylan say this thing could control vampires? Why wasn't it working at all? Or was I using it wrong? Although my blood was 200 times that of an ordinary person, she had been sealed for a century and had an enormous appetite, so she drained a huge amount from me. Heal. I cast healing on myself, and my nearly emptied HP bar instantly filled back up. Drink all you want. Drink until you burst. My healing has no cooldown. As long as I'm not killed instantly, I can keep recovering forever. Half an hour passed. The vampire girl had drunk to her heart's content, now kneeling on my chest, her blood-red eyes gleaming with excitement. Human, your blood is marvelous. Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly felt something wrong with my body. My eyes slowly turned from black to red, and my blonde hair also began turning red from the roots. She noticed it. This is the sign that you're turning into a lower vampire. Once transformed, you'll not only possess superhuman strength, but also a long lifespan. This is a blessing for you. There are two ways an upper vampire can transform a human. One is to turn them into a lower vampire with independent consciousness, whose strength and lifespan far exceed those of ordinary people. The other is to turn them into a mindless, bloodthirsty monster, practically no different from being dead. She had chosen the former. She truly intended to turn me into an immortal vampire. Purify. I used purification on myself to remove all negative effects. In an instant, the red in my eyes vanished, and my hair returned to blonde. Huh? Why did the transformation stop? The vampire girl looked puzzled. She had never encountered such a situation before. Get out of my way. I pushed her aside and sat up. She couldn't make sense of me. This person was actually unaffected by the vampire's first embrace. The blood-red shield shattered, and Mia knelt beside me with a face full of concern. Lord Ray Luo, are you all right? I'm fine. I took her hands. She had pounded the shield trying to save me, and the skin on her fists had been broken. I used healing to mend her wounds. I'm so glad you're okay. Flora, with tears still on her face, also knelt nearby. She had just been thinking I was surely dead. I wiped away her tears, patted her head, and told her not to worry. At that moment, the vampire girl stood up and folded away her wings. She straightened her not-so-voluptuous little chest and put her hands on her hips, full of arrogance. I am Callista Clarissa, a noble ranked 6th among vampires. You 3 rescued me, so I grant you the chance to become my servants. This is something others can only dream of. Who wants to be your servant? I belong to Lord Ray Luo. Mia spread her arms to block me and bared her teeth at her. This vampire was terrifyingly powerful, and even if it cost her life, she would protect me. What a ferocious little kitten, I like you. From now on, you'll be my pet. The vampire girl smiled happily. What a day this was. My luck was simply too good. Breaking the seal and regaining freedom, then encountering a human with top-quality blood and a fascinating little kitten. After hearing her introduce herself, I remembered, for this kind of directional exclusive magic item, you have to issue the command by calling someone's full name. The bracelet probably didn't work just now because I didn't say her name. Callista Clarissa, I command you to lie down. As soon as I spoke, the control bracelet on my wrist burst with golden light, and the gold bracelet on her wrist lit up as well. The two activated in response to each other, turning into golden energy that merged into both of our bodies. The extremely arrogant Callista stiffened and uncontrollably dropped to the ground. Damn it, how could I forget this thing? She had become so smug after breaking the seal that she forgot that besides the seal, She also had this control bracelet shackling her. You filthy human, take off the control bracelet right now, or I'll kill you. Callista, lying flat on the ground like a toad, roared sideways. I smiled and ignored her threat. Walking over, I crouched down and pinched her little face. Ha ha, I caught a wild bloodkin. Awesome. You're the wild one. Your whole family is wild. Callista's forehead veins bulged as she braced her hands on the floor like she was doing push-ups, desperately trying to break free. But before she could even push herself up 10 centimeters, I sat down on her back and forced her back down. Don't even think about resisting. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Pervert. With her pretty face pressed against the cold floor and hearing my evil laughter, Callista felt that this person was definitely no good. Bloodkin, I'll give you two choices. Either work for me obediently or die. I could tell she was quite strong. Bringing her under my command would be a huge help. And most importantly, she was also a wild white-haired, red-eyed vampire loli. Impossible. Though Callista was small, she was stubborn and forceful. What a joke. How could one of the noble sixth-ranking bloodkin ever work for a human? I sneered. Yeah, since that's the case, then die. Clasp your own neck with both hands. The control bracelet took effect, and Callista, lying on the ground, had her hands seize her own neck against her will. Squeeze harder, harder. The tighter she squeezed, the closer she came to breaking her own neck. She finally realized that if she didn't submit, this person would really use the bracelet to kill her. In halting breaths, she said, I give up. I give up. See? That's more like it. I smiled. Let go of your own neck. Callista released her grip and gasped for breath. She had nearly died. I got off her back and removed the bracelet's restraint. Callista felt her whole body relax and climbed to her feet. I sized her up, less than 1.6 meters tall, wearing a Lolita-style long red dress, with white twin tails, ruby eyes, and a childish little face full of dissatisfaction. This refined outfit made her look like an Aero game heroine, or even a boss at the final stage of a gal game who could drop a defeat CG. You're actually pretty cute, little thing. I patted her head. Don't touch me, pervert. Callista narrowed her blood-red eyes and looked at me like I was trash. But she didn't dare resist. The control bracelet's activation had a slave contract-like effect, and if she developed killing intent toward her master, she would suffer backlash. Come on, let's get out first. The four of us walked toward the maze exit. Mia and Flora kept glancing sideways at Callista with vigilance from time to time. Bloodkin were no kind people, especially not a high-ranking bloodkin who ranked 6th. Human, what's your name? Callista asked as she walked. Raylo. You can call me Master or Lord Raylo. No, I still prefer calling you pervert or trash. Even though she agreed to work for me, she still carried herself with pride. Me? Who knew how far we had walked before a dense sound of footsteps came from ahead. A group appeared. The leader was City Lord Bert, followed by many city defense soldiers. After fierce fighting with the remaining goblins, each of them was covered in wounds and blood. Raylo, why did you suddenly disappear just now? Bert looked at me, then at the three beauties beside me. When we entered the maze, I had clearly only been with 2 of them. How did it become 3? What do you mean I suddenly disappeared? It was your people who got separated from me, so I could only wander around the maze aimlessly. I complained. Is that so? Bert gave an awkward smile. The goblins in the maze are almost cleared out. Hurry and heal us. I healed the wounded soldiers. Vampires are sensitive to the smell of blood. Fresh blood would stir their appetite. But after Callista had sucked my rich, potent blood, the blood of the city defense soldiers smelled thin and tasteless to her, stirring not the slightest desire to eat. Laylo, is this girl a vampire? Bert, who was worldly and well-informed, studied Callista. Snow-white long hair, blood-red pupils. She was clearly a vampire. In human eyes, vampires were evil, and anyone bitten would turn into a bloodthirsty monster, so they had to be exterminated. While healing, I said casually, she's not a vampire, just has red-eye disease. Then how do you explain the white hair? Her personality's too awful, so she can't get married and got so worried her hair turned white. Red-eye disease my ass. Worried yourself into white hair. May you get destroyed. Callista, who was under 1.6 meters tall, raised her brows furiously and bent over to headbutt my waist. She didn't use much force, just a symbolic protest. See, I told you her personality was terrible. I fought violence with violence, landing a knife-hand strike on the top of her head. Callista held her head and glared at me resentfully, then said nothing more. Bert wasn't stupid and didn't believe my nonsense. This red-eyed, white-haired twin-tailed girl was most likely a vampire, but seeing Callista suffer, he judged that I had already subdued her. This time, by helping the city defense forces in the suppression, I greatly reduced their casualties and had done them a huge favor, so Bert chose to turn a blind eye. After healing several hundred wounded, the city defense forces continued the purge. After hours of fierce battle, the goblins were basically wiped out. By the time everyone left the labyrinth, it was already morning of the next day. Quest completed, reward skill, taunt. Taunt. LV1 raise your middle finger to taunt a single target within a 50-meter radius, forcing the target to attack you. To activate taunt, you actually had to raise the middle finger. This method was absurd, yet somehow reasonable. Quest. Raise Callista's favorability to 100 points. Reward. Max HP plus 10,000 current progress. Dash 10 out of 100. Another favorability quest with a max HP reward. This was the third time I'd received a mission to get a girl, and I wore a mysterious smile worthy of the Mona Lisa. Maybe the strongest support system wasn't the coolest in the system world, but it was definitely the one that understood its host best. I had threatened and lured Callista, and even hit her with a knife hand strike, so her impression of me wasn't good. Her initial favorability was -10. Forget it, favorability can be built up slowly, no rush. The four of us returned to Soane City with the city defense forces, collected a reward of 1,000 gold coins at the Lord's Mansion, then left the city and headed back to White Dove Town. By the time we walked back from the abandoned labyrinth to Soane City, it was already noon. After lingering there for a while, the sun was already setting by the time we left the city not long after. Weren't you vampires afraid of sunlight? I asked, seeing that Callista was walking under the sun without any issues. Only low-level vampires are afraid of sunlight. A high-ranking vampire like me is perfectly fine, she said disdainfully. 6. I gave a single 6 and kept walking straight ahead. Hey human, I'm hungry. Callista tugged at my sleeve with a blank expression. I had no cooldown healing and could restore HP infinitely, so letting her suck some blood wouldn't cost me anything. I rolled up my right sleeve and held it out. No, I don't want to bite here. She pushed my arm away and looked at my neck. I like biting there. The next major artery has stronger blood pressure. One bite would deliver a bursty, jam-like rush of pleasure. I sat down on a rock and spread my arms. Come on. Callista loved my blood and Kuo into my arms, wrapping herself around my waist. Her fangs pierced my carotid artery, and she sucked wildly. I'd once been shot through the chest and not felt a thing. Her bite didn't affect me much either. Only a slight mosquito bite sting the instant my skin was pierced. While she drank my blood, I also held the petite vampire girl in my arms. There was no smell of blood on her, only a strange, delicate fragrance unlike Mia and Floris. Her waist was just as slender and soft, only her chest was a bit flat. That tiny body gave me the illusion of wandering along the edge of execution. So good. My blood felt like it had ice and ma added to it, and the more she drank, the more into it she got. I stroked her long hair down her back, then grabbed her white twin tails. Being hugged by a Blood Clan member was actually quite comfortable, not cold at all like the rumors said. Seeing her enjoying herself in my arms, Mia and Flora couldn't help but come over and stand on my left and right, each holding one of my arms and leaning against me. I was squeezed in the middle, feeling like my life had reached its peak. Callista had a huge appetite and quickly drank away nearly a third of my blood. Heal. I was instantly back to full health. She let go of my neck, her red eyes brimming with joy. Human, your blood is too delicious. I'd call it the most delicious food in the world. Callista's affection for the host plus 5 progress dash 5 out of 100. Drink yourself to death. My healing had no cooldown, so I could keep restoring my blood endlessly and literally stuff her to death. Callista kept drinking from sunset until after dark, finally fully sated. Influenced by the higher-ranking Blood Clan, my eyes turned crimson with signs of transformation, but I directly used purification on myself to remove all negative effects, and the crimson instantly vanished. The four of us lit a bonfire under the tree. I leaned against the trunk with Callista in my arms, Mia against my left shoulder, and Flora against my right, and together we drifted into sleep. In the morning, dawn glow spread in the east. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Callista sitting in my lap, her blood-red eyes fixed on my face, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if admiring a perfect work of art. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare at me like that, right? Her gaze made my skin crawl. Callista showed a wicked grin, like a prank had succeeded. Hey, what did you do to me? I frowned. This girl seemed to be hiding something from me. Nothing. She smiled again without explaining. She's definitely hiding something from me. I moved my limbs, twisted my neck. Normal. Then I touched my crotch. That thing was still there. Hey, what exactly did you do to me? Haha, not telling you. Callista swung her twin tails as she left my arms and walked ahead, stretching in a long yawn. Just then Flora woke up, and when she saw my face, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. Lord Leluo, your face. What about my face? I looked blank. Do you have a mirror? You'll know once you look. I hurriedly took out a mirror and looked. Some time while I'd slept, my handsome face had been smeared all over with charcoal. There were 2 black circles around my eyes, a bird on my left cheek, a crab on my right, and a fish on my forehead. The drawing skill was on the same level as a kindergarten kid's. Pretty, isn't it? Callista laughed with her hands on her hips. Last night, while I was asleep, she'd gotten bored, picked up some charcoal from the bonfire, and carried out her artistic creation on my face. Evil Blood Clan member, face your punishment. I sprang up and pinched her cheeks, squeezing that little face into a hamster-like shape and rubbing it furiously. Only after tormenting her for a while did I let go and wipe the doodles off my face with paper and dew. Despicable human. Callista, after being tormented, clenched her fists and really wanted to pound me. But I had the control bracelet. She was no match for me. After wiping it clean, I went under the tree and rubbed Mia's cat ears. Kitty, let's go. Lord Leluo, I still want to sleep a little longer. The sleepy Mia hugged her cat tail and didn't want to get up. When Mia first became a slave, out of fear of the slave master, she carefully put on an act, terrified of provoking my whip. After spending time together, she realized I really treated her like family, and even her little habit of sleeping in was exposed. Get up. I poked her waist. Let me sleep a little longer. She closed her eyes and rubbed against the tree trunk, unwilling to move. You lazy cat. With no other choice, I carried her on my back and let her sleep. Mia happily wrapped her arms around my neck, her big white bunnies pressed against my shoulder, her slender legs clamping around my waist, and her cat tail winding around my body. We've been away from the manor for several days. There must be a lot of fallen leaves. Once we get back, clean the manor thoroughly. Okay. Mia leaned against my back and kept sleeping. I carried Mia toward White Dove Town, with Callista and Flora following beside me. By the way, Callista, how old are you this year? I wanted to know more about her. Asking a woman her age so brazenly. There's not a shred of gentlemanly manners in you. She was still angry about being ravaged. I never said I was a gentleman. Spit it out. Callista bared her teeth at me like a dog before answering. 500 and something. Flora was over 200. Callista was twice that. As expected, anime girls can be 200 years old or even 2,000 years old, but they can never be 40. So who was it that sealed you in that labyrinth? The fact that they sealed her away and even left her a control bracelet clearly meant they hadn't intended to kill her, but rather hoped someone would come along to guide her. From what I observed, Callista was a bit wicked, though not exactly kind, but she wasn't especially evil either for a blood race. At that, Callista flew into a rage, bearing fangs and claws. Those bastards from the Holy Church. If I ever run into them, I'll tear them to pieces, mince them into meat paste, and feed them to the dogs. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. What a coincidence. I'm from the Holy Church. People from the Holy Church really are vile clowns. Being under my control, she couldn't tear anyone to pieces, so she could only sass me. Callista's little mouth was slick with honey. She needed some punishment to behave. Callista Clarissa, I command you to move forward by doing backflips. With the law spoken, reality followed. Her body lost control and began backflipping forward. Hey, you despicable human. If you've got the guts, don't use the control bracelet. Fight me one-on-one. Backflipping as she was, Callista was still remarkably stubborn. I ignored her and kept walking quickly with my head down. She kept backflipping, spinning around her waist like a windmill, until the world turned upside down. Miss Callista is really miserable, Flora thought with a sigh. After backflipping for 5 kilometers straight, even an upper-level blood race couldn't keep it up. Callista was on the verge of tears. This guy was simply a devil. When under the eaves, one has no choice but to bow one's head. She lost her stubbornness and weakly pleaded, "Human, I was wrong." I released the control. She stopped and plopped down on the ground, her eyes crossed and stars spinning before her, seeing double all around. Let's go. I'm dizzy. I can't walk. She rubbed her temples, unable even to stand up. To deal with someone as stubborn as Callista, you have to give her a slap and then a candy. I carried her on my back. I'll carry you. She gave a cold snort, still dizzy-headed, and quietly lay on my back. The 4 of us passed through White Dove Town and headed to the lakeside manor outside the town. Some desiccated goblin corpses hung from the over 2-meter-high rose wall. Flora, take down the flower wall. The nest had already been wiped out. There was no need to keep the dangerous rose wall any longer. Yes. Flora placed her hand on the wall, a faint glow blooming from the petal at her brow, and in an instant the flower vines automatically withdrew underground. After being out for a few days, home really is more comfortable. I walked down the pine and cypress avenue toward the manor. A wood just then, a tremendous tiger roar echoed from the manor, low and rumbling like an 8-cylinder engine. Holy shit, I froze. Had a tiger gotten into the manor while I was away for a few days? But then I thought about it and realized something was wrong. The flower walls around the place were supposed to protect it. So how could a tiger get in? Still in shock, a pure white tiger leaped over the more than 2-meter-high iron gate and landed at the end of the main road. It was about 4 meters long, with half-meter-long white saber fangs on both sides, round and bulky, twice the size of a northeast tiger, and its whole body radiated a biting cold. I recognized it. A frost saber-toothed tiger, a tiger-type magic beast capable of using ice attribute magic, extremely vicious. Judging by its size, it was an adult, stronger than a goblin warrior, but not as strong as a goblin general. Fat tiger, this is my manor. What are you doing, trying to seize someone else's place? My killing intent began to rise. Awu wild magical beasts had a strong sense of territory. It stood guard at the entrance and roared, warning me not to come closer. Human, want me to kill it for you? Callista, fully fed, was just looking to stretch her muscles. No need, I can handle it myself. I waved confidently and took out a short knife. I had seen a post online about how to deal with tigers in the wild. When the tiger lunges, hold a short knife with the blade pointing up, slide in toward it, and wait for it to pounce before slashing open its belly. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. I sprinted toward the tiger at full speed. When I was 10 meters away, I crouched down, held the knife with the tip facing up, and slid forward using my momentum, waiting for it to jump me. However, the frost saber-toothed tiger didn't pounce. It stood motionless on the spot, its tiger face full of question marks. My soles scraped against the ground, kicking up dust, and after sliding for a while, I came to a stop right in front of it. Seeing me slide all the way to the tiger, Mia didn't know what I was doing, but she felt that Lord Raylo must have some deeper meaning in doing this. Man and tiger were less than a meter apart, staring at each other in silence, the atmosphere awkward. Ahem, I coughed tactically to hide my embarrassment. So the sliding tackle was fake after all. Forget it. I'd better use a system skill. Shield. I stood up, raised my shield, and taunted it. Come on, fat tiger, bite me. The frost saber-toothed tiger glanced at me, then lay down on the ground with its front paws crossed and its head resting on them. It only wanted to guard its territory, not hurt anyone. I frowned. This tiger was a little different. It actually didn't attack humans. But that was fine, I had taunt. I raised my right hand and gave it the middle finger, activating taunt. Roar. Seeing the middle finger I was showing it, an inexplicable rage ignited in its heart, stronger than catching its wife cheating with her lover. It instantly went red with fury and went completely berserk. It leaped up and swiped at my shield with one claw. Crack. Fine fractures appeared on the shield, and the recoil left 3 bloody claw marks on its body. Taunt kept enraging it, and the tiger, having lost its reason, frantically lashed out with its claws. The shield cracked only slightly, but all the damage rebounded in full. A minute later, Taunt ended. The snow-white fur was dyed red, and it collapsed weakly to the ground. Huh? How did this guy beat the frost saber-toothed tiger? Callista looked utterly confused. She had only seen me standing still while the tiger kept attacking me, and then countless claw marks appeared on the tiger's body out of nowhere, like a reflection spell, but why was there no mana fluctuation? I dropped the shield and pulled out my longsword, preparing to behead the tiger. At that moment, the dying tiger seemed to have a burst of last strength. It narrowed its eyes and, like a cat, rubbed its tiger head against my calf. Frost saber-toothed tigers were felines, and as a seasoned cat-petting enthusiast, I judged that it was acting cute. What the hell? Awu, this tiger was highly intelligent and knew it couldn't beat me, so it no longer insisted on guarding its territory. Enduring the pain, it acted cute toward me, lying obediently on the ground and begging to be spared. I had only ever seen this kind of sycophantic behavior in my own dogs at home. This was the first time I'd seen it in a wild magic beast. Thinking back to how it hadn't attacked me outright at the start, this tiger was clearly different from ordinary wild magical beasts. I patted its tiger head, and it nudged my palm in friendly response. Fat tiger, I can spare your life, but this is my manor. You can't live here. Get out. There was a glint of intelligence in its eyes. It gently bit my arm and tried to drag me into the manor. I was dumbfounded, followed it inside, and Mia and the other 2 followed as well. It took us to the stable. The spacious stable was covered in hay, and on it lay another pregnant ice saber-toothed tiger, even fatter than the injured one. I instantly understood. You want your wife to give birth in my stable? No wonder it had only guarded its territory just now and not attacked proactively. It nodded. A while ago, there was a goblin plague nearby, and the animals suffered too. It brought its wife over the flower wall and into my manor. This quiet place was perfect for giving birth. You can stay, but you have to guard the house for me. I'd kept dogs before, but this was my first time keeping a tiger, and an ice attribute one at that. Pretty novel. Seeing that I agreed, the badly injured tiger could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, its eyelids drooping. It was about to die, but before dying it had secured a place for its wife to stay, so it could rest easy. The tigress ran out of the stable and circled around him anxiously, lying beside him to lick and treat his wounds, but it didn't do much good. I had already decided to take these two in as pets. I crouched down and cast healing on the male tiger. As the powerful healing force took effect, it stopped bleeding and its wounds healed on their own. The pain vanished, and the male tiger blinked and looked over its body. Its deep and shallow wounds were all gone. I stood up and folded my arms. Fat tiger, from now on, you and your wife can live in the stable, but you have to guard the house for me, understand? Having a tiger guard the place was a lot more exciting than keeping a dog. The male tiger was quite intelligent, its tiger eyes shining with hope as it got up and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Seeing her husband so full of life, the tigress went over to cuddle up affectionately with him. Their two tiger tails intertwined, and the air was filled with the sour stink of love. I rested my chin on my hand, puzzled. Why was this male tiger so intelligent that it could understand human speech? In cases like this, it had probably come into contact with some special magical item or eaten some herb in the wild. As I was thinking, Mia came over with her cat tail swishing, looking bored. Lord Lalo, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner? Beef stew, then. Go to White Dove Town and buy some beef. Buy a lot. I took out 3 gold coins and gave them to her, enough to buy hundreds of catties. Since the tigress was pregnant, I should buy extra to feed it. Okay. Thinking of beef stew, Mia happily headed out to buy meat. Callista leaned against the wall, shaking her leg, bored out of her mind. Hey, human, I'm going for a stroll around the manor. Don't bite anyone. If she bit someone, that would be bad. Got it. I'm not interested in other people's blood. After tasting my blood, she had absolutely no interest in ordinary people's blood. Turning around, she went out to wander. When life is boring, you have to learn to amuse yourself. After Mia and Callista left, only Flora and I remained in the manor. The sun wasn't too harsh today, and the flower beds were in full bloom. I moved a chair into the yard and sat down to bask in the sun. Flora, dressed in a pink dress, bent over in front of the flower bed to gently smell the blossoms. Flora, come here. She trotted over, pink eyes lively and smiling. What is it? Let's sunbathe together. I grabbed her slender wrist and pulled, letting her sit on my lap. Flora had already given me her first time, but she was still somewhat shy and inexperienced. With her head lowered, her face flushed red in an instant, like a blooming pink rose. I held her waist, and through the pink gauze dress, she felt soft and warm. I kissed her forehead lightly, and the scent of flowers wafted toward me. I touched the 3-petal mark between her brows. Do all of your flower fairy clan have this kind of mark? Different flower fairies have different shapes. She gave me a little lesson. I was born from a rose, so mine is rose petals. Those born from water lilies have water lily petals between their brows. Those born from orchids have orchid petals. I still think little roses are cuter. I smiled wickedly, kissed her forehead, and bit her elf-like snow-white long ear. Stimulated by that, Flora's snow-white skin gradually turned pink, and the faint scent of roses grew intense and rich. The fragrance of flowers overflowed everywhere, as if I were wrapped in countless blossoms. Flora panted heavily, her breath as fragrant as orchids, and her pink eyes were all misty. It's not convenient in the courtyard. Let's go upstairs and play. I carried her upstairs to the bedroom and fought with her. After we were done, I let Flora rest upstairs and went downstairs to cook. Mia had already bought the beef back, half a cow and all. I took out a short knife and crouched down, cutting the best beef brisket and beef tenderloin from half the cow to stew into soup tonight. I gave the rest to my 2 new pets. When I walked to the stable, the 2 tigers were lying on the hay, cuddling and snuggling. Knock, knock, knock. I rapped on the stable rail. Just after venting my frustration on Flora, I was now in sage mode, like a saint among sages. Hey, you too. Doing this kind of thing in broad daylight under the clear sky? How disgraceful. The sudden voice startled the 2 tigers. The male tiger let go of the female and ran out to fawn over me, rubbing his round head against me. Extremely human in his behavior. Such a round and chubby extra-large silver tabby. From now on, how about I call you Fat Tiger? I patted his tiger head. His fur was warm and soft. Ice sword-toothed tiger, roar, roar, roar. Translation, too ugly. This tiger objects. I couldn't understand tiger language and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Since you agree, from now on you'll be called Fat Tiger. The ice sword-toothed tiger widened its tiger eyes. I pointed at half the cow. That beef is for you and your wife. Roar, roar. Translation, thank you, human. Fat Tiger's tiger eyes curved into crescents, and he licked my face with his tongue. Though I'd given him a terrible name, it didn't stop me from being a friendly human who fed them. Damn, are you a dog? I wiped the tiger drool off my face with my sleeve. I'd never seen a feline lick its owner before. After thanking me, Fat Tiger happily ran off to bite into a cow leg and dragged half the cow back to the stable. There was so much meat that it wouldn't need to hunt for 2 days, leaving plenty of time to happily cuddle with his wife. I took Mia to the kitchen to make dinner. After dinner, night fell. Callista didn't come back all night. Early the next morning, the three of us had breakfast and went to White Dove Town. Before clearing out the nest, Grain had asked me to help collect the goblin corpses, so now I was returning the corpse-storing, devouring demon bottle to him at the church. On the way, Flora frowned with concern. Lord Raylo, Miss Callista hasn't come back all night. Could she have run into some bad people? I draped an arm over her shoulder. Don't worry. In all of Sarn City, and probably the entire Western Province, I doubt anyone's her match. A member of the Blood Clan's 6th great noble house, her strength was likely comparable to a 5th-tier monster. I should be thanking the heavens if she doesn't hurt anyone. Okay. When we arrived at the church, Grain was hearing the faithful's confessions in the front hall. Seeing me arrive and knowing the expedition was over, his old eyes lit up with joy. Friends, let's stop here for today. I have something to discuss with Priest Raylo. The believers dispersed. He came over quickly. Raylo, how did the favor I asked you to help with go? I took out the devouring demon bottle and casually tossed it to him. I didn't count them exactly, but there should be 1,000 or 2,000, plus the boss-level goblin general in the nest. Grain caught it and sent a trace of magic through his fingertips to sense the quantity. More than 1,800 corpses. His wrinkled old face lit up with delight. Wonderful, you've helped me tremendously. It was nothing. I dug at my ear. Don't worry, I won't ask you to help for nothing. I already knew he was a mole planted by the snake god cult inside the church, though his exact purpose was unknown. As long as we didn't interfere with each other, that was enough. I wasn't expecting him to give me any benefits. Father Grain, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. Don't forget to take part in the goddess trial. It should be in the next few days. All right. By my calculations, there were still 4 days left, and I'd need to make another trip to the Sarn City Cathedral then. The three of us strolled along the main street of White Dove Town. Not far ahead, a large crowd had gathered by the roadside. Mia tugged at my arm and pointed above the crowd. Lord Raylo, look, Callista is over there. Huh. Callista was sitting on the eaves by the street with her legs crossed, watching the crowd below with great interest. So she'd really been out all night and had been here the whole time. Come on, let's go take a look. When we got closer, we saw 2 men fighting, surrounded by a ring of onlookers. Callista, what are you doing? She leapt down from the roof and landed beside me. Nothing much, just watching those 2 men fight. What's so interesting about 2 men fighting? Hee hee, because their fight was caused by me. Her blood-red eyes gleamed wickedly as she whispered. Last night, I sent the white-clothed man's wife to the gray-clothed man's bed. This morning, I tipped off the white-clothed man to catch them in the act, and then the 2 of them started fighting. This is way too much fun. Straight face, I was speechless. No, are you really this bored? Living too long is boring. When life is boring, you have to learn to find your own fun. Otherwise, how do you think I've spent these past 500 years? One of the troubles of long-lived races is that they get too bored. As a short-lived race, I couldn't really relate. Passing a general store, Mia stopped to look at the fishing rods hanging by the entrance. She didn't say anything, but I could tell she wanted one, so I went in and asked, Boss, how much for the fishing rods outside? 150 copper coins each. The owner introduced them enthusiastically. The shaft is made of white willow, and the line is silk from the first-tier monster blue ice silkworm. It can handle fish weighing up to 50 gene. The hook is forged from dark azure magical ore, so it won't bend. With one of these, you'll never come home empty-handed. Really, I picked one up and gave it a swing. It was indeed quite resilient, and it came with line, float, and hook already attached. You could buy it and start fishing right away. I'll take 4. How much? 600 copper coins. I paid 6 silver coins. Thank you, Lord Leluo. Mia happily kissed my cheek, hoisted the 4 fishing rods onto her shoulder, and walked ahead with her cat tail held high. Quest: catch 300 fish. Reward: 1 skill point. Fishing? I froze for a moment. So the system didn't just trigger monster-killing quests, it also triggered life and entertainment quests. Interesting. I neither liked nor disliked fishing, but since it was a system quest, I might as well give it a try. Mia, how about we go fishing later? Okay. I love fishing the most. Mia agreed eagerly, growing even more excited. The 4 of us returned to the manor, and Mia went to the nearby farmland to dig up earthworms. Fat Tiger and his wife were lying lazily in front of the stables basking in the sun, their snow-white tiger fur reflecting silver light. Their paws were bigger than a human hand, and the way they lounged was exactly like a cat's. Who could resist an oversized silver-shaded cat? With Mia off digging worms, I was bored, so I stepped over Fat Tiger and rode on top of him, wildly rubbing his tiger head and chin with both hands. His plump tiger body felt dry and warm from the sun, and his body over 4 meters long was even more satisfying to pet than a little cat's. Ayo, translation, human, what are you doing? Fat Tiger half opened his eyes and gave me a lazy glance. Don't make a fuss. Your master is giving you a massage. I pushed his head down and kept petting him. Having been fed by me yesterday, Fat Tiger didn't mind me messing up the fur he'd just licked smooth. He kept basking in the sun with his round tiger head rubbing against me. My cat petting skills were top-notch, precisely hitting every feline sweet spot. Sometimes I rubbed his chin, sometimes his neck, sometimes the base of his tail. Ooh. Translation: ah, so good, amazing, don't stop. A deep tiger roar like an 8-cylinder engine rumbled out, and his paw claws spread wide from sheer pleasure. Hearing Fat Tiger's blissful groans, his wife gave the 2 of us a long look, her tiger eyes full of suspicion. What are these 2 doing? Why does it feel so dirty? Soon Mia came back after digging worms. Lord Leluo, let's go fishing. Let's go. I let go of Fat Tiger. The weather was beautiful and sunny, perfect for fishing. The 4 of us took our fishing rods, wooden buckets, and little stools to the shore of the big lake. The lake water was azure, and the aquatic plants were lush. There was no such thing as chum baiting on this continent. Mia threaded the earthworms onto the hook under a big tree and cast them directly into the water beside the reeds to wait for a bite. Callista couldn't sit still. The moment we arrived, she vanished. I sat on the bench, threaded the earthworms onto the hook, tossed it into the water, and waited quietly. Flora wasn't interested in fishing, but she was very interested in me. She sat in my lap, looking at me with her pink eyes full of affection, rubbing her head against my chest again and again. You're such a little temptress. With one hand I toyed with her pink hair, and with the other I kneaded her long ears. The flower fairy tribe looked like elves, but their bodies were even more fragrant and softer. Being able to create such an alluring, lively race, the goddess of life really was a little genius. More than 10 minutes later, rustling came from the nearby woods. Callista emerged from the forest, a few leaves stuck to her twin tails and blood-red Lolita dress, her hands clasped behind her back. Callista, where did you run off to? Just taking a walk nearby? Guess what I found? She smiled mysteriously and pulled out a bunch of grapes from behind her back, plump and dark purple-black, already fully ripe. She plucked one, waved it in front of me, and blinked her crimson eyes. Human, want to eat it? Let me have a taste. I reached out to take it. Nope. Just as my hand was halfway there, she tossed the grape straight into her own mouth, put her hands on her hips, and puffed out her small chest with a very beatable expression. Human, you didn't really think I'd give you the grapes, did you? Damn it. I'd seen people who were begging to be hit, but I'd never seen anyone as much as Callista. I said sternly, Callista Clarissa, come here. The control bracelet took effect, and she walked over to me against her will. I'm done for. Callista cried out in her heart. Smack. I let go of Flora, pulled her into my arms, and smacked Callista's butt. Ow. Damn human, let me go. Humph. I snorted coldly and didn't let her off, one slap after another. Miss Callista was punished again. How pitiful, Flora thought as she watched Callista scream again and again. After more than a dozen slaps, Callista finally behaved. I confiscated the grapes. Grapes confiscated. Stand over there. Oh, her arrogance gone, she stood there obediently. Mia, did you catch any fish? No. Mia was a little disappointed. The shopkeeper had said this rod would never leave her empty-handed, but on the very first day, she got nothing. Human merchants really couldn't be trusted. When Callista heard that Mia hadn't caught anything, she suddenly thought of a great idea. Hey, human, I can help you catch fish. How are you going to help me catch fish? Come with me, and you'll know. The 2 of us went to the woods by the lakeside, and there was nothing there at all. Callista, where's the good plan you mentioned? Hee, come with me. She skipped northward. Not far ahead, beside a large rock, 3 purple thunder slimes were bouncing around, their basketball-sized gelatinous bodies crackling with purple electricity. I immediately understood her great idea. How's that? She poked my waist with her elbow. As expected of an old rogue. Awesome. As long as these thunder slimes were caught, their natural lightning could be used to electrocute fish. I took out a cloth shirt and rushed toward one of them. When I was 3 meters away, I leaped up and, like Mount Tai crashing down, pounced on it and covered it with the shirt. He caught it. I stood up and held the thunder slime tightly. The frightened thing struggled desperately in my arms, releasing electricity. Crackling sounds rang out, and faint purple sparks leaked through the gaps in the cloth and struck my body. I felt nothing at all, but my blonde hair was electrified into a straight-up frenzy, like a super scion. Human, you're way too weak. You got made such a mess by a mere thunder slime. Callista's method was much more advanced. She directly unleashed magic power to form 2 blood-colored cages and trap 2 of them. I also wanted to use magic, but I had tested at the Magician Association before. I didn't have any magical talent at all, and my affinity for magic was terribly poor. Others were geniuses 1 in 10,000, while I was trash 1 in 10,000. The only reason I could be an apprentice priest was that my healing skill had the same effect as healing magic. Back by the lakeshore, Flora looked at my straight-up blonde hair. Lord Raylo, what happened to your hair? Nothing much. A Thunder Slime Master gave me this new hairstyle for free. Looks good, right? It looks pretty good. Flora covered her mouth and smiled, subconsciously moving a little farther from me. Thunder slimes carry a built-in electrostatic field. If she got too close, her hair would turn into this style too. I wrapped the thunder slime in a cloth shirt and then hooked it up with a fishing rod. A new energy fishing rod, completed. As the saying goes, release 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, and Buddha will return me 10 gene of fish. I stood on the lake embankment and cast the rod, hurling the thunder slime into the lake. You fish don't like eating earthworms, so please enjoy the thunder slime. The moment it hit the water, a powerful current spread everywhere. The fish around it were electrocuted dead or stunned, flipping onto their white bellies. There were tiny fish the size of a thumb and big ones the size of a palm. Flora, bring the bucket to hold the fish. Coming. Put those stunned fish in the bucket. Okay. Flora gathered her magic, and several rose vines sprang from the ground, intertwining into a landing net over 3 meters long, which she used to scoop up the fish with their bellies turned white. Task progress 3/300. Task progress 18/300. According to the system's judgment, as long as the fish were caught by me using a fishing rod, it counted as fishing. Haha, interesting. Callista loved a bit of fun. Seeing so many fish caught, she got excited too, asked me for a cloth shirt, and learned to wrap the thunder slime in it and throw it into the lake. Within 2 meters of the thunder slime, every fish flipped belly up. Little flower fairy, quick, I've got a lot of fish here too. Flora ran over again and used the flower vine net to scoop them up. Not far away, Mia, who hadn't caught a single fish, saw the way we were fishing, and her expression was slightly disdainful. To a fishing enthusiast, this kind of fishing had no soul. 2 rods for lure fishing, fish piled up like a mountain. The ancients did not deceive me. I used the fishing rod to guide the thunder slime along the embankment, and fish kept floating to the surface all along the way. Flora followed behind with the bucket, picking them up, and both big and small fish were all put into the bucket. Task progress 89 out of 300. 122 300ths. 1 bucket filled. Then another was changed out. 211/300 300 300ths. The task was completed in less than half an hour. Task completed. Reward. 1 skill point. Please choose a skill to upgrade. Upgrade Taunt. Control skills are very important. They can create output space for teammates, so I prioritized upgrading it. Taunt upgraded to level 2. Taunt. LV2, raise your middle finger and taunt all targets within a 50-meter radius, forcibly making the targets attack you. It has changed from single target to mass taunt, and works even better when paired with a thorn shield. After completing the task, I tossed the thunder slime fishing rod aside and went to lie down under a tree to rest. Callista and Flora were still electrofishing. This huge lake stretched as far as the eye could see. Not only were there ordinary fish, but also large aquatic monsters. Perhaps stimulated by the lightning, a gigantic blackfish nearly 10 meters long leaped out of the water and shot toward the embankment. It opened its pointed mouth, over 2 meters long, and swallowed Callista whole before twisting around and quickly returning to the lake. The whole thing took only a little over 10 seconds, leaving Flora stunned. Hey, Miss Callista. Flora shouted after coming to her senses. Boom. The next moment, a crimson glow flashed beneath the lake 100 meters away, followed by a massive muffled roar and a violent tremor in the ground. A water column dozens of meters wide shot into the sky. That giant black fish was kicked ashore, and a petite figure broke through the water curtain and flew at high speed toward us, retracting her black wings as she landed lightly on the embankment. Callista brushed off the slightly dirty hem of her clothes. Such a weak second-tier black armored dragonfish dared to swallow the great high-blood vampire. It was courting death. Miss Callista, you're so strong. Flora was astonished. From the surge of magical power just now, Callista was insanely powerful, smashing the head of a tier 2 black armored dragonfish with a single blow. I bent down and dug a tier 2 magic crystal out of the black armored dragonfish's head, holding it up to the sunlight. It was watery blue and beautiful. This thing could sell for 30 to 50 gold coins on the market, an extra reward from today's fishing. At that moment, Callista bumped my waist with her elbow and said with a grin, "Human, I want to taste your blood." I had the most blood to spare, so I sat on the bench and opened my arms. She jumped into my arms. Her 1.58-meter frame looked tiny in front of my 1.8-meter height. She wrapped her legs around my waist, put her arms around my neck, and sank her fangs into my throat. Her fangs pierced the blood vessels. I felt a slight sting, and thick blood surged from my carotid artery into her mouth. The powerful rush of blood pressure made her soft body go limp, as if she were about to melt. The intense bloody scent stimulated her senses. Her eyes turned even redder, and her body writhed, getting high as if she were on drugs as she sucked harder. This human's blood had a deadly allure to vampires. If other vampires found out, they would definitely fight over it like crazy. Callista secretly rejoiced that she was the first to discover him, and that she could claim him for herself. I held her waist and grabbed her snow-white twin tails. I'd heard twin tails could increase attack speed, though I wasn't sure if it was true. Gradually, with too much blood loss, my handsome face turned pale. Callista let go of my neck, wiped the corner of her mouth, and said, "Hey, human, are you okay? Want to rest a bit? How could I be in trouble?" I rubbed her head and healed myself. My critically low health instantly returned to full, and my pale complexion became rosy again. Callista's favorability toward the host +5 progress 0 out of 100. It had been -10 before. Finally, it wasn't negative anymore. Human, you're mine. You're not allowed to let any other vampire drink from you in the future. Having eaten her fill, Callista licked the blood hole on my neck with lingering satisfaction, showing a strong possessiveness toward me. I knocked her on the head. You're my slave. Slaves shouldn't be telling their master what to do. Ow, you bastard. She clutched her head and glared at me resentfully. The fishing time was over, and the 4 of us packed up and headed home. Lord Luro, I didn't catch a single fish. Mia, who'd gone without a catch, hung her head gloomily. It's fine. I'll make you something tasty when we get back. I rubbed her cat ears. Lord Luro really was the gentlest. Mia perked up her tail and followed me like a cat, rubbing against me from time to time. The setting sun dyed the land orange-red, and wisps of smoke rose from the village. Flora and Mia held my hands, one on the left and one on the right, while Callista swaggered ahead. After returning to the manor, I tossed the black armored dragonfish at the stable door. Fat Tiger, come out and eat. A woo! Fat Tiger ran out and howled happily. Guarding a home for humans was pretty nice. You didn't even need to go hunting to have food. For days later, St. San Cathedral in San City. A white jade statue of the life goddess stood in the square, and many believers were praying and confessing their sins. I brought Mia and Flora here to take part in the goddess's trial and advance to become a formal priest. Callista didn't come. She had been sealed by the Holy Church for 100 years and held a grudge against the church. Dressed in a white priest's robe and leaning on my magic staff, I came to the cathedral entrance. 2 rows of holy knights stood guard along the long stone steps. In the White Dovetown Church, it was just Grain and me. In San City Cathedral, there were not only a large number of clergy, but also holy knights. There was really no comparison. The knights saw that I was wearing a priest's robe and carrying the church emblem, so they didn't stop me. After entering the cathedral and walking through the arched cloister, I saw the ceiling painted with tree patterns. The life goddess is also called the god of plants and trees, and it's said her true form is a divine tree. So the church is full of tree-themed oil paintings and sculptures, and the emblem on my chest is also a sprout and branch motif. I wasn't the only one here for the trial today. More than a dozen trainee priests stood in the solemn front hall, young and old. Good morning, Bishop Roderick. The wrinkled Roderick adjusted his monocle and looked at me. Before, When I had improperly used public funds for reimbursement, I had made a deep impression on him. But because I bravely exorcised demons for the believers, he didn't pursue it and even gave me a chance to advance. Do you know the rules of the goddess trial? It seems like it's just a test of life force intensity. I had asked Grain about it before. The goddess trial has 3 stages in total. What you're talking about is the final stage. There are 2 stages before that. Roderick introduced. The first stage tests your loyalty to the Holy Church, and the second stage tests the strength of your healing magic. How do they test loyalty? You first take a truth potion, then we ask you questions. After taking the truth potion, a person can only tell the truth for a certain period afterward. If you're not loyal to the church, you'll be eliminated in the first stage. Roderick left the magic circle in boredom and walked to the door. I got up, stretched my muscles, and went over to remind him. Please, Archbishop, keep my ability a secret. What's there to keep secret? Roderick said in surprise. If he had such an awesome ability, he could brag about it for a whole year. I'm afraid certain tomboys and women with a male bent will find out about my ability and get ideas about my body. Roderick, straight face. After the trial ended, the 2 of us walked out of the basement one after the other. As we walked, I observed Roderick ahead of me and could clearly sense the powerful magic radiating from him at this moment, something I had never been able to feel before. There was a time when I also dreamed of becoming a respected great mage. But ideals are one thing and reality another. After a professional test by the Magic Association, I turned out to have extremely poor magical talent, extremely poor affinity for magic, and extremely poor magic perception. I simply couldn't learn magic at all. Yet that seed of life seemed capable of changing one's constitution, and my perception of magic had improved dramatically. I didn't know whether my magical talent and affinity had improved too. I try buying a magic book from the Magic Association later and see. Archbishop, where are my 2 attendants? They're staying in the cathedral living quarters. I'll have someone take you there. Okay. Mia and Flora were sitting on a bench outside the living quarters chatting. Little kitty, little flower fairy, I'm back. I waved and called out with a smile from more than 10 meters away. Lord Lello. Lord Lello, I'm so glad you're okay. It had been 9 days since I'd last seen them, and both of them had been worried about me. Now that they saw I was safe, they finally relaxed and ran over. Meow meow. Mia raised her cat tail and slammed into my arms, squinting as she affectionately rubbed her cheek against mine. Since Mia had taken the front, Flora could only run behind me, wrap her arms around my waist, and rest her head on my shoulder. I was squeezed in the middle like a sandwich. After holding each other for a while, the 3 of us left the cathedral and came to the square. Lord Lello, there's a very kind feeling about you now, and it makes me feel really comfortable. Flora linked her arm with mine, her pink eyes full of fondness. Maybe it's because the goddess of life granted me the seed of life. Since they were on my side, there was no need to hide it. Mia had once used corn and wheat to bait fish. Seed of life? Can it be used to fish? Kitty, why are you always thinking about fishing? I rubbed her cat ears. Just how much does this cat like fishing? Meow? Meow? Mia smiled. What exactly is the seed of life? Flora asked in confusion. Although the fairy clan was created by the goddess of life, they had never seen her and had never heard of the seed of life. I don't know either. It's probably something that can improve magical talent and the like. The 3 of us went straight to the Sandon City Magic Association, a facility that specializes in providing magical services, able to test talent and sell low-level magic books. When we reached the magic book section, the shelves had Tier 1 Magic Fireball, 10 gold coins. Tier 1 Magic Ice Spike, 11 gold coins. Tier 2 Magic Leafblade Vortex, 44 gold coins. Sir, what would you like to buy? Let me take a look. I took down Fireball and flipped through it. Fire attribute, a dozen or so pages. Each page covered in complex magic circle diagrams plus long explanations, so incomprehensible it felt like reading a heavenly script. Losing interest, I put it back, then picked up Tier 2 Magic Leafblade Vortex instead. It was plant element magic, equally profound and complex. However, when I looked at this plant magic book, I could instantly understand the structure and operating principles of the magic array without even reading the annotations beside it, as if I had been born knowing it. I raised my right hand, and with a thought, magic power intertwined in my palm. I didn't even need a magic staff. I constructed the magic circle for Leafblade Vortex out of thin air. I stared in astonishment, eyes wide. The seed of life had maxed out my talent for plant magic. This could no longer be described as genius. This was fucking cheating. Inside the bedroom of the cathedral, Roderick, wearing a monocle, was writing a letter. Raylo, the priest of Pigeon Town in Sane City, has persisted through the goddess's trial for 9 days, breaking the previous record of 8 hours. He has received an additional blessing from the goddess of life, powerful fertility, unwavering stamina, and lasting endurance. Such an important event as breaking a record had to be reported to the headquarters of the church. Among the 6 priests at headquarters, there were not only humans, but also elves. Although I had promised not to tell a third person, the recipient of this letter was not human, but an elven priest. I bought the second-tier plant magic, leaf blade vortex, and the first-tier plant magic, vegetable growing magic, at the Magic Association. Leaf blade vortex summons a large number of leaves that spin at high speed into a vortex 2 meters in diameter, sharp as blades as they shred enemies. Vegetable growing magic is a low-level utility spell that can slightly promote the growth of vegetables. According to the book, it increases growth by about 1%. For example, if corn takes 100 days to grow from seedling to maturity, using vegetable growing magic can reduce it to 99 days, shortening it by 1,440 minutes. Not bad. Lakeside Manor comes with a farm, so it's perfect for growing vegetables. I also bought some fruit and vegetable seeds, planning to grow them myself when I got back. The 3 of us walked toward Pigeon Town. During a rest stop along the way, I flipped through Leaf Blade Vortex, and those profound magic circles clicked into place at a glance. I learned it ridiculously fast. After studying it for a while and feeling I had more or less gotten it down, I gave up the magic staff, gave up chanting, and cast directly with a raise of my hand. Magic power poured into my palm, forming a complex and exquisite circular magic array. Leaf Blade Vortex. Ahead in the forest, countless green leaves appeared out of nowhere and spun rapidly into a green vortex. Its edge quickly expanded outward, its radius abruptly swelling dozens of times, reaching over 100 meters in diameter, with an affected range of nearly a kilometer. The wind roared, the soil churned, and the surrounding trees were uprooted and sucked in, with trunks dozens of meters long almost instantly reduced to rubble. The 3 of us had already retreated several hundred meters away to avoid being drawn in. The fierce wind blew through Mia and Flora's long hair, and both of them were full of shock. What kind of magic was this, with such terrifying power? I was also completely baffled as I scratched my head. Didn't the spellbook say it would form a vortex 2 meters in diameter? How the hell did it end up over 100 meters? This was truly a case of the buyer's show versus the seller's show turned upside down. Lord Raylo, your magic is amazing, Flora said happily, linking her arm through mine. It should be because of the seed of life. With this cheat, an ordinary second-tier plant spell in my hands had instantly become restricted content level. When mages cast spells, they usually need to chant. Skipping the chant greatly reduces the power, and I had just cast without even using a magic staff or chanting. If I used a magic staff along with the full incantation, the power would be even more terrifying. Flora was very happy. If even the goddess of life acknowledged Lord Raylo, then getting to warm his bed really was lucky. Ha, this power is amazing. I lowered my head and looked at my hands, my pupils shrinking to needle points, just like some evil final boss in an anime whose strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Seeing my sinister smile, Mia frowned. Her elders had said humans were very wicked, and once they gained power, their ambition would also swell. Lord Raylo seemed to have been blinded by power. What if he turned into a great demon king and wanted to conquer the whole world? Then her eyes grew firm. She was Lord Raylo's woman, and even if he became the enemy of the whole world, she would stand by his side without a second thought. Ha. The fruit grown from this power will definitely be especially sweet. I covered half my face and laughed wildly up at the sky. Mia, who had been imagining a world war, couldn't hold it in anymore. Lord Raylo really was no ordinary person. After lasting for more than 10 minutes, Leaf Blade Vortex disappeared, leaving the area within several hundred meters in ruins and a conical pit more than 10 meters deep in the ground. I returned to the Lakeside Manor in the afternoon. Pushing open the iron gate, Fat Tiger poked its round tiger head out of the stable. When it saw me coming back, it narrowed its eyes and ran over gleefully, sticking up its tiger tail like a cat and rubbing against me. Ah, Fat Tiger, let me pet your dog head. No, wait, tiger head. I patted it. Its tiger fur was soft and warm. After a while, Fat Tiger gently bit my arm and dragged me toward the stable. What are you dragging me to the stable for? In front of the stable, Fat Tiger's wife was lying on the hay. Her belly had already gone flat, and 4 little tiger cubs with golden fluff were crouching in front of her belly, kneading as they nursed. Your wife gave birth. No wonder Fat Tiger was so happy. Fat Tiger circled around me. Hiss, something's not right. I suddenly realized it wasn't that simple. Why are your cubs golden-haired? Fat Tiger was pure white, but the four its wife had given birth to were all golden-furred tigers. There is only one truth. Not only do humans have golden-haired ones, tigers do too. I patted Fat Tiger's tiger head sympathetically and said, to get by in tiger life, you've got to have a little green on your head, green tiger. Fat Tiger lifted its head and howled as if trying to explain something, but I didn't understand tiger language at all. Boom. After dinner, lightning flashed and thunder roared as heavy rain poured from the sky. Callista had run off somewhere, and she didn't come back at night. In the bedroom, I stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window watching the rain. The fireplace was burning, and the orange glow made the bedroom dry and warm. Knock, knock, knock. Maya and Flora pushed the door open and came in, walking to my sides, one on the left and one on the right. Maya was wearing a black lace nightgown. Looking at the torrential rain outside, she hugged my arm and said, human homes are so nice. They don't leak at all. Does the place where your cat people live leak? Maya frowned and nodded. The cat people's houses are all crude wooden huts, with gaps between the planks. In winter, the wind leaks through, and my mother and I would shiver from the cold. The roof is covered with thatch, so when it rains, it's pouring outside and drizzling inside, and our fur gets soaked through. Cats don't like water, so getting their fur wet is a very uncomfortable thing for cat people. Maya leaned against my shoulder. My manor didn't leak and had a warm fireplace, so it was 1,000 times more comfortable than a shabby thatched hut, and it really felt like home here. So you can live in a house when it rains. Flora murmured. I looked at her. You flower spirits don't live in houses? We don't really have the concept of houses. We live outdoors whether it's sunny or raining. Amazing, my flower spirits. I increasingly felt that the flower spirits were basically livestock created by the goddess of life, able to survive on dew and sunshine, with no need for shelter, no food or lodging included. Even capitalists would cry if they saw this. Maya had mentioned her mother just now, and after being together for so long, I still didn't know much about her family situation. Maya, besides you, who else is in your family? Maya looked out the window, her eyes darkening. My father passed away when I was very young. It was my mother who raised me. I've been captured for so long. Mother must be very worried. I hadn't expected Maya to come from a single-parent family, and I felt a bit sorry for her. There are still lots of empty rooms in the manor. When we have time, let's go to the cat people's village in the eternal night forest and bring your mother here to live with us. Really, Lord Raylo? Maya looked at me in surprise. The village conditions were harsh, so of course it would be best to bring her mother here. Of course it's true. You're my wife, so your mother is my mother-in-law. I can't let my mother-in-law suffer. On one hand, her mother would have a better place to live and be easier to care for. On the other hand, the manor would be livelier with more people. Thank you, Lord Raylo. Maya nestled tightly in my arms. After a night of wind and rain, the sky was a clear, pristine blue, and the courtyard was covered with fallen leaves. Maya was still, as always, lazing in bed. Flora and I went downstairs, and when she saw the dirty yard, she took the broom on her own initiative and started sweeping the courtyard. I had bought seeds yesterday and was planning to grow some fruits and vegetables. When I got to the farm, the abandoned fields that had been left untended for years were overrun with weeds, and if I wanted to plant vegetables, I'd have to till the soil first. But without an ox for plowing, what could I do? I thought about it and went back to the manor, then walked to the stable. Fat Tiger was lying on the hay while 4 golden cubs jumped all over him. I tapped the railing. Fat Tiger, time to get to work. Fat Tiger lifted his head and came running out, fawning over me with a sycophantic grin. I patted his head. I don't have any oxen. You pull the plow for me until the field next to the farm. He was a ferocious second-tier ice sword tiger, and this human planned to use him like an ox to plow the land? Fat Tiger, a woo. Translation, this tiger refuses. I didn't understand tiger speak, but I nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then get ready to plow. Fat Tiger. The tool shed was fully stocked with farm implements. I took out an iron plow and hemp rope, then strapped the iron plow around Fat Tiger's neck. The iron plow of the kingdom of Verret couldn't compare to the curved ridge plow of ancient China, but Fat Tiger was a second-tier monster. With overwhelming brute force, the plowing effect was amazing, far stronger than an ordinary draft ox. Fat Tiger dragged the iron plow and charged across the farmland, and in just 1 hour he had turned over a huge stretch of earth. The pitch-black soil was as fertile as grease, rich with humus, enough to make plants grow taller and stronger. If I was going to meet Flora's parents, this would definitely be the ideal gift. Covered in mud, I took out melon seeds and scattered them into the soil, then took out my magic staff, Because the seed of life made my affinity with magic far beyond that of ordinary people, manna gathered at the tip of the staff and emitted a green glow. I chanted the vegetable planting spell, and a magic circle 2 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. Grow vegetables for me. The melon seeds rooted, sprouted, and shot up wildly at once. The vines spread in all directions, growing leaves as big as pot lids. Damn, that's strong. Normally melon vines were only as thick as a finger. These were as thick as a wrist. The vines quickly covered a large patch of farmland, bloomed white flowers, and after the flowers fell away, tiny melons formed. Those thumb-sized melons visibly swelled, growing all the way to the size of basketballs before stopping, changing from green to white, and then to pale yellow. As expected of the blessing of the god of plants, its effect on accelerating plant growth put even Jean Keela to shame. Evil melon, let me taste whether you're sweet. I bent down and elbowed the one at my feet. Crack. The melon split open. I tasted a bit. It was sweet and refreshing, a little sweeter than an ordinary melon, but not cloyingly so. Just right. Hee, not bad. I scattered grape seeds and used the vegetable growing magic again. Grapevines rose from the ground and grew into a lush green mass 7 or 8 meters tall, but once they reached a certain point, they stopped, neither blossoming nor bearing grapes. Huh, that's strange. Just now the melons could bear fruit, so why couldn't the grapes? I scattered strawberry seeds as well, and just like the melons, they rooted, sprouted, blossomed, and formed giant strawberries the size of goose eggs. I picked one to taste. It was very sweet, and the rich strawberry aroma filled my mouth. I stroked my chin and thought, why could strawberries and melons bear fruit, but grapes couldn't? I then tossed in 2 apple seeds and cast the spell. The apple saplings quickly grew into 2 lush trees, but still no apples formed. Strawberries and melons are both annual herbs, while grapes and apples are perennial plants. From this, it could be seen that the vegetable growing magic could make annual herbs reach the fruiting stage, while perennial shrubs and trees could only grow to adulthood. Next time I bought seeds, I should try to buy annual herbs. If I wanted fresh fruit while traveling, I could just toss the seeds into the soil and grow them on the spot. Fat Tiger stood beside the iron plow, staring blankly at me as I planted fruit, his tiger face full of confusion. Humans must have done something terrible to melons to make them grow this fast. Poor melons. Covered in mud, I walked over to Fat Tiger, swung myself onto his back, and said, "Come on, Tiger, let's go wash up in the lake." A woo after plowing the fields, Fat Tiger was also covered in mud. He let out a roar and carried me running toward the lakeside. It was my first time riding a tiger, and the speed was much faster than riding a horse. Next time I should ride a tiger to San City. Not only would it save time, but more importantly, it would be showy as hell. Splash, Fat Tiger took me and jumped into the lake. After a thorough wash, the man and tiger returned to the estate clean and refreshed. I found a basket and went to the farmland to pick some melons and strawberries, placing them on the stone table. Mia, who had just woken up from a lazy nap, came out of the house, faced the morning sun, stuck her butt out, and stretched in a huge yawn. Seeing a basket of goose egg-sized strawberries on the stone table and 2 giant melons beside them, she rubbed her eyes and fell into brief self-doubt. Did I really wake up? Or am I still dreaming? Flora, munching on a strawberry, called out, "Mia, Sister Mia, try the fruit Lord Raylo grew." Mia picked up a strawberry with a puzzled look and examined it. Ordinary strawberries were only the size of a pigeon egg, but this one was as big as a goose egg. Is this really a strawberry? Of course it is. Flora flicked her long ears. Just like Lord Raylo's? Although it's bigger at night than during the day, it's still fundamentally the same thing. I stared in shock at that analogy. When had this pure little flower fairy become so dirty? I couldn't help but complain. Flora, that's a great analogy. Don't use analogies like that next time. I'm just telling the truth. Flora shyly leaned against me. I draped one arm over her shoulder and pinched her long ear as I said to Mia, "Kitty, come try this strawberry and see how it tastes." Mia took a bite. It was sweet and juicy. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly finished it, even licking her fingers. "Lord Raylo, these strawberries are so delicious. Can I have another one?" "Help yourself. There are plenty more in the field." Mia grabbed 2 and crunched away at them left and right, looking utterly blissful. She had never eaten strawberries this delicious before. I put 2 strawberries into a cup and mashed them with a metal fork, repeating the process more than a dozen times until I got a cup of strawberry juice. "Fat Tiger, come here for a second." Fat Tiger sauntered over lazily, not knowing what I wanted. I patted its tiger head. "Aren't you an ice frost saber-toothed tiger? Come on, make me a glass of iced strawberry juice." Fat Tiger turned its tiger face away and shot me a sidelong glance, looking a little disdainful. Its ice element magic was meant for fighting, and this human actually wanted to use it to make ice strawberry juice. But considering that I'd taken it and it's made in and had been feeding them, it decided not to argue with me. It sent out its sharp tiger claw and touched the cup wall. Ice element magic frosted the cup, and the strawberry juice slowly began to freeze. I hurriedly stopped it. Okay, that's enough. You're done. Roar Fat Tiger flopped back down to bask in the sun. I picked up the cup, my homemade iced strawberry juice, complete. Lord Raylo, I'm going to pick some strawberries. Mia had already polished off the basket of strawberries, so she picked up the basket and went off to gather more. Go ahead, go ahead. I waved lazily. The sun warmed my skin. I held the soft, fragrant little rose fairy in my arms and drank the cold, refreshing fresh strawberry juice. This kind of leisurely life was simply unbeatable. Lord Raylo, I'll sing for you. Flora leaned against my chest and hummed an unknown melody. Her voice was sweet and soft, like a lullaby. I grew more and more sleepy, and before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. An endless dreamscape, blank and white. A seed radiating emerald green light floated there. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw that seed sprout, unfolding two tiny young leaves, with several fine roots growing beneath it. I pinched my arm. It didn't hurt. Clearly, this was a dream. I'd been wondering before. When the goddess of life granted me the seed of life, it clearly entered my body but then vanished without a trace, so it had rooted itself in my dreamscape. The goddess of life herself is a divine tree, and a sapling grown from a divine tree's seed should also be a divine tree, right? I looked at the sapling in front of me and guessed silently. Hey, is it really okay for you to take root and sprout in my dreamscape? I've got 10 gigabytes of stuff stored in here, and I often have lewd dreams. Though I didn't mind it residing here, I had watched countless videos myself, and it might affect its mental and physical health. The divine tree sapling remained motionless, offering me no response. Trees probably don't have self-awareness, or perhaps it was still too small and hadn't developed awareness yet. I drifted over and reached out to touch the sapling. The instant my fingertip touched the young leaf, green light blossomed across its surface, and a strange sensation surged through me, as if I had formed some kind of contract with it. The next moment, a green mark shaped like a budding branch appeared on my arm, identical to the one on the badge of the Holy Church priests. What is this? I was stunned, and my consciousness gradually withdrew from the dreamscape. I don't know how long had passed before I woke from my sleep. The first thing I did was roll up my right sleeve. As I had expected, the contract formed in the dream had appeared in reality. There was indeed a green sprout-shaped mark on my right arm, glimmering faintly in the sunlight. Through this mark, I could clearly sense the young sapling of the divine tree in the dream, but what use was that? Lord Raylo, you're awake. Flora had already left my embrace and was sitting in front of the stone table eating strawberries. I'm awake. I lowered my sleeve. I'd slowly explore the mark's effects later. Where's Mia? Sister Mia went fishing. As expected, that cat girl still loved fishing just as much as ever. Let's take a walk around White Dove Town and buy some food. Okay. The two of us left the manor. As soon as I reached the entrance to White Dove Town, I sensed something was off. Many people on the streets had smeared mud on their faces, looking like wild men from a primitive tribe. Flora frowned. Lord Raylo, why do the people in town look so strange? No idea. I stopped a young man with mud smeared on his face. Hey, kid, what are you smearing mud on your face for? You haven't heard? Heard what? A plague broke out a few days ago in Willow Town, north of Sand City. What does a plague have to do with smearing mud on your face? Some people say putting mud on your face can prevent the plague. Huh? What kind of folk remedy is that? I had never heard of it before. I don't know either. I saw everyone else doing it, so I did too. People have a herd mentality. When they see everyone else doing something, they follow along, whether it's right or not. Lord Raylo, there's some mud over there. Should we put some on too? No need. I had a purification skill anyway. I could just purify the plague away. On the way to the church, I found there were really quite a lot of people with mud on their faces, 7 or 8 out of 10, like potatoes freshly dug out of the earth. Human, you're finally back. I'm starving. Someone grabbed me from behind. A petite girl with white twin tails, blood-red pupils, and a blood-red gothic dress. It was Callista, who had been missing for days. Where did you go these past few days? Went looking for some fun. What kind of fun? That girl had lived so long and was bored out of her mind all day, always looking for entertainment. Callista leaned in and whispered, See those people around us smearing mud on their faces? I do. What about it? She bared her sharp fangs, her eyes sly. I spread the rumor that a plague broke out in Willow Town and killed many people, and that smearing mud on your face could prevent it. Damn, it finally clicked for me. So that was why a plague had sprung up in Willow Town out of nowhere. It turned out she'd made the rumor up, thinking of how she had last time tossed someone's wife onto another man's bed and then went to report it so they'd catch the cheating pair. This one really did love causing chaos. Ha 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 ha. Humans are so funny. They actually believed it and went around smearing mud on their faces. Callista laughed heartlessly, treating humans like toys. I rubbed her little head. The Tao of idle forgetfulness needs someone like you. How about it? Want to come play with me next time? I've got another pretty good idea. She was like a master brainstormer, trying to rope me in. Yeah, I'm not as bored as you are. I was the laid-back type, not nearly as interested in finding entertainment as she was. After buying 2 chickens and more than a dozen eggs in White Dove Town, I took Flora and Callista back to the manor. Mia, did you catch any fish? Pushing open the iron gate, I saw Mia had returned from fishing and was eating strawberries. Whether I caught any fish isn't important. What matters is enjoying the process. Our catfolk have a sage who said that sometimes the process is more meaningful than the result. As she said that, she viciously bit into a strawberry. I stroked her tail. So did you catch any fish or not? Mia's face darkened. No, cat girl, I hereby declare you the Air Force King. Last time she went fishing, she didn't catch a single fish either. Meow, damn it. I suspect there aren't any fish in that lake at all. Mia angrily waved her cat paw, as if she wanted to wipe out every fish in the lake. Today we're having mushroom stewed chicken. Go pluck the chicken feathers. I handed her the 2 chickens. Mushroom stewed chicken. Yeah. As soon as she heard there was something delicious to eat, Mia's eyes lit up. The disappointment of not catching any fish vanished, and she happily went off to pluck the chicken feathers. Just now in White Dove Town, it wasn't convenient in public, so Callista didn't drink blood. As soon as we got back to the manor, she eagerly pounced into my arms and bit my neck. After one gulp, her eyes turned blood red as she shook her twin tails. Ah, so good. Human, your blood is as delicious as always. Callista's affection for the host plus 5 progress 5 out of 100. Flora's affection always rose by 20 points at a time, while Callista's was obviously much slower, which made sense. After all, she was a vampire noble, and her pride was greater than Mia's and Flora's. I carried her by the hips into the hall and sat down, letting her sit in my lap while I stroked her silver-white hair. Holding this petite, lowly-like body, even knowing she was already over 500 years old, I couldn't help feeling a slight sense of guilt. Callista, drunk on blood, was completely immersed in my blood. Human, there's something hard poking me. It's a magical item I carry with me. No need to mind it. Take it out. It's poking me uncomfortably and affecting the blood-drinking experience. Take a hammer. Just drink your blood. I pressed the back of her head hard down onto my neck. Detestable human. She cursed once, then endured it and kept drinking. Callista, where are your wings? Let me touch them. I had touched flower fairy wings before, thin as cicada wings. I wondered what vampire wings felt like. She usually didn't let people randomly touch her wings, but since I had given her delicious fresh blood and put her in a good mood, it was fine for me to touch them. She didn't say anything while biting my neck, and behind her back a pair of bat-like membrane wings unfurled out of nowhere. I gently stroked them. The edges were foldable hard bones, while the thin flesh membrane in the middle was smooth and elastic. A bit like touching an umbrella canopy, warm to the touch, and felt pretty good. After Callista had eaten her fill, she lazily leaned in my arms, licking at the blood hole with lingering satisfaction. She still wanted more, but she really couldn't eat any longer. Over the next few days, I went to the nearby woods every day to study the contract mark with the sapling of the divine tree. After several days, I found that the mark's function was somewhat similar to Hashirama's wood style, allowing one to summon large amounts of tree roots for combat. Unfortunately, it could only summon tree roots, with none of the moves like Thousand-Armed True Buddha, True Several Thousand Hands, or the Gate of Divine Might. When I woke up in the morning from the big bed, Mia and Flora were still asleep on my left and right. I kissed both of them on the forehead before getting up, ate something simple, took my magic staff, and headed to the church in White Dove Town. Just as I reached the entrance, a middle-aged woman with a face full of freckles rushed over and knelt before me. Father Lello, I'm Oriana from the grocery store east of White Dove Town. Please, save my daughter Riagana. What's wrong with your daughter? She's been possessed by a demon. Please exorcise it. Oriana pleaded while wiping away non-existent tears. Quest: complete the exorcism at the grocery store. Reward: 1 skill point. All right. Exorcism is a priest's daily work, so I went with her. Thank you, thank you. Oriana led the way to the grocery store on the east side. The shop door was closed. She opened it and went inside. It was a total mess. Where's your daughter? I don't know. I clearly locked her in the room when I left. So how did she disappear? A drop of unidentified liquid dripped onto my face. I looked up at the ceiling, and around 17 or 18-year-old girl was crawling on it, her eyes pitch black, mouth full of fangs, horns on her forehead, glaring at me with bared teeth. Damn, so she climbed onto the ceiling. Such defiance of gravity could only be done by the demon race. Despicable human priest, this girl's body belongs to me. If you dare come over, I'll kill her. It was just a weak lower-tier demon and knew exactly how much it was worth, using the girl's life to threaten me. Priests often ran into this kind of coercion during exorcisms. Some priests became restrained and dared not go all out, and in the end were killed in counterattack. But I didn't have that problem. I flipped the bird at the girl on the ceiling, used taunt to force it to attack me, and didn't give it a chance to hurt the girl. Voila! Enraged by the taunt, the demon instantly went red-hot and completely berserk, unleashing a Magian roar with an obscene amount of mother-related profanity as it swooped down at me. Bang! 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 Before it could reach me, for thick tree roots burst out from underground, smashed through the floor, and wrapped around its limbs, leaving it unable to move. After forming a contract with the sapling of the divine tree, I was basically boosted to epic levels. Not only was my plant-type talent maxed out, but I could also summon tree roots to fight. No can do, little cutie. I walked up to the girl and splashed a bottle of holy water on her. White smoke rose all over her body, and the demon struggled in pain, unwilling to leave. Holy water had some exorcising effect, but not much. I raised my hand and gathered a mass of emerald magic. After forming a contract, my magic carried a holy attribute, greatly enhancing its exorcising effect, and slapped it against the girl's chest. Under the combined effect of holy magic and holy water, the dark red-skinned demon was blasted out of the girl's body, and in an instant a tree root shot out and pierced through it, killing the demon on the spot. I walked over and kicked the corpse a few times to make sure it was dead for good. Strange, the demon was already taken care of, so why hadn't the system announced the mission completion? A sharp knife stabbed through my chest from behind, piercing me clean through. Ha ha ha, you naive, inexperienced priest. You even believe what women say. You fell for it. Behind me, the pockmarked Oriana let go of the knife handle and stepped back a few paces, her face twisted in a grin. You. I immediately realized there were two demons in the grocery store. Both Oriana and her daughter had been possessed. I had only killed the one in the daughter's body just now. No wonder the system hadn't notified me. No, your logic is flawed. I came to exorcise the demon because it's my duty as a priest. What does that have to do with believing women or not? Women are all liars. Women are more terrifying than demons. The moment you heard that woman's first words, you should have been on guard. It was only because you took her words at face value and came here to exorcise the demon that you ended up like this. The demon in Oriana's body roared hysterically, as if venting its rage. I frowned and said weakly, Sir, do you have some kind of prejudice against women? A succubus woman took everything from me. It was a night without stars or moon when I met that succubus in the woods south of Sand City. Seeing me bleeding heavily, the demon thought I was about to die, and before my death, it wanted to tell me how it had been tricked out of both money and body by a beautiful woman, so I'd be more careful next life. Even if you're a demon with a story, I don't want to hear your melodramatic love tale. I cut it off mid-cast. Don't want to hear it? Then die. The demon flew into a rage and controlled Oriana to rush at me. I shifted my thoughts, and those 4 tree roots wrapped around her to restrain her. Feeling the tremendous power of the tree roots, the demon said, Your body has been pierced through. You should be dying soon. How can you still launch an attack like this? I glanced at the short knife in my chest, then said with a trace of disdain, You really think a little knife like that can kill me? With that, I walked up to the wall and rammed the blade against it. The short knife behind me dropped out. Heal. The wound in my chest instantly healed. This fast. The demon was shocked. What kind of monster instantly heals such a serious injury? Didn't expect that, did you? I'm just that overpowered. I grinned, pulled out 2 bottles of holy water, and force-fed them into Oriana's mouth. With the holy water entering its body, the demon screamed repeatedly, its face ferocious beyond measure, and had no choice but to leave the body. Go to hell. I controlled the 4 tree roots to pierce through it. Black blood flowed out, and the demon quickly lost all signs of life. With its last bit of strength, it said in broken gasps, Remember, never trust any woman. The prettier the woman, the better she is at lying. And then it stopped breathing. I was speechless. Just how badly had that succubus tricked this demon to leave behind such a deep grudge? Mission completed. Reward. 1 skill point. Please choose a skill to upgrade. Upgrade Purify. Out of the 6 skills, I thought Purify was the most badass, already approaching a conceptual level ability. Curse Magic, Rotting Disease, Truth Potion, anything with a negative effect on the self could all be purified. Purify upgraded to level 2. But the skill description hadn't changed. System, the purification skill is at level 2 now. Why hasn't the description changed? The purification power of the single-use purification skill has been enhanced. That's it. I raised an eyebrow, not knowing exactly how much stronger it had become. Still, since the system said it had been enhanced, then it definitely had been enhanced. The system was still trustworthy. I dragged 2 demon corpses back to the church. When the people on the street saw them, they all cast approving looks my way. Priest Raylo had rid the people of a scourge. He was worthy of respect. Back at the church, I knocked on Grain's bedroom door. Father Grain, are you in there? After waiting a while with no response, I was about to leave when the door opened and Grain stepped out. Today, he looked nothing like his usual self. His hair was disheveled, his expression despondent, and he was holding a wine bottle, drunk and dazed, like a man who had lost all hope. Father Grain, what happened to you? I had never seen him this down and out before. Grain leaned against the wall to support himself, looking like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Last night, someone broke into my bedroom and stole something. Judging by his expression, that thing must have been very important. Father Grain likes to harmlessly process monster corpses. Today I took down 2 demons, so I specially brought them back for you. I pointed at the corpses. Grain glanced at them and shook his head. No need now. That thing was stolen, so I can't harmlessly process monster corpses anymore. So what did you lose? I'm always running around outside, so I can keep an eye out for it. I probed. Grain looked up at me, remembering how I used to ask him to sign off on reimbursements and embezzle public funds all the time. Things no truly devout priest could do. I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone else. I promise I won't tell a third person. It was a deep blue bead, about the size of a fist, and there was a winged snake inside it. If you can help me get it back, I'll reward you handsomely. Okay. I knew he was a spy for the Serpent God Church, and that bead might be an important treasure of the Serpent God Church. Also, that thief was no ordinary person. I set up 3 layers of anti-theft magic around the bead, and he actually managed to ignore all of them and steal it away. That impressive? Grain's magic was at least somewhat legit. Being able to bypass his anti-theft measures and steal the bead meant the other party was extraordinarily capable. Priest Raylo, I have sinned. 1 minute limit. State your sin. I'm in love with my younger sister, and my younger sister likes me too. We truly love each other. Is your younger sister called Kasagano Sora? No, how far have you gone? We're living together. Just don't end up having a child. May the goddess of life bless you so your father doesn't break your legs. Next. Thank you, Priest Raylo. The young man with the middle part hairstyle turned and left. Father Grain had shut himself off from the world, so I could only listen to the believer's confessions on his behalf. The kingdom of Veet didn't have the same strict moral codes as ancient China, and I often heard all kinds of melodramatic stories, falling in love with one's younger sister, one's sister-in-law, or one's wife's little nephew. All standard fare.